from the very start. In fact, we even had an extra formation lap because the first attempt was a bit untidy, and it meant that as the field swarmed its way up towards Beckett's for the first time, it was the race-leading Lamborghini trying to make a break. Battles raged on lower down the field, including passing Lafouras with his Ferrari looking to gain ground. And Michael Bronizeski tapped into a spin by Stefan Roscialmi, just missed by Giorgio Maggi. There was a big delay for the Ferrari and a stop-go penalty as well for the Audi. And then Alexander West's McLaren went into the gravel. That brought out a safety car. And on the restart, the battles raged on, with Ferrari and Mercedes desperately trying to get themselves up the order, and the traffic eager to get out of the way as well. Ahmed Al-Harfi ran out of road going through Copse Corner in the Pro-Am Aston Martin. He didn't lose out too greatly. A driver that did lose out, though, sadly, Johnny Kane. He had this big off at the Beckett's S's. It was a huge impact for McLaren into the barrier. Johnny was okay, but it was another interruption, and the leading cars all bailed for the pit lane. The Grasser Racing Team Lamborghini was the car to watch, but in a big hurry was Jimmy Eriksson. He was soon working the Mercedes up into second place and then onto the tail of Michael Meadows for the race lead. But he was also soon to lose out, because charging round the outside of him attempted to go the number 63 Lamborghini, but Eriksson stuck out his elbows and managed to hang on to the place. It was Andrea Caldarelli at the wheel of the Lamborghini, and it wasn't long before he mounted another attack against the second place car and then would hunt down Meadows. The leading 5 cars all pitted at once for the final stop. Mercedes, though, slightly delayed, and that dropped it down the order. Working its way through the traffic, however, the figure of the 2 Emile Frey Jaguars, a place gain for number 14 down at Brooklands. Into the final stint, the race-leading car managed to build a small advantage to the Lamborghini until Maxi Bouk dived through on the inside of Raffaele Marciello up into second place, and once released, he was soon onto the tail of that leading Lamborghini. Bouk tried everything to bring the gap down to Christian Engelhardt, enough to be able to have a go for the race lead, but it was not quite to be, as Andrea Caldarelli, Christian Engelhardt and Mirko Bortolotti ran out the winners for the second endurance race in a row at Silverstone. A delighted team on the top step of the podium, victorious after 3 hours. This weekend at Paul Ricard, one of the drivers to watch is going to be Will Stevens. He was a class winner at Le Mans. He was also a race winner in the Sprint Series at Zolder. He's making a name for himself now in GT cars.
I've known Dries for a while now. We've done quite a lot together over the past few years. Obviously, it was nice for me and him to get the Le Mans win together, and obviously the experience Marcel's got comes in very handy. So I think it's a great blend of youth and experience. So far, the Sprint Series has gone pretty well. We're second in the championship at the moment, a few points off the lead. In the endurance side of things, we've been a bit more unlucky with a few of the start incidents we've been involved in. But I've come here to win, and generally, if the pace is strong, which we hope we will be, then you'll be there or thereabouts come the end.
Oliver Jarvis was also a class winner at Le Mans a week ago, nearly the outright race winner. But now he's got to get LMP2 cars out of his brain and a GT3 chip back in. He's aboard Bentley number 7.
Of course, it's always nice arriving at the track on the back of a victory, especially one in the Le Mans 24 hours. So coming here full of confidence, but a completely different job this weekend, you know, in the Bentley Continental GT with my 2 teammates. But so far so good, testing's gone well, and really happy that I was able to adapt to the car straight away. I think we've got the speed, we haven't quite had the luck, but I think if we can put everything right on track, we really have a great chance this weekend.
Stefan Ortelli has won here in the past for Audi. Now he's key to the Emile Frey Jaguar team, and he's looking for a good result this weekend at the end of 6 hours of racing.
For me, being here next to the place where I was born, and also the place where I started my career in go-kart, my racing career in '89 here on the racetrack here at Paul Ricard, it's always a special feeling. It's always special to win here at home. I always want to perform well, not only because I love the place, I love the circuit, but because I respect it a lot. It means so much to me. And I think Blancpain Championship produced a lot of very big races here, and I'm proud to say that I won one of these races here. It's one of the best souvenirs I have.
It's been a difficult season thus far for McLaren on the new Pirelli tyre, and Côme Ledegard, the Frenchman reigning champion, is hoping for better fortunes here on home soil.
For sure we expect to repeat it, but you never know if it will happen. For sure we try to do our best. It always depends. Last year we have been really strong on strategy, on pit stops. It's a challenge, first of all, because it's difficult to see on track when the sunset goes down and the heat in the car. Blancpain is really tough and high, and you have to do everything perfect. We'll do our best now and try to stay out of trouble and push as much as possible.
Former DTM champion Bruno Spengler is a welcome addition to the BMW ranks this weekend, driving for Rover Racing. This M6, very different from his DTM car he was driving just a week ago.
Blancpain GT series is a great challenge for me. I've done a couple of those now, not a lot. I'm one of the least experienced in the Blancpain. There's a lot of good drivers, a lot of good teams. Everything is very close together all the time. Big fights on track. It's a learning process for me, but it's great fun to be part of the championship, and I'm really looking forward to the races I do here.
The Santalok team is another squad eager to do well on home ground. It's got the reliable Audi R8 LMS at its disposal, and amongst the drivers, Greg Gilbert.
I'm really happy to be in a French team, French track. This track is an amazing track, you know. Santalok is like my family. It's now nearly 8 years that I'm racing with them. French lineup, it's just a dream for me. We will do our maximum, and hopefully we'll do a top 10. It will be a good result for us.
This Ferrari is one of the leading lights in the Pro-Am category. Olivier Beretta, the star driver. But he knows it's important to work with the AMs to help develop them to be ultra competitive.
It's part of the game. You know that before when you start, so you just try to do your job the best as you can. You try to coach the best as you can your AM driver. My one has to learn more, spend more time on the track. He has a lot of passion. He wants to do well, so I'm trying to help, but the main key is to enjoy and to get the result.
Clement Mathieu had dramas here last year, but he's hoping for better fortunes this season in the Attempto Racing Lamborghini. Again, he's part of this very competitive Pro-Am class back.
We know in Paul Ricard and with Blancpain 1000 km, it's a very long race, and there is so many things during the race. The target is to finish. I spent a very good time this year with the Lamborghini, because last year in Paul Ricard our car burned in the first hour. But yes, I am enjoying, and after the last 2 races I improve my performance with the car. Our target is to do better than Silverstone. We finish at the 8th position. If we can go in the top 5, of course it can be a little win.
There are plenty of Mercedes on the grid as well, and from ACA ASP comes this car. Jules Gounon, son of Jean-Marc, former sports car star himself, is at the wheel, and in his hands is a very quick car.
The challenge is really hard. I mean, you have a lot of good drivers in Pro-Am, especially the pro driver. You have a lot of factory driver also in Pro-Am, and the amateur class is just getting higher and higher every year. So it's a tough race. I mean, it's a 6-hour race. We need to do no mistake to get out of the trouble. We need to do a good strategy also, because if you pick up a safety car with the pro driver, it's always a bit tricky. The team is French, so I mean, everybody feels a bit at home, and we really want to do a good race here to show to our fan family that we perform well in France at home.
And also in Pro-Am is the Oman racing team Aston Martin. It was the winning car at Monza after a great stint by Johnny Adam, who was a class winner at Le Mans on the penultimate lap a week ago. Like the blue touch paper and stand back.
Coming off Le Mans victory is quite a special feeling really for myself and everyone at Aston, but full attention is turned to this weekend. We're doing really well this year in Blancpain, having had a first and a second. It's a really special race because of the darkness, you know, as it goes into the night, and yeah, we don't get much practice as well, straight into the race pretty much, straight into the dark race, but staying out of trouble is key at the start. It's going to be a warm race, it's a really nice weekend weather-wise. The key is just to finish as high up as we can and try and just keep that momentum going in towards Spa 24.
So 6 hours of racing ahead of us for this 3rd Endurance Cup round of the season. We talk about it being, if you like, a warm-up for Spa, but it's a race in isolation. There are points on offer, extra points, of course, over and above the normal 3-hour allocation of points, so it's an important part of the championship season. You get 33 points for a win here, 24 for second, 19 for third, and so on for the top 10 in each class. And 6 hours of racing in very high temperatures. The track temperature has dropped a little. It was 41 earlier in the afternoon. It's now 38.7 degrees. The pit lane is closed and we are good to go with 58 cars on track. The Paul Ricard circuit which attracts the fans free admission for this event, and there are a decent number of them in the grandstands overlooking the start and finish line, where Mirko Bortolotti and Christian Engelhardt come as the championship leaders with this combined score from the Sprint and the Endurance Cup, ahead of Maxi Buch and Franck Pereira. Then Andrea Caldarelli, who only does the endurance races, he's ahead by a point of Vincent Abril, who's 1 point up on Jimmy Eriksson. Have a look down though through the names that have scored points, and it's a bit like a who's who of GT racing. Not all of these drivers here this weekend. Jesse Krohn, who is 14 for example, is missing, but the bulk are on the grid, and it's going to be for sure a fascinating duel between the leading brands. And it's time, I think, that we heard from one or two of the drivers. David Addison trackside, but down on the grid is John Watson, and he has former winner of this event, Stefan Ortelli, with him.
Stefan Ortelli, outstanding qualifying for you in the Jaguar, second row of the grid. What have you been feeding the beast?
I think it's been a crazy job first from the whole team, because we've been preparing this quite a lot. We've been testing at Portimao as an endurance test. We found some nice stuff on the car on the hot condition there in Portugal, and Albert made a crazy lap as well. We built up the car also in free practice. We're already top 5 in free practice, so yeah, here we are. Now we have to stay here.
Now, Stefan, great qualifying, but what about after 6 hours? Can you maintain this pace?
Definitely yes. I mean, this is the reason why we are here. I think we want to compete with these guys. So far we proved in the beginning of the year that we were capable to stay in the top 10. We are a bit more than the top 10, we are in the top 5. So at the end of first hour, if we are still in the top 10, it's great. And we have 5 hours, 6 hours to catch and also to learn in order to be very, very strong at Spa 24 hours in a month.
Okay, quick question. Are you going to double stint, or is it going to be one by one by one?
It's a good question. Tire-wise, we want to be on the safe way, so it will be a single stint, not only for the drivers, but especially for the tires, just to be safe.
Good man, thank you.
So there's the plan. They're going to single stint tyres and driver as well. Lots of teams having to come into this with an open mind, really, because they're not yet sure how the driver fatigue is going to be, nor indeed how the tyres are going to survive. A driver's stint is 65 minutes, so you've got to do less than 65 minutes and 1 second. In other words, it's going to have to be 5 pit stops. You can't do it on any less than that. Some might do more, depending on how clever they treat the strategy. There's a kind of window that opens at the 32-minute mark. Some might take advantage of that, but anybody coming in before 32 minutes is either being very brave or has got a problem. But they'll try and reverse engineer the strategy based on 6 hours of racing and perhaps a late race safety car. And many of the teams will keep the fastest driver until the end in case you need him in that final stint post safety car, assuming we get it. Let's go back to the grid. Let's join John and the Bentley boys.
First of all, Ole, looking very fit after last weekend.
Yeah, fully recovered, thankfully, and glad to be here. I mean, what beautiful weather, and looking forward to the race.
Guy's going to start, you're going to be in second. Single stinting, I understand.
That would be telling, wouldn't it?
Well, I'm going to tell you, you are single stinting.
We'll wait and see. I mean, it depends how Guy feels. It's very hot outside the car, so it's going to be incredibly hot in it. But we'll wait and see. You know, we're just hoping to run at the front early on and see where we end up towards the end. But we'd like to be on the podium at least.
All right, Steve. I'm going to ask Stephen. You wouldn't, Stephen. Is he being honest? Is he being fair? Or is he just being a normal racing driver?
No, just a normal racing driver. We're all a bit loose when it comes to questions.
Now, in the past, you've been stunning in the closing hour, 2 hours of this race, nighttime. Not something you favour particularly?
Yeah, it's when the car is good. It's always nice to drive at the end of the race. You know, we've always done well here. It's very, very abrasive track, and the Bentley's obviously very good in its tires. So hopefully, if it's good to us this year again, we'll be quick, and hopefully we'll be there at the end of the race.
Contentious point. Any advice to Guy at the start?
No, he knows what he's doing. He's been around a lot longer than us, and you know, he's a Bentley boy through and through, and he knows exactly what he's doing.
Thank you.
Nice try, John. So it was Guy Smith, of course, who was the start driver in the infamous Monza, coming together with Ezequiel Perez Compact, but that is now behind the M Sport team that came oh so close to a win here last year. There are 2 of these Bentley Continental GT3s on track, and a very big Bentley presence trackside as well, with this twin-turbo V8 4-litre engine, a 500 horsepower beast. And this is very much a Bentley circuit. They've won here in the past and could well be the winning brand this year as well, although come the end of qualifying, it was Mercedes and Ferrari on the front of the grid, the best of the Bentleys lining up 6th as we get ready then for the start of this 6R race in the 25th year of SRO, the Stefan Rattel organisation's lifespan of organising race meetings, race championships, and indeed in the form of GT3 shaping regulations. So there is the pole position car. It is the Mercedes-AMG Team Black Falcon entry of Lukas Stolz, Adam Christodoulou and Jelmer Berman. Jelmer will start, despite, we understand, having a shoulder injury from a cycling incident a few weeks back, but Jelmer Berman will go first in the car that he put onto pole position right at the end of Q3. And could this be a Mercedes circuit? Long straights, the grunt and go sections playing into the hands of the Mercedes, so that may well turn out to be a victorious car. But as we know, so much can happen in 6 hours of racing around here. Don't necessarily put your money just yet on the Mercedes. What about that Ferrari alongside Victor Schaitar, Miguel Molina and Davide Rigon? Victor Schaitar will start in the red, white and blue Russian SMP Racing operated car. And down on the grid, Maxi Buch's Mercedes, new livery, alongside the number 7 Bentley. Look back a row, you've got the Kaspersky Ferrari, the Giancarlo Fisichella, Marco Ciocci, James Collado car, Bentley 8 lining up alongside. And the grid full of officials, of teams, of media, and of VIPs as well. Also, plenty of drivers, and Adam Christodoulou, one of the pole-sitting Mercedes drivers, is with Watty. Let's join them now.
Adam Christodoulou, your teammate Jelmer Berman put the Black Falcon Mercedes-AMG on pole position, but did he do it with a fractured shoulder blade or not?
He may have injured himself the other week, so I think we've all got to do the same, because he's been on fire all week and it's been pretty incredible. So yeah, to put us on pole position, give us the best shot for the race is pretty impressive with his little injury he's got.
Now, it's really important for you guys to get the number 4 into the lead, because you're not the quickest car on the straight here this weekend.
Yeah, we struggle on the straight a bit, but hopefully you can get a gap and lead going into turn 1 and try and get enough of a gap for, well, so that we keep the cars behind by the end of the first lap and try and work on that pace that we've got at the moment.
Don't want to spoil your party, but you know, when you start getting into lap cars, some of them are going to be 10 mile an hour quicker than you down the straight. How are you going to get past?
Well, hopefully the officials will be on it with the blue flags and stuff, and so we have to just see how it goes. The thing is, we've got good cornering speed, so the horseshoe and stuff are going to be important corners for us.
Now, you're aware that you're not allowed to flash the AM drivers aggressively. You've got to wait between flashes, so that's something you have to consider as well.
Yeah, so we're only allowed to flash once in between each corner, so it makes it a little bit harder, but the thing is here, the track's pretty wide, so it gives us quite a good opportunity to overtake on a lot of the corners.
It's nice to have clear air going into turn 1, isn't it?
Well, yeah, definitely, and so hopefully we can keep that pace that we had in qualifying all the way through the race, and we'll see how it looks in 6 hours.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam Christodoulou then gets set for his stint. It's going to be Jelmer Berman to start. Second generation racer. Dad Herman Berman was a very quick GT racer in the late 90s, early noughties in Marcos, but Jelmer Berman came out of single-seater racing where he was always spectacular. He was one of the few regular overtakers in Formula Renault and Formula 3, and has developed into a very, very good GT racer, harking back to the days of the FIA GT1 World Championship, which he was unlucky not to win with a coming together at Donington in the very last ever World Championship round. There is number 72 Ferrari on the inside of the front row of the grid, the SMP racing car, which is going to be started by Victor Schaitar. But presiding over all of this on the grid is a very proud Stefan Rattel.
Stefan, reasons to be cheerful, 1, 2 and 3. You got married last weekend. You're celebrating 25 years of the Stefan Rattel organisation, a big party in November, and you got another stellar grid here at Paul Ricard.
Yes, many reasons to be married. First of all, to my lovely wife, Mary, who's just behind me. It was very nice. I had only the weekend of Le Mans to do it, because it's about the only weekend where I didn't have a race myself. The second point is it's exactly this weekend, 25 years ago, not SRO, but me. I was working for Venturi, that I organized my first ever race. Was at Le Mans with the Venturi trophy, and it was the beginning of everything. So we will do a big celebration in Paris in November. And the third thing, of course, is the grid here, which is the Blancpain GT series remains so strong. The competition keeps on rising, and it's a wonderful event here. We're very happy.
It is a fantastic event, but can you do one thing, please? Can you turn the temperature down a little bit?
It's part of being in the south of France, you know, and I think next year Formula One will have our date. So they will enjoy the lovely weather and the heat. They get to be ready for it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Formula One comes back to Paul Ricard next year, so where the Blancpain date will fit, well, we'll wait and see, as Monsieur and Madame Rattel are together on the grid to have a stroll through this multi-million euro supercar car park, as it is for the moment, before they are released with 5 minutes to go now to the start of the formation lap and counting, ready for the rolling start of the race. The pit lane is closed, there's nobody trapped in there as far as I can see, so everybody without dramas has made it onto the grid. It's a bit relentless this weekend for the teams because they qualify on Saturday morning, and then there's this 6-hour race, of course, starting at 6 p.m. All the activity crammed into one day, so if you have a problem, it's busy, 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 and then you have to go into the race itself, and you start at the end, effectively, of a working day. So at 6 o'clock, it's normally when people are thinking, right, good, I can go and have a gin and tonic now, sit down. Not, I've got to start work. The mechanics have to get their overalls on and get ready for 6 hot, hard hours in the pit lane. Drivers likewise, and the fans, some of whom have been here all day, some have come specially for the end of the afternoon and the evening for this Blancpain GT Series race. They are taking their vantage points as well. Down on the grid there is 84. We'll have a walk up the grid in due course, but that is the Maxi Book HTP Mercedes new livery. Battlefield, the latest computer game that's being promoted, and interesting that it's going to be Maxi Book to start. Jimmy Eriksson and Franck Pereira, the other drivers, but Maxi, who won the Blancpain GT Series last year, he was the Sprint Cup champion 2 years back. Back in 2013, he was the Endurance Series champion. And the German driver has been largely associated with Mercedes. He did, of course, back in 15 have a year with HTP when they ran Bentleys, but he always seems happy, as does the team, in fairness, operating German cars rather than something from a different culture coming from Crew, the Bentleys. So Maxi Book back in the Mercedes, one of the benchmark Mercedes drivers. Whether you could argue now that the likes of Franck Pereira are getting as quick, if not quicker, well, we can discuss that over the next 6 hours. This is the Circuit Paul Ricard. It's over 5 kilometres long. The Mistral Straight is unaffected for these cars. The support races here have the chicane put in, but it's a long, fast drag all the way down that straight. And then the third sector is where you've got some twiddly bits, and that is where we've had dramas in earlier races. But it's not just about having a car that's good on horsepower around here. You've got to have one that will cope with those twisting corners. You're looking at some of them at the end of the lap. That's a section of the Mistral. On the right-hand side, as you look at the screen, is the chicane, but ignore that. The cars will do. They'll just go hammering straight along the Mistral Straight down towards Signes. The road rises uphill. They turn through that right-hander and then power out the other side. And the grid starting now to be cleared. We've got the 3-minute board shown. At the 1-minute board, the grid will be cleared. The engineers will fire up the engines and leave the grid, and after that, hopefully they can wait for an hour before they need to do anything at the first round of pit stops. So, as the grid is formed, I promise you a walk up the grid. Let's go and identify who is who. The white Mercedes is started by Jelmer Berman on pole position, and the Ferrari alongside the red, white and blue car is that of Victor Scheitar from the SMP Racing team. On the second row, yellow Ferrari, you'll see, passing Lathoris, Stefan Ortelli's Jaguar alongside. Then on the third row, there is Maxi Book in the Battlefield-backed Mercedes, and lining up alongside is Guy Smith. Giancarlo Fisichella in the red, white and green Kaspersky Ferrari is alongside the Bentley number 8, you can see there, of Vincent Abril. Then the red Mercedes, Felix Serrales, lines up alongside Nico Müller in one of the extra WRT entries. Nico Müller, the DTM racer, joining Antonio Garcia and René Rast in that car. Then it's Marco Seifried's Jaguar, Maxime Martin's BMW, with Jake Dennis in the silver and yellow Audi and Andrea Rizzoli next. Then Anthony Liu and Matteo Malucelli's green Ferrari ahead of Dominic Bauman's Mercedes and Ahmad Al-Harfi starting in the Aston Martin. Christian Engelhardt's Lamborghini next with Alex Fontana alongside. Then the Audi of Frederic Verviche and Jean-Luc Bobelic's Mercedes with Bruno Spengler's BMW and Struan Moore's Nissan next. Then the Mercedes, Maro Engel for Black Falcon on the outside of the road, and the one Porsche in the entry, Jürgen Hering, is alongside. Michael Meadows comes next after a big grid drop. Felipe Albuquerque alongside. Frank Stippler and Adrian Amstutz in the yellow Lamborghini are next, ahead of Rob Bell and the second Nissan of Katsuo Masachio. Christopher Hasser is a long way back. He's got Sam Tordoff for company. Then you've got Mikkel Jensen in the BMW alongside Andrew Watson, ahead of Giovanni Venturini's blue Lamborghini. Thomas Enger is alongside. Then it's Dries Van Toor and Lewis Williamson. Behind them, Ishikawa Motoaki and Miguel Toril. Patrick Assenheimer's yellow Mercedes next alongside Mark Rustand. Rino Mastronardi is alongside Nick Homerson. Dennis Lind and Ezequiel Perez Compact come next ahead of Antonio Berton. Clement Mathieu is alongside him. Andrea Piccini and Marco Zanettini are on the 26th row ahead of Leo Machitsky and John Venter. Fabrizio Crestani has Scott Heckert alongside him. Bernard Delhaye there is at the back of the grid alongside David Scheiwitz BMW. And we got there just in time because the cars have now been released onto this single formation lap. 6 hours of racing, 6 hours of drama, 6 hours of strategy, 6 hours of supercars. John Watson is ahead of us.
I tell you what, it is absolutely baking on this grid. Track temperature, ambient temperature are actually cooler than they are in our commentary booth. I walked in here and went, oh my goodness, I thought it was hot on the grid. It's boiling in here. But anyway, the field is now making its way around on its parade lap. And the question is, will anybody be brave enough in this opening stint or two to try and double stint? I don't believe that they will. I think it's going to be too tough and too many issues that might compromise the latter part of the event.
We've had a look at the grid in terms of the physical cars. Now let's have a look at the grid graphic with Jelmer Berman, Victor Scheitar on the front of the grid, Passin Lathoris, yellow Ferrari, Stefan Ortelli on row 2. Maxi Buch lines up alongside Guy Smith on the 3rd row of the grid. And then you've got Giancarlo Fisichella's Ferrari and Vincent Abril for company. The next row is where you will find Felix Terrales and Nico Müller in the Audi. Nico Müller, one to watch. He did very, very impressive things this year in the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Marco Seefried comes next, and then Maxime Martin's BMW lining up alongside. Jake Dennis's Audi comes next on the grid. Andrea Rizzoli, the best of those in Pro-Am, lining up next ahead of Anthony Liu, who moves from the Blancpain GT Series Asia, in which he won round 2. He's got Matteo Malucelli alongside him ahead of the Dominic Baumann Mercedes. Ahmed Al-Hafi's Aston, the Oman Racing Team car, comes next ahead of Christian Engelhardt and Alex Fontana. Then behind the Mercedes, you get to Frederic Verviche and Jean-Luc Bobelic's cars, although the Audi a little bit further back than anticipated, ahead of Bruno Spengler's BMW and Struan Moore in the Nissan. Then on the next row of the grid, you've got Mauro Engel, who was very much a late addition. He didn't arrive at the circuit until this morning. He's got Jürgen Herring's Porsche alongside him. Then it's Michael Meadows and Felipe Albuquerque in the now Audi Sport-backed ISR entry next on the grid. Frank Stippler in the second ISR car has Adrian Amstutz for company, and the rest of the grid lines up in formation. As soon as they come out through those last couple of corners, they'll get themselves into this Noah's Ark 2x2 rolling start formation. And there, as we approach 6 o'clock local time, a look at the Mistral Straight. It's a spectacular part of the world, this, and that long, fast straight into the daunting senior corner, an iconic part of this circuit.
I think that is the benchmark of this Paul Ricard circuit. It's been there since its inception at the end of 1969. Its first events were in 1970, and it was so advanced, as you can look and see. I mean, there's miles and miles of runoff, which in the day, everybody thought, well, what is this all about? Racing drivers should race on road circuits, not on places where you almost, to say, end up in the next village before you actually get into trouble.
Now, talking of getting into trouble, let's see what happens on this first lap. Yes, it's a 6-hour endurance, 6-hour sprint race, and people will say, oh, you know, qualifying doesn't matter in such a long race. Well, it does, doesn't it? Because you don't want to be mired in traffic and in jeopardy over the first few corners. So there's going to be an element of self-preservation here. One way to get clear of that traffic is to be a real gun off the line and go and gain places and try and pull away. Let's see how this all pans out as round 3 of the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup. The 6 hours of Paul Ricard is about to get underway. The lights go out. The race will get underway as soon as they cross the timing line. It is going to be this battle between Mercedes and Ferrari off the grid as the cars work their way now up towards the line. If the race director is happy, he will give the signal to go racing, which he does. The clock starts. 6 hours of action is going. It is going to be Jelmer Berman in the Mercedes on the inside line. Alongside him in the Ferrari is Victor Scheitar as they dive down towards the first corner at Verrières. Guy Smith in Bentley 7 tries to join that mix as well. And look at this enormous 58-car field pouring down towards the first corner. Have they all made it through safe and sound? Well, 1 or 2 go across the runoff, but the good news is there's no contact, and it is Jelmer Berman in the lead. But look at this battle going on for second. Scheitar just ahead of Guy Smith, and then it's Stefan Ortelli in the big cat in 4th.
Yeah, Scheitar was really challenging into turn 1, the Mercedes, but Guy Smith make great start off the 3rd row of the grid, now challenging for that 2nd place as they come around. And look how busy there's bits of bodywork, bits of marker cones. I think some of the drivers have gone so far inside in these sequence of slow corners.
On board with 23 Nissan, Katsumasachio at the wheel of it as he threads his way up through Lecole onto the Mistral straight. And now the Nissan gets a run on number 5 Audi, then comes up alongside Dries Van Toor.
And watch this Nissan go. It was by far, or the two Nissans were by far the quickest cars down the straight. 284 kilometers per hour, 177 miles an hour. Look, he picks them off one by one by one, picking up the slipstream as he goes down the straight. The issue I mentioned to Adam Christodoulou on the grid was about straight line speed. Nissan has got the hugest advantage in a straight line.
Fantastic, and then he runs out of road. It's Senior, he's off the road. Others go with him as well, but Chio-san, having gained a whole heap of places, has just lost a fair few by running off the circuit.
I think just simply there wasn't space in the middle of Scene Corner, and he was carrying that additional speed, not just of the straight line performance of the Nissan, but of course the aerodynamic draft. So he was probably doing up to 290 kilometers per hour, and then he made a mistake, ran wide, and has had to give up some of those positions.
But the good news is, no damage, no physical car damage. Okay, the damage is he's lost a few places, but he can hopefully buy those back. As at the end of lap 1, here they come over the timing line. The Mercedes there gets run out wide. That's the Michael Meadows car, I suspect, as they come across the timing line. Now others run wide, but at the end of lap 1, it is Berman leading. Second, it is 72. Which is shown as being Miguel Molina, but we were told Victor Schaitar to start. Third is Guy Smith, fourth is Stefan Ortelli, fifth is Maxi Bouc, Vincent Abril runs sixth, seventh is Viti Keller, eighth is Serrales, ninth it is Nico Müller, and 10th is Marco Seefried. And Jelmer Berman's advantage at the end of lap 1 over a second as he tries to get away now.
And he needs to get away. He got all the good work done through turns 1, 2 and 3. He had broke in effect what would be the two from the second place Ferrari. He consolidated his position down the straight into Scene, and once he got into the twisty bits, then the Mercedes, its advantage came back to it, and once again Jelmer Berman has used that advantage just over a second between first and second place, but he can build on that, and that's what he's got to focus on as we get into what, just over 2 and a bit minutes of racing. We've got another 5 hours and 57 minutes or so to go.
But we know it's going to be a 6-hour sprint as the Nissan 23 then accelerates onto the Mistral. Now Chio at the end of the opening lap had dropped down, of course, having lost those places at Scene, so now he's got to try and buy them all back again. Here we go, it's like a replay.
I mean, it's like he's in a different race. I mean, most of the cars are averaging around about 275 kilometers per hour. Look at the traffic coming down the Mistral straight, and then they have to get into line to get through Scene Corner. You can't go through side by side other than with a car that you really would maybe not naturally be racing with. But there is, look, in the middle of the pack, there is the 23 Nissan, and it just has been demolishing everybody around it in a straight line, that is.
So 32nd was Chio at the start of this lap. Let's see what he can do come the end of it as he works his way now up through the next long left-hander through Bendor, then onto Village. Tour is next, but out of the Virage du Pont comes Victor Schaitar in second place. Now, while he's repelling the challenge of Guy Smith, of course, Jelmer Berman is doing his level best to get away up the road. It was 1 second the advantage at the end of the opening lap. We've now got 2 in the book, and it's 1.8 seconds between the top 2.
Just to emphasise that Nissan point about straight line speed, the sister car, the 22 car, Stuart Mohan, he is fastest overall in Sector 2, which is part of that Mistral straight. So that's where the Nissans are really hammering the opposition.
Number 17 coming under attack. This is Jake Dennis, and he's got Dominic Baumann tucked up behind him. So there's a good little squabble there for 15th and 16th places, with Matteo Malucelli having got past the pair of them, in fact, in the green Ferrari. You'll see in a moment flash into shot. Now here, Maxi Bouc has got himself onto the tail of Vincent Abril.
I thought just for a second we might have seen the Bentley getting into second place, but in fact they side by side, and you can go the long way around. It puts you into prime position for Lecole. That's the left-hander onto the straight. The Audi was slightly compromised on that exit.
Well, that was Nico Müller, and Felix Serrales, the Puerto Rican driver, almost lost the place, but now in a straight line. Expect that Mercedes to go charging away. It's got the Grump, hasn't it, in a straight line, so the Audi has to stay behind, but now getting a tow. Here comes Nico Müller. He goes to the outside, or the inside effectively now, as he progresses along the straight for the next corner, so he'll have the inside line for Senior. Does he gain the place? Yes, he does! Through goes Nico Müller, Audi ahead of Mercedes, and that gives him 8th place.
The Mercedes was slightly slower because it was compromised coming onto the straight. It got the position, but that exit speed out of Lecole was a little bit slower than Nico Müller and the Audi, and then the Audi was able to regroup, pick up the draft from the Mercedes, and did a brave thing by getting up alongside. But once he was alongside, he had control of the corner, that Scene corner, and there was little that the Mercedes was going to be able to do about it.
Right, so Vincent Abril in number 8 Bentley, we saw getting ahead of Maxi Boot. That puts the Bentleys 3rd and 5th. Nico Müller there, number 1, up into 8th place at the expense of Felix Morales as they come through the Virage du Pont. Now, fastest lap of the race, for what it's worth, early doors, is Jelmer Berman. Of course, it may well be that it's hard to top that because in a few laps' time you'll be heading into traffic. So Jelmer Berman has done a 1:58.745. Some way adrift of the qualifying lap, but they're on a heavy fuel load, of course, early into the stint. But the fastest lap claimed by the race leader, and he's got an advantage of 2 seconds. In 14th place going through, passing Lathouras in a car that was competitive here last year, the Ferrari, run by the AF Corsa team. And back on board now with Katsumasa Chio as he threads his way through Verrières at the start of the lap, and he's hunting down that traffic ahead.
Yeah, essentially he's back where he was at the beginning of the opening lap on the Seine straight, or the Mistral straight leading up at the Seine corner. So it's taken him effectively 2 laps to recover. He's running the tail of the BMW, and wait and see when he gets onto the straight. That'll be once again the victim of the straight line performance of the Nissan GT-R. And Chio will be kicking himself for having wasted 3 laps. All the work he did in the opening lap. Now watch, just see the performance differential between the BMW with that V8 twin turbo against the V6 twin turbo, picking up the draft, and it's the back end of the straight with that performance difference is going to show up. BMW stage on the right of track makes the Nissan go the longer way around. So he's going to catch and pass. Is he going to get past the Mercedes or not? Mercedes drifting back easily, gets past well before he has to commit to going into Seine corner.
So Alex Fontana loses a place in the Mercedes. Mikkel Jensen in the BMW, the former Formula 3 racer, he goes back 1 spot as well. So Chio, where did we have him? 32nd. At the start of this lap he was 27th, he's now 25th and still hustling on, still making progress in the RJN, Bob Neville's team run Nissan. And of course that's another team and car combination that has won here in the past. So just like Bentley comes in with some confidence and some optimism, so also does Nissan, but it's Mercedes leading the way. Jelmer Berman comes over the timing line, still being pursued by Victor Shahitar in 72 Ferrari. In 3rd place you've got Guy Smith in the Bentley, 4th is Stefan Ortelli in the Jaguar. That goes to show you how far the Emile Frey Racing Jaguars have come. Yes, I know they've got good drivers involved now, but it was always reliability that was the bête noire of those cars. Now they've cured that. They can make more development, they can make progress, and there they are on merit running at the front.
Absolutely, they've got the pace, they've got the reliability, and they've got the driver lineup to carry those two values forward. So on merit, it is staying ahead of the Bentley in 5th place. That is Vincent Abril.
And there he's passing Lathouras, who has developed into a very rapid silver grady driver, hasn't he? Having raced in the International GT Open, in Blancpain, in British GT. He's done a lot of mileage in a short space of time. We understand that 26 Marc Rostin, the experienced French driver, has had a spin. He was quite a long way down anyway in the Santalot car, but that has not really helped his chances either. So Rostin is currently in 58th place, and that's last.
Of course, for passing Lathouras, the car started on the 2nd row of the grid. Such an advantage in a race of this duration, but principally with such a large field that you get away almost, you're carried by the pace of the cars ahead of you and behind you. They sort of carry you onwards.
Here comes Chio. That was Ahmad Al-Harthi dropping back a place in the Aston Martin. And Aston Martins aren't slow in a straight line, so have a look to the outside. Where's the Nissan? There it is, hustling on up the order. So now he is into 22nd place.
And you know, you can't believe how frustrating it is for people who don't have that straight line performance, and they know they're going to be nailed on the straight. They might be quicker on the corner. We see the Mercedes 2.5 seconds up the road from the 2nd place Ferrari, but when it comes, if it does come to the situation of the lead car, be it the number 4 Mercedes trying to lap the 23 or the 22 Nissan, it ain't going to get it done in a straight line.
No, that's very true. And of course, let's factor in the traffic as well as different driver speeds through all of this, and the BOP as the race wears on. So there's so much to look for, and how the race is going to change the feel depending on who is behind the wheel of the car at a given time. So we've done 10 minutes. It's been fairly frantic, but up front, Jelmer Berman trying to extend this advantage. Look in the background there, passing Lathouras is coming under attack, isn't he, in the yellow Ferrari, because Jake Dennis, another ex-single-seater gun, is right there behind him. Jake's been doing a part season of Formula 3 this year as well for Carlin, but really GT's the main focus, driving with Robin Frintz and Stuart Leonard, and of course Robin and Stuart's sprint race, qualifying race winners at Zolder at the start of the month. There is the 333 Ferrari. which has got Matteo Malucelli at the wheel of it, replacing Daniel Kalvitz, who hurt himself in an accident in the week. And Malucelli is going very nicely in that car, 13th, and heading Pro-Am at the moment.
And we're looking at the car that really has been the dominant driver-car combination on board with Christian Engelhardt and the 63 Lamborghini. We expected it in qualifying to do one of those mega laps, put it in the front row of the grid. Didn't quite happen, and the penalty is that they get then embroiled in this middle of the pack type battle. And Christian Engelhardt currently running in 18th place. 18th place, 63 Grasser Racing Lamborghini Huracan.
Okay, let me offer you the sister car.
Oh, contact coming in. He contact, two cars hit coming into Scene Corner. Pass on Laforoge was a snooker pole on the outside and got spun out. Now I need to see which car it was that made the contact, but we are aware that.
Well, Laforoge have got going again. I was about to offer you the sister Lamborghini, because that's last after a spin. In 58th place is the compact number 19 car. Now, has Laforoge got damage? He's keeping out of harm's way, but it may well be that that car has to pit at the end of this lap just in case that whack has done something nasty to the suspension. So Laforoge off the road at Scene. He's back on again. Right, John,
look again, keep an eye, the yellow Ferrari, and it was the Audi.
Jake Dennis.
Yep, so it was, Jake Dennis was lining up to make a pass on Laforoge, and it was one of those passes that, to me, both drivers bear responsibility. It'll probably be a 0-0 draw, and I would imagine that that's how the race stewards would see it. But of course, if you're on the inside, you need to be aware that the car that you're passing, that's on the outside, will want to make its cut. It has to turn at some point.
So Laforoge is down to 34th place. So it was a costly off of that, biffed out of the way. So the stewards will have a look at it, and it may well be that we have some more replays as they have a look as well in race control, just to see whether it was a racing accident or whether Jake Dennis has a case to answer there. But he has gained out of all of that, of course. He's up to 14th, and passing Laforoge, he's down to 34th. And there, down the pit road, comes number 6, which is Nathaniel Berton, and that is definitely not a scheduled stop.
Absolutely not. Now, well, that's contact that we didn't see. There's so much action going on all the way through the field, and what we're seeing now is the race coming up to 15 minutes old. There are groups of cars separated by maybe 2 or 3 seconds between each group, and within those groups it is intense.
So you saw Nathaniel Berton arrive at the WRT pit stand. They will refuel it first, come what may, and then they'll worry about whatever else they need to do. You're on board here with Engelhardt.
Now that was the problem, I think, with passing Laforoge. He was on the right-hand side of the track. He wanted to come a little bit more to the left, and of course the fact that Laforoge was on the outside, so it was the Jake Dennis Audi on the inside. Had to find room to get through. So the stewards will look at that incident, and they'll review it a number of times.
Nathaniel Berton has just rejoined. I couldn't see very much activity other than fuel. Whether they changed tyres, I couldn't see. But that might be a clever way of trying to get him out of the traffic and do something really radical on strategy. So number 6 will be one to keep an eye to when we get towards the business end of this race and see whether that strategy has worked. They've only just stayed on the lead lap, though, in fairness.
I don't think it was a part of the strategy. I think there was a reason they came in. They've taken the opportunity to do a service at the same time, and the car's gone back out. So we wait and see what that will do. It'll only feature much later in proceedings.
Because, as I say, it's only just stayed on that lead lap. It's down in 57th place now. So it may have been a problem that brought it in early, and they've tried to make the best out of it. But Nathaniel Berton then, from the pit lane, continues as 63 Christian Engelhardt. Now, where is he circulating at the moment? 17th, which is not what you anticipate. There is the Matteo Malucelli Ferrari, which is 13th, heading Pro-Am. Second in Pro-Am is Andrea Rizzoli in the Kessel Racing Ferrari. And third in Pro-Am is Ahmad Al-Hafi, who is with Turkish driver Salah Yoluk, as well as Johnny Adam this weekend. We're expecting another heroic stint from Johnny, just like we got at Monza and at Le Mans.
I just got a glimpse of the lead Pro-Am car down in 13th place, which is at this stage, I would say, comfortable.
Yeah, I'll go along with that. Now, put your surprised face on. Incident between passing Laforoge and Jake Dennis under investigation.
I would like to see it again and again and again, because the camera view we had was from the corner looking at it. There may be other shots that we don't have access to, but when you get two cars very close, and there was the Audi on the inside, Laforoge on the outside, Laforoge and Dennis had to make their commitment at some point, and the consequence was that the impact, if there's going to be any judgment as to which driver may have been more at fault, we will find that out most likely it will be seen as an incident. There we go again, look at it again. Well, he's got it, both drivers are sort of in almost no man's land. To me, the Audi was sufficiently alongside the Ferrari that Pathoros might have been wiser to concede at that point. But of course, it's easy to sit in a commentary booth and give a view. It's quite a different thing when you're sitting in a race car and there's action going on all around you. And of course, entering Scene Corner at such high speeds in a GT3 car is not for the faint-hearted.
So race order, 8 laps in, Mercedes leads, Jelmer Berman is at the wheel of it, second Ferrari, Victor Scheitar, third Bentley, Guy Smith, fourth Jaguar, as you see there, Marco Seefried having a real battle, he's trying to get past Frederic Vervisch. I'll come back to the order in a moment because this is elbows out stuff, and Marco Seefried is hanging on to what is a newly won 10th place. Vervisch is going to be on the outside line, we've got a yellow flag in the third sector as well. Vervisch loses the place, but he's off the road, and now up alongside him tries to come Maxime Martin in the BMW on the inside. Is he going to be able to do it? Not quite. Frederic Vervisch in this battle of Belgians keeps fellow countryman Maxime Martin at bay, and that's the reason that we've got a yellow, because 51 is off the road. It's the AF Corsa Ferrari, and Ishikawa Motoaki, the Japanese driver, is at the wheel of it, and the Porsche as well is off the road. That was Jürgen Herring.
And a tyre.
And a tyre as well. So that's, I think he's coming
safety car
the end of the lap.
Yeah. Full course yellow.
Let's see. Depends really how long it's going to take to clear the cars out of the way, doesn't it? So here, Malucelli is about to try and go for a place against Maxime Martin. There you can see bits of debris lying on the road at Signy. They'll want to clear those, I would have thought, with so much more of the race to go. Full course yellow is called. Full course yellow, and look, some respond far quicker than others. That was Marco Seefried almost getting into the back of Felix Serrales.
I tell you what, focusing that was for Marco Seefried, because all of a sudden he got caught out. Coming up into Scene, the Porsche on the inside. Now, the Porsche further back in that contact, and I would think that if there's any judgment, it'll be the Porsche was a little bit aspirational. It wasn't sufficiently far alongside the Ferrari to believe that he could take the corner, and in the process, the right rear tire of the Ferrari, literally, it was cut down in a nanosecond. There it runs through, picture just as we're talking.
So there's Motoaki out of the car. His race is run. That therefore takes out of the race Lorenzo Bontempelli and Olivier Beretta. And what about the Porsche? Did that stagger on?
It certainly would probably need a visit to the pits, as the Ferrari now has been abandoned. It certainly is -1 rear tyre, whether the rim and tyre look to me more like the tyre. Look how far the car has ended up off track.
Just thinking that Marshall needs a taxi, doesn't he, to get himself back towards the curbing.
There's the Porsche trying vainly. And is it going to make it? It's got the Marshall, they're trying.
We're going to go safety car. I've just seen the safety car leave the pit lane. So Alain Adom has called for a full course yellow. Everybody slows right down, but I think in a moment we'll find the safety car legend is displayed. There is the Porsche, and there is the safety car, but it's not got its lights on yet. So it is on track ready, but it's not yet been called for, if that makes sense. We're still under full course yellow conditions.
It makes sense, but well, it's picked up the race leader now anyway, so that's the principle of putting the safety car on track. And there is the right rear Pirelli tyre from the Ferrari. Let's look again and see the Porsche, in my view, was nowhere near far enough alongside to believe, and immediately the tyre just pops off the rim, and the Ferrari goes for a very long bit of reverse driving. The Porsche sort of comes to a standstill at the exit of Scene Corner, just at a part of the racetrack. There's the tyre rolling through again. It's almost comical.
And we now go safety car. It is official. So you've seen it, the lights are on. So we are now into an official safety car period here.
And Jelmer Berman, all that good work, built up just under a 6-second advantage over the 72 Ferrari.
So race order is Mercedes leading Ferrari, Berman ahead of Scheitor. Bentley third, Guy Smith, as you look at the damaged Ferrari. Fourth, Jaguar Ortelli. Fifth, Bentley Abril. Sixth, Mercedes Buch. Seventh, Ferrari Fisichella. Eighth, Audi Muller. Ninth, Mercedes Serrales. 10th, Jaguar Marco Seefried. After that, you've got Audi, BMW, Ferrari, Audi, Mercedes to round out the top 15. Class leaders, well, Pro is as overall. Pro-Am is the Matteo Malucelli Ferrari 333. Second Ferrari is Andrea Rizzoli. Third is 97 Aston Martin Ahmad Al-Harfi. And then in the AM Cup, 41st overall is the AM Cup leading Rino Mastronardi Ferrari, ahead of treble 7 Bernard Delhez in the Lamborghini Huracan. And third is 888 Marco Zanettini's Ferrari.
There is a lack of AM cars. They seem to be sort of bit by bit finding that maybe other options suit those gentleman drivers more than the rail. I mean, we've seen rail cut and thrust here at this part of the racetrack on 2 occasions, and the race is only just under 20 minutes old, and that is in part the essence of the younger pro drivers that are coming in to the Blancpain Sprint and Endurance Championships, and whether you like it or not, that's what you get when you bring in pro drivers.
And there's also, of course, the Blancpain GT Sports Club now to cater for the AMs. The AM Cup winner from Monza, Alex de Mergian, is one of the drivers here this weekend, and he's set the fastest qualifying time for the amateur race, where you're on your own, and actually the car is yours all weekend. You get loads of track time in that respect. Just quickly to go back to the incidents, the Porsche-Ferrari crash we've just seen is being investigated. 777 Bernard Delhez is under investigation for overtaking under the safety car, and the earlier incident, which was the passing Lathoris Jake Dennis, no further action. That's a racing incident, it is deemed. You were right, John.
Well, I like to think sometimes I, fair on getting things right. I don't always, as you might well point out to me off air.
The thought never occurred to me. But on that one, spot on, and it was a racing accident. I mean, you said at the time it was very, very hard to call, and early in the race you've got 2 drivers going for it, and Jake Dennis, of course, is put in that car to drive flat out, isn't he? He's not there to sit behind people.
No, he's not, and I mean, one of the difficulties again, it is a very challenging corner. You're coming to it at high speed. That both cars were doing in excess of 175 miles an hour, and whether Pascal Lathoris felt that the Audi was going to concede, or whether he was fully aware of just how far up alongside the Jake Dennis Audi was, we will only ever find that out maybe later in the evening, maybe hopefully when Pascal Lathoris, for example, gets out of the Ferrari, he might have an opportunity to get a quick word and get his version, and likewise when Jake Dennis gets out of the Audi, you'll always get 2 different versions of the same story.
Quite a lot of teams concerned that they were being rather more responsible when that full course yellow was called for than others, but in a sense it doesn't really matter now, does it? Because with the safety car they were all going to bunch up anyway.
Yeah, I mean that's the difference between a full course yellow and a safety car intervention. So the safety car has come out, and probably the wisest thing to do, and let the corner workers, these recovery vehicles, pick up, and it's not just the car itself, we keep referring to it, with carbon fibre, which is, without carbon fibre motor racing today, cars would weigh a ton and a bit. So if you get bits of carbon fibre on the racetrack, it is important that they are, where possible, cleared away. And there's no urgency right now to get this race back underway. Get the circuit cleared up, get all the detritus that's on the track, get the cars that are off track, get them removed to safety, and then this race will be underway, I would imagine, within the next 10 or so minutes.
We've just had 911 Porsche through the pit lane and back into the race. Now it's lost only 1 lap with all of that. Jürgen Hering has stayed behind the wheel of it, so although that car is being investigated for its part in the incident, in terms of physical damage, it's got away relatively lightly and has just rejoined the race. There is Andy Soucek, waiting for his turn, the Spanish driver, who is a big kite surfing fan, but he was 3rd in the Endurance Cup last year. He's also been 3rd in years past in the ELMS in GT, and a former Belcar champion as well, and a former Spanish Formula 3 champion, and he's racing Formula 2 and Formula Renault 3.5, and he's very much a star driver.
Well, looking at his musical interest, house, I didn't know he was born in Manchester.
Hey, don't knock it.
I'm not knocking it, but I mean, that's where I thought House was born.
Exactly. The Hacienda, the famous nightclub, is now a Des Res. It's very expensive apartments, but somehow I can't see Andy Soucek roaming around Manchester these days. Anyway, we'll see. Crewe, for whom, of course, is the hometown of Bentley. It's not a million miles away from Manchester. We might make him an honorary Manc if he's got the right musical taste. How about that? Safety car staying out. All the gaps close up between the cars. When the lights go out on top of the safety car, it will peel in. Guy Claret is the man that drives the safety car, himself a regular racer, so he understands what the drivers are doing, and therefore he understands the pace at which he has to go to maintain a safe pace for the competing cars behind him.
Yes, when the safety car finally gets back into its station, which will be in the pit lane, and the track goes green again, it is really up to Jelmer Berman to take advantage of his current lead position, but everybody else behind, the Ferrari, the Bentley, the Jaguar, the Bentley, the Mercedes, they will absolutely need to be on their mettle, because it's an opportunity for any of the top 6 cars to make some AC/DC. Stefano Telli, you're far too old. Actually, so are AC/DC.
So now you get a feel for the driver's musical tastes, and the Frenchman, although he's now running under a Monegasque licence, multiple GT champion, Spa 24-hour winner outright in a second-class car in the days when we had NGT and GT, Le Mans winner, of course, in the days of a Porsche 911 GT1. There is Pascal Lathoris, who has pitted under the safety car. Makes sense.
Absolutely, I think that's a really smart call from the, of course, the team to bring in Pascal Lathoris. He was a part of that incident with Jake Dennis earlier in the race, and bring him in, get him out of sequence, and it's using the safety car. In fact, it was that car a year ago that should have really been the winner, but because the Garage 59 McLaren opted and made a very clever move, got their car in and got advantage under the safety car. So maybe, of course, have taken a leaf out of Garage 59's book from last year, and could be a smart play. Again, it will reflect much later in the event.
Indeed so. Now, the safety car is in at the end of this lap, so when we get to the scheduled stop for all of these cars, that Ferrari is going to just go storming up through the field, but it is going to be out of sequence. We need to keep an eye to that late race. Now, considering we're going to go racing at the end of this lap, I'm still surprised that so many gaps have opened up. Now, Jelmer Berman starts to slow the pace, but there are an awful lot of people that still are on the approach to the Mistral Straight.
But, you know, what are their pits doing? What is the pit crew telling them? They should be telling them, get onto the gearbox or the rear wing of the car ahead of you. You know, don't go to sleep. Leave your chicken wings until later in the evening before you start eating them.
And even if you are listening to AC/DC or house music, turn it off, concentrate on the job in hand here. And through senior comes the back of the pack. But there is Jelmer Berman, who now accelerates away. He has led since the original start. He's got Victor Shahitar behind him, and then Guy Smith, and then Stefan Ortelli. So it's Mercedes, Ferrari, Bentley, Jaguar, Bentley, Mercedes in the top 6. And away storms Jelmer Berman, and of course here, slow corner onto a nice long straight. All of the torque, all of the grunt from the Mercedes, he's always going to help him, and he's 6/10 to the good when they break the timing beam.
Yeah, I thought Victor Scheiter did a pretty good job on staying in touch, but inevitably the lead car, once the safety car is withdrawn, has got that advantage. But everybody else from 2nd through to a 10th place, pretty close at this restart.
We haven't talked about it yet, but the pit stop maximum times, you've got to do a stop that's no greater than 64 and 91 seconds. So that stop for AF Corse with the Ferrari, just to put some fuel in it, under the 64-second mark, you top up the tank, you get him out, and he can stay on the lead lap.
Now, that was what the AF Corse team chose to do. There were teams that were looking at making that kind of stop in what might call real time. So instead of changing a set of wheels and tyres, taking the punt and running a double stint on the tyres, but the feeling is that if you do it, that the loss of performance on that second stint on the original set of tyres would probably maybe lose you up to a second a lap, and it would basically negate what you think was an advantage in first place.
So let's see how it pans out for number 50 Ferrari. 55th it runs. There, Captain Masaccio. He's up to 22nd, and the next target is Felipe Albuquerque. We've got a load of people running way wide off the road at senior, and one of them is a WRT Audi. Is that the Muller car? It is. It is Miko Muller, who was 8th, and he's been way off track there. He's now got Marco Seefried with him, but others were running wide as well. So somebody ahead of you goes wide. If you're judging your pace against theirs, you're going to go even wider. So Muller is the one in strife now. He's got Frederic Verviche up behind him. He's got Marco Seefried in the blue Jaguar alongside. Seefried gets elbowed off the road. Verviche trying to protect his teammate and also gain a place. There they are, side by side. 2 is Verviche, the blue Jaguar is Marco Seefried. Right with them is Maxime Martin. Into Virage du Pont they come. And amazingly enough, they've all so far got through safely. Martin is the one that gets elbowed out a bit wide over the curb. 5.5 hours to go.
I mean, all they're doing is slowing one another down. They were slow off the final corner onto the pit straight, but they all got round more or less without any contact. But it is close. The Jaguar now been overtaken by Maxime Martin into turn 1 and through turn 2. That was the consequence of the Jaguar being out of position coming through the penultimate corner, the final corner, onto pit straight. It just didn't have that drive to give him the punch down pit straight up into turn 1.
Now the stewards are getting busy because the 911, if you see what I mean, number 911, the Porsche has copped a 1-minute stop and go penalty for causing a collision.
I hate to say it, but I think that's the right judgment. I don't mean this is the right judgment, I hate to say it, but it looked, the Porsche was not sufficiently alongside before that contact occurred. The Ferrari was just hip and shouldered off the racetrack and out of the race. And this, again, is the penalty should reflect not just the error that you might have committed, but what's happened to the competitor. That car's out of the race. They've spent hundreds of thousands of euros, dollars, pounds, or maybe in the case, yen, to compete, and for maybe no fault of their own, according to the judge of the day, the steward, that's the penalty. 1 minute penalty is actually probably quite lenient.
Yeah, because that's what, half a lap, isn't it? They'll drop off the lead lap, or they'll lose yet more time, but it's, as you say, relatively lenient, as the team is now double-checking when it has to make that stop go, but it's normally within 3 passings of the timing line from when the message comes up on the screen. They can't combine it with a pit stop, incidentally. You have to do penalty pit stops in isolation. You can't save that, for example, until your routine stop at the hour mark and try and combine the two. We had a good battle there. Ahmad Al-Harthi battling with Alex Fontana. We're now having people investigated for track limits, one of whom is Jake Dennis. The race leader is about to put 14 laps in the book, and Jelmer Berman's advantage is on the up again. It is now, as they cross the line, 2 seconds. Third, fourth, fifth are getting themselves together, aren't they? Guy Smith, Stefan Ortelli, Vincent Abril.
Yes, indeed, and that's where these two Bentleys with the Jaguar. In between there is the 55 Ferrari, the Kaspersky, and it's showing Fisichella behind the wheel.
Yeah.
So Giancarlo, there he is.
So he's in 6th place, and as he comes down towards the chicane, Maxi Buch is behind him. Then it's Felix Terrales in the ACA ASP Mercedes. So Maxi doing the first stint for a change. They normally put him in at the end, but not really carving his way up the order. That HTP car, not yet looking as impressive as the Black Falcon car in the lead.
I think that the straight line performance of the Mercedes AMGs is down on some of the other competition that it's around. So if you get caught in a chain of cars as you are here, it's really difficult to ultimately lap the potential of the car. You're always being controlled by that car ahead of you, which might lap slower than your car could do, but how do you get past if you can't pass on these high-speed parts of the racetrack?
Fair point, exactly. So for the moment, Maxi Buch stuck in traffic as the race leaders work their way through Senior. Then for the 15th time, it is Jelmer Berman leading the way. 2 seconds clear of the Russian driver, Misha Shaitan. Somebody off in the background, look, having gone off at the chicane and into the barrier and back onto the runoff by the side of the road. That, I fear, might be the Reiter Lamborghini. We'll try and have a proper look in a moment, but I fear that's number 24 that has gone off the road, and that would be that would be Thomas Enger at the wheel for the first stint.
Strange, because that's actually part of the circuit that is used for the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Yeah. And either he got, again, hip and shouldered off, and car just suddenly went to the left, slid, hit the barrier side on, and that again is going to see, I would have thought there would be certainly a full course yellow to get that car. We're seeing, well, it is a full course yellow, just been called.
So what have we done? This is now lap 16 for the race leader that we have started. So let's call it lap 15 for the full course yellow to be deployed for the incident for 24 Thomas Enger. But fascinated to know how it got there. I saw it in the background spearing off the circuit.
I think obviously it was contact. But is it inappropriate to say, calm down, dear, to the entire field?
Well, no, because it isn't a 30-minute sprint, is it? There are 5 hours and 25 minutes to go.
Maxi Buch is in.
Yeah. Well, now this is the window for the teams, isn't it? Because now you can play the strategy. You've done over half an hour, so now your notional pit window is open. This is when you can try something different, and you never know how long this safety car or this full course yellow period could be. If there's barrier damage, for example, we'll keep an eye to it. But at very high speed, of course, Enger off the road there.
Well, I mean, you're doing 160 miles an hour, and that looked like all of a sudden the car just speared off to the left, slid over what would be the exit of the chicane on the Mistral Straight and sideways into the barrier. That would have been the barrier at the exit on the inside of that chicane.
And of course, that early pit stop for 84 means that not only can it play the strategy, and so too can number 17 Audi, but while we're under slow conditions like this, you're not going to lose as much as if it were green flag. So you'll lose less time on the pit stops, and you can also play the strategy. There, you've got 17 Audi in. So driver change there. I think Jake Dennis out of the car. Behind also in has come John Venter, the South African driver, in his WRT Audi. So you have a whole a whole line of cars, including, look, the AF Corsa Ferrari back
second.
in.
I wonder why.
That's intriguing.
We didn't see it in the pit stop itself. So would they have decided to make a driver change? They wouldn't want to well, they could have put additional fuel in. They wouldn't have changed the tyres because there wouldn't have been sufficient time to do that. If you refuel, you could have done a driver change, but it would be very, very tight in terms of that 64. Let's look again and see in the background now what was going on. Did he go over the curb on the right-hand side of the track, got airborne in the back? There is a part of the short circuit, the test circuit, and looks like there was a curb. The car ran over the curb, the back got kicked up in the air. That put the car literally almost sideways on, and there is, so work is continuing to, let's have a look. It's difficult with that long range, it's not particularly clear, very hazy, but it was a very hairy ride, and that went from the right of track right across the front of following cars and then ended up just by the barrier on the left-hand side of the straight.
So very unusual incident. The car will need retrieval. The barrier that got hit probably is kind of to the right as you look in the chicane, but the race director will want to make sure it's not suffered any damage just in case anybody else should go off. Unusual a place as it may be. And there, Thomas Enger out of the car after a very, very big impact. The medical car has been deployed, but understandable because they'll want to make sure that he's okay. Probably a bit shaken and winded after that.
I mean, Thomas is, I love him. He's one of the great characters of our sport, and he's had a few knocks and bangs in the past. This one I don't know what he'll put it down to, but certainly where that incident began is where, if you like, the short version of the Grand Prix circuit rejoins, and there is a curb. You can't really see it in that shot, but if you go across those broad white markings which define the Mistral Straight, there is a curb on the inside of where that shortened version of the Grand Prix circuit would rejoin. Looked like he drove over that, kicked the back of the car up in the air, and then he was simply, well, he was almost an astronaut at one point. He was certainly a passenger.
So the good news is he's out of the car. Don't look back in anger. Thomas Enger out of the race, and it's a great shame. The Reiter Lamborghini we've not seen in the championship all season. It deprives Caitlin Wood and Heiko Halle-Seckengas a run. As into the pit lane now come second, third, fourth, in fact pretty much everybody except the leader. So Black Falcon have decided to keep Berman out. Victor Scheitar staying out as well. So it's Smith, Ortelli, Abril, Fisichella, Muller. In they all come. Now, that could be very clever strategy on the part of Black Falcon and SMP, or it could be a big own goal.
I'm sort of thinking between... I think they should have come in.
I would agree with that.
And the downside is they have to go round under a full course yellow while all your principal competitors are in the pits doing their refueling. Some of them maybe just doing refueling, maybe not a driver change. Some of them are changing wheels as the 14 Jaguar and the 114 Jaguar likewise. So they're going to give a full service, so they cannot leave the pit lane under that 91-second delta time. And the same for the Bentley as well. So I fear that maybe the Black Falcon team maybe have missed a trick, but it's easy again for us sitting in the commentary position and not knowing the entire story as to whether they should or should not have come in.
Yeah, I would have thought they should have been in as well. I would agree with that. Let me just have a look as a litmus test to see what one of the other teams has done. You see, already, looking down the order, you've got Barwell having brought its cars in. They're always very, very good on the strategies. We saw, was it here last year that Barwell had to start right at the very back or even to the pit lane and was at one point looking for a Pro-Am win. So Barwell are always with Andy Robinson as one of the chief engineers, very, very good. They've done 2 pit stops already, you see, so they're playing with the strategy. So I would say, yes, Black Falcon should have been in. I'd go with that. We've seen AF Corsa do 2 stops passing Nathoris. Now, look, how many places has he bought back now because he stopped a lap earlier than, for example, there, the HTP yellow Mercedes. Look where the Jaguar is relative to passing Nathoris now. So AF Corsa, having made 2 stops already, have bought back a load of places.
That was a good call, that first stop, for sure. That has given them now the benefit of that stop, and with the full course yellow, track position, and, well, I mean, it's a bit of like a game of chess at this stage. I mean, normally you wouldn't expect it to be playing out as it is doing so early. We're just coming up to, what, 40 minutes into, or just over 40 minutes into this 6-hour race. and it has been action literally from the minute the lights went out.
But however clever you are with your strategy pre-race, you can never guarantee what's going to happen, can you? Because all of those different run plans that the engineers will have drawn up now are consigned to the bin because of circumstance. They've got to think on their feet, and that's another of the great parts of sports car racing, GT racing, and the endurance factor. We're going safety car now. We are going safety car, so now everybody will be bunched up, and the safety car is going to be deployed once again as the barrier is repaired, and also as the medical crew just make sure that Thomas Enger is okay. So the car has to be removed, the barrier has to be made safe, so we will go safety car. And here, replay from the pits, number 7 Bentley just about gets out.
Yeah, and followed by its sister, the number 8. So the number 8 has been slightly more benefit, or has benefited slightly more than the 7. The 7 has lost ground as we could look again down from scene corner down to the scene of that incident with Thomas Enger, and it's where the barrier demarcates the exit of the chicane. It is, and actually it's an unprotected part of the barrier. It's not a part of the racetrack you would imagine a race car would ever get in contact with the barrier, because they're running parallel to it. But then nobody would have expected the Lamborghini, the Ricard Lamborghini, to go a little bit off track, catch that curb, get flung up in the air, and then literally rotate across 90 degrees to the flow of traffic and slam into the barrier. And it is important that these barriers, their integrity is not compromised. So we can't see the extent of the damage from that camera angle, and the other cameras that we have can't also quite see it because we're looking at it from the outside. So this is the problem. This is Bentley trying to get back out. We've got the Mercedes directly ahead, is being pushed back, so it's slightly compromising, and Bentley waiting because they would have to put on maximum lock, which a race car, and then of course now the traffic's coming. I mean, just compounds itself, and that's cost Bentley expensively, because they would have maybe felt they could have used that to their advantage. Ollie Jarvis and Stephen Kane looking and wondering what's happened to Guy Smith, who was running in the top 3, top 4, top 3, and now they will have dropped quite a long way down as a consequence of their pit stop and the difficulty of being able to rejoin the pit lane.
Okay, so Jelmer Berman has stayed out, Maxime Martin has stayed out, Mauro Engel is up to 3rd, 4th now is Bruno Spengler, 5th is Sam Tordoff, and Maxi Bouk, 6th, will inherit the race lead when they all peel off for their first routine stops.
And HTP and Maxi Bouk, you have to say, big winners in all this. At the minute, we have to wait and see, because I think that now the Black Falcon team are committed to running till the end of this stint, and they will take the hindmost. They've made their commitment. If they come in now and try and make a pit stop and do all the things that everybody else did at the earliest opportunity, they will undoubtedly lose position. So they're just going to have to live it.
Matteo Marocelli leaving the pit lane. That was a delayed stop. We understand that the door came off its hinges, so they've had to sort that out in true Meccano fashion.
Well, actually, the doors in these cars are quickly detachable for a whole variety of reasons. I mean, I saw one of the Mercedes, the ACA ASP cars, having its door, the 87 car, has been carried down the back of the pits just before the cars are due to go out on grid. So it is not unusual for these doors to be lifted out and then put back in, whether the door itself maybe suffered some damage. And the Straka team waiting for one of their entries now. Again, a rather late call, but Baz Lounders, who is usually the mastermind behind. Of course, the pit lane is now virtually empty, and from the position that they have been, some of their cars started almost at the back of the field. They just felt they were completely, they didn't have natural pace that they enjoyed maybe last year. So they will look at it from an entirely different perspective to those that would have been in the lead. Certainly the Black Falcon choosing not to come in, but everybody behind opting to do so.
We've actually got the best AM, having not pitted, in 7th place overall, Rino Mastronardi. Have the Nissans been in? There's 23 Katsumasu Chio, and that car must have pitted because it's fallen down again. And in fact, we've had a driver change in that. Lucas Ordonez has taken it over, and it's 34th. The Bentleys, 24th Guy Smith, 25th Vincent Abril. They've stayed behind the wheel, but of course have dropped back, relatively speaking.
Yes, that pit stop didn't give them any favours. consequently they've got themselves enmeshed in a part of the grid that when they started this race, they were on the 3rd and 5th rows of the grid, I think. Ideal position to make the break, but of course we've seen a very, very busy, almost sometimes you might call slightly aggressive or bad-tempered start. The first lap clean as a whistle. Thereafter, and was that the Mercedes that went in? Somebody just dived in very quickly to the pit lane. No, it wasn't one of the BMWs.
Well, the safety car's going to be in at the end of this lap, but those that pitted at the start of the full course yellow period rather than the safety car bit have got it right. So there you've got the Stracker McLaren in. Sam Todd off to give way to, I think, David Fuminelli we saw standing by, didn't we, in 43. Sam, the runner-up of the British Touring Car Championship last year, jumps out, really enjoying GT racing. McLaren in this series, Lamborghini in British GT. And their 488, which was the leading AM car, Rino Mastronardi, has given way as well. I think when I was talking about Barwell a moment or two ago, I mentioned Danny Robinson, I meant Richardson, I do apologise, it's the heat. Now, we have got still Berman on track. We still have the safety car out, but that will be in at the end of this lap. So anybody that hasn't pitted now is going to lose chunks of time, and they're going to end up with so much traffic ahead of them. I still think it's the wrong call not to have been in, but time will tell. What have we got? 5 hours and 13 minutes to try and claw your way back through the order. Now remember there, that car, David Fuminelli's car, has to wait to the end of the 91-second period before it's allowed out. So all the work is done. They just have to sit and wait.
But if you're Adam Christodoulou or Lucas Stoltz in the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes, would you be looking forward to your stint, having maybe wondered, did your team do the right thing in staying out? I mean, it's still early days in this race, 5 hours and 12 minutes remaining, a lot will happen. And of course, we've then got the final 2 hours, which will be pretty much in darkness.
Black Falcon is not a dummy team, is it? They've won the Nürburgring 24 hours, they've won their class in Blancpain Endurance, in Pro-Am. It's now one of the factory-blessed Mercedes AMG teams. You don't get that accolade by being rubbish. So it does make you think that Sean Paul Breslin and his team are on top of all of this, and they've got a strategy, because the sister car number 18 with Mauro Engel at the wheel has not pitted, and that's running in 3rd place. So clearly they are confident with their plan.
Well, I think if you're not confident, then you might as well just give up. You've got to believe in your judgment. If you don't do so, then what's the point? So we will know come midnight whether the choice of there's the lead car, you can see him directly behind us, that Maxime Martin, I think it might be. And
there's Engel.
Yeah, so we are trying to hope, wish, guess as to what Black Falcon did, and now we go green.
So Jelmer Berman has done this effectively twice now, once from the start, once from the first restart, and he's got to go through it all over again as he storms away. But what's going to be interesting now is Mauro Engel, ex-DTM racer versus current DTM racer Maxime Martin, as they head down towards the first turns at Verrières. In 4th place is Bruno Spengler. 5th then is Maxi Buch, the best of the pit stoppers. So in real terms, it is Buch for HTP that now leads the race. And we said a few laps back, or I said a few laps back, that car wasn't looking that sparkling. But on pit stops, it is right in the pound seats once again. The second of those that have stopped is now 85 HTP Mercedes Dominic Baumann. So the pendulum is swinging.
Oh yes, and I mean, we'll make a judgment come midnight tonight whether what we're suggesting might have been correct or incorrect. But clearly you have to look right now at the 84 Mercedes as being the car driver combination that is in, I'm going to say the pound seat, maybe let's call it here in France, the Euro seat.
On this Brexit anniversary of the decision. Yes, so Berman leading Martin, but then Mauro Engel is going to be the danger, isn't he? If he can get up there and start to challenge the BMW for 2nd place, that will enable the leading car to break away. There, Giancarlo Fisichella comes up now, sorry, Marco Ciocci, having taken over from Fisichella, comes up to have a go at Michael Meadows. Ferrari with all of the aero versus Mercedes with all of the grunt. And let's see how that one pans out as Maxi Buch goes through, keeping at bay Fabrizio Crestani in the orange one, Team Lazarus Lamborghini. Did Ciocci get past Michael Meadows? He did. There is number 14 Jaguar that has been given over now to Albert Costa, who also has a cheeky look at the inside. Michael Meadows, I think, just fends him off.
I mean, not a good place to try and pass, because the car on the outside, Michael Meadows, is fully entitled to take that late apex. And we come down to the end of the first lap since this race got underway. So Michael Meadows fully entitled to take that wide line. You do open up the inside, but again, if you're not, well, almost you have to be ahead for the car on the outside to realise he has to concede.
Cazzo Masaccio is being investigated for an incident with Adrian Amstutz in the Barwell Lamborghini. More on that when we get it. Race leader has now done 20 laps, and Jelmer Berman is staying out with Mauro Engel then on the tail of Maxime Martin.
But I think the Jaguar did get past the Mercedes in the section beyond where we were watching it. Look at the Bentley going way, way wide down the left-hand side, coming down into, and yes, good job, good pass.
Guy Smith goes through, and that puts him up into 14th then at the expense of Michael Meadows. We know that Bentleys have always been stronger around here, so pressing on to good effect is Guy Smith, Le Mans winner for Bentley, very much part of the Bentley family, deservedly so, raced last season in the German GT Championship as well aboard Bentley, so he knows the cars inside out. There's Marco Chiocci, whose next target is the Pro-Am leading Andrea Rizzoli, and this is how busy it is up the road for some of them.
Scary, isn't it? It really is. Luckily here, Paul Ricard, you've got large areas where if you do need to go off track, you're not doing it necessarily for any performance gain, it's just more about survival. And again, look at the performance in the straight line. The Nissan just, I mean, Lamborghini is not shabby in the straight line. And here we go, Lucas Ordonez sits there. I mean, with respect to Lucas Ordonez, great driver, but straight line performance isn't about driver skill, it's just about what you got under your right foot.
Places gained. Mercedes disappears backwards. That was the Manfilter car, and the next target is going to be Dries Vanthoor. Right, we've also got one of the Stracker McLarens about to be investigated, because 58, which is the Ben Barnicoat, Rob Bell, Combe Ledegar entry, team manager, race control immediately.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh well.
So we'll see how that pans out. It might just be for a chat, might be something a bit more sinister, but of course now with pit stops, you're always in the danger zone of a pit infringement, aren't you? As at the end of lap 21, we are getting towards the hour mark. There in 6th is the orange Lamborghini of Fabrizio Crestani. Jelmer Berman, then the Flying Dutchman, leads the way, coming over the timing line. Maxime Martin is 2nd, he's 1.7 seconds back. 3rd is Mauro Engel. 4th is Spengler, 5th is Buch, 6th is Crestani, 7th is Dominic Baumann, 8th is Giovanni Venturini there in the blue Lamborghini, and that means that right up with him, 9th, you're looking at it, 55 is Marco Chiocci's Ferrari.
So there's no tower advantage to the BMW in its pursuit of Jelmer Berman and the Mercedes. They have yet both to make their pit stops, but again, coming down pit straight, look, and the Porsche again in the midst of a battle coming into turn 1.
They've done a driver change. They put Robert Renauer into the number 911, 911, and Renauer is the quickest of the 3 drivers, as now the track limit marker takes a whack from the Audi, and he's about to come under attack, isn't he? That's the car that Mark Rosdown started, number 26, the Santalot car, under attack now and losing places as diving up on the inside there. Look goes the Zanotini Ferrari, then you've got 78, which is the Barwell Lamborghini, also looking to try to scrabble by on the inside, and Miguel Ramos does go through. And Rosdown's car gets elbowed out and loses place after place.
Yeah, I mean, just all you could do in those circumstances, if 4 cars into the space of 1 is not going to work, and if you're uncomfortable, step aside.
Right, battle on here between Ferrari and Lamborghini, and Chiocci goes round the outside, so it's Ferrari that gains 1 place. The Bentleys have got to try and carve their way through the pack. Now, have a look behind number 14, Albert Costa, because running in 12th place is Ezequiel Perez Companc. At one point, he was 58th.
Yeah, but I'm just looking on the straight, they were nearly 5 wide as they came down the sort of middle of the Mistral straight, and then they got to get themselves sorted out as they come into scene as we go back to this battle. You just saw the Nissan going through. So where is that 23? Are they
21st?
21st indeed, yes.
And climbing. But you see how the safety car periods and the full course yellows can work in your favour, as there, 66, Giovanni Venturini comes up to the end of the lap.
I saw a load of, I don't know if it was steam or dust or something. That camera shot, something was going on the straight. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was the hospitality, the catering was getting our supper ready. But there was certainly a large amount of something arising on the back straight, the Mistral straight.
So Chiocci up to 8th, we've seen that. Berman has stayed out for another lap, but just to finish this point about Ezequiel Perez Companc, 58th after a spin early on, and now running in 12th place. So having been able to use those full course yellow and safety car periods to its advantage, that car is very definitely back in the hunt there. 77, Barwell Lamborghini, Adrian Amstutz, the industrialist, 30th. Currently 4th in Pro-Am, and now the Bentley makes the run up the inside, and Guy Smith goes 12th at the expense of Perez Companc.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good, well-judged pass by Guy Smith. Quicker off, the tight right-hand corner that leads into that sort of sequence of corners down to the Virage du Camp, or du Camp, I think it is. It's called Virage du Camp. And there you can see the two Bentleys have both managed to get clear. So running nose to tail. Now, will they race one another, or will they just sit there and be patient? Sometimes teammates race each other more aggressively than they race another competition.
If there's a case for one to pass the other because it is quicker, it might happen. But for now, run together, I would have suggested, and get through the traffic. But if Vincent Abril gets on the radio and says, I'm quicker than Guy, I need to get past him, then they might have to make that call. This was how Guy Smith made the move.
Yes, comes down. This is just after the exit of turns 2 and 3. So Guy gets into position, stays well to the left. The Lamborghini takes the tight line. Oh, a little bit of a nudge up the back to remind you that the Bentley's coming through, and that little nudge, let's call it a friendly tap, was enough to unsettle Ezequiel Campec Perez. And there we go, back to our race leader. Comes across the line. He was 2.1 seconds ahead of Maxime Martin. And what is it now?
He's just done the best lap of the race.
Yeah.
Just done, Jelmer Berman, the fastest lap. So he's almost at the end of this tank of fuel, isn't he? And he's done a 1:58.590.
Very impressive on a one set of tires, because he hasn't stopped. And if you can drag that time out of a car on your original set of tires when others around you have changed, that's pretty impressive.
He's getting away also from this Martin Engel battle. It's 2 seconds now between Jelmer Berman and Maxime Martin first and second, but then it's 4 tenths between Martin and Engel, whose car has been put into the Pro Cup, and Mauro Engel is very much the star in that. Interesting that they've given him the starting duty, but of course they could put him in at the end also for that last hour if they so feel that that's the best way to run the strategy.
I mean, interesting now, we're talking to Oliver Jarvis about the Bentley strategy, and what I believe that 7 Bentley will do is Smith out, Jarvis in, Jarvis out, Smith in, Smith out, Jarvis in, and then the final 2 stints will be done by Stephen Kane without a driver change.
I suppose that's a good thing in a sense, isn't it? Because as you look at Ordonez making his move against Laflores for 18th, with the light changing, instead of putting somebody fresh into the car, the guy that does that final 2 hours is used to the light. It's changing with him in the car all the time, so he's got a better handle on what the light is going to be like. Yes,
and we know that Stephen Kane traditionally is absolutely mega when he's in those closing 1 stint or 2 stints. So well, that's my reading of it, but of course maybe Bentley will do something different altogether in the number 7-1 car.
Okay, let's see, as we are almost at the end of the first hour of the race then. We'll run through the order in a moment once they've come across the timing line. Just to recap, we've got a number of retirements already, of course. Matuaki is out, Thomas Enger is out, and Rob Bell is in the pits, and I fear effectively out of contention because that car has now lost 6 laps. So last year's winners, Rob Bell, Kerman Edegard, not going to win this year. So as the race leaders come over the timing line, there, Marco Ciocci having a go against Dominic Baumann. The Mercedes ahead when they came over the line. Ciocci lines up for a dive on the inside in the Kaspersky Ferrari. Job done. There he goes.
The Jaguar almost sort of following through. So you've got to be careful when you lose a position that you don't lose 2, because the 14 Jaguar, Alberto Costa in it now, they'll take it. Any opportunity, any sort of momentary weakness. Now, Black Falcon, clearly, lead car about to make its first stop of the afternoon.
Yeah, they're ready. They might end up with the first and third in at the same time. The team manager of the Rob Bell car to race control, but the car's sitting there in the pit lane. So either way, that's as good as a retirement, which is a great shame. So Berman leading by 2.4 seconds from Maxime Martin. Still, it is Maxi Buch who is the best of the stoppers. But think about this, the gap first to fourth, Berman yet to stop, Buch, who has made a pit stop, is 7 seconds. So in real terms, the number 4 Black Falcon car is going to fall a long way back into the pack when it makes this first stop.
It's going to fall back by at least 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's the minimum time it can spend for a refuel, a wheel change and a driver change.
And a lap is just under 2 minutes, so it's going to be 3/4 of a lap back, as there Fabrizio Crestani comes under attack from Marco Ciocci, who prizes open the door and says thank you very much.
Now, if you want to pass up the inside, that's the way to do it. You put yourself into position to compromise the car, in this case the Lamborghini, in the outside, and while you may not be quite so quick off the corner, you've got control of the exit, and that then gives you control for the remaining part of the lap.
So there is the 3rd place car of Mauro Engel. And are we going to see the leader in? No, not yet. What about Maxime Martin for Rover Racing? Because they have not yet stopped. No, Spa 24-hour winners stay out, but they're going to bring Bruno Spengler in, look, from 5th place. So here Rover gets the second car in. That gives them, if you like, a practice pit stop before they have to address the quicker of the two. So Spengler drops down the order now.
I mean, one thing that occurs to me now, we're seeing some of these teams in the case, the Row Racing, BMW, why would you not bring in one of your cars in that safety car intervention, your full course yellow, split your strategies?
Exactly.
I mean,
I can't answer that. I don't get it. It still makes more sense, in my eyes, to bring the cars in and lose less time under a safety car or a full course yellow period. But if you've got your plan, you're going to stick to it, then let's see how it works out for Black Falcon and for Rover. Now there, Adrian Amstutz is coming under attack, isn't he? Because in the 77 Lamborghini, he has... Oh, there we've got a problem. 67 has slowed right down. So that is the Giorgio Maggi Lamborghini that's going to grind to a halt on the Mistral straight. Now, is that going to be a full course yellow to clear it? Let's see. And also, we're being told that Miguel Ramos has got to give back 2 positions during the next lap, so he must have overtaken under a full course yellow.
Part of the tape on the Bentley whipping the bonnet of that car absolutely to... So maybe it's the LED, could be is it an LED strip in the front of these cars?
It might be, yeah.
So whatever it is anyway, I mean, if nothing else, it's probably slightly distracting for the driver, although the driver's vision will be much further. Squeezing, get down the inside. Ferrari, yes, it does concede. I mean, if you saw the Bentley coming down the inside of you, you'd probably concede the corner as well.
They're big old beasts, aren't they? So Guy Smith goes through, getting himself up past Andrea Rizzoli. That's for 9th overall, but Rizzoli leading his class still, as Marco Ciocci then, running now effectively 2nd in the race, works his way into Virage Dupont. So although Jelmer Berman has yet to stop, he will, as I keep droning on about, lose place after place when he does pit. Martin stays out for another lap, Maro Engel for another lap. And in terms of lap time, they're not yet being caught by Maxi Bou, but he's not that far adrift. Crestani heads into the pit lane now.
Yes, he is one of the few that hadn't made their pit stop earlier, so he drops into the pits. There's now only the top 3 cars out of the top 20, I think, and pretty much the whole field that have yet to stop. So they're going on that metronomic plan that they would have put together before this race got underway, and but it will be all to the benefit of the number 84 Mercedes AMG of Maximilian Buch.
So Buch's last lap was a 59.5, so he's quicker just than Engel, quicker just than Martin, not quite as quick as Berman, but of course Berman's car is much lighter. He's virtually on the vapours now, whereas there's a full tank of fuel aboard 84, isn't there?
Yeah, but also interesting, Ciocci in 5th place in the 55 Ferrari was about 0.4 of a second quicker than the car that we believe will become the ultimate race leader, Maximilian Buch. So while Maxi Buch looks like he's got a bit of a gift horse here and will be the race leader very shortly, it's not going to be something he can lay back or relax about, because Ciocci, 3.2 seconds, if he can continue that 0.4, maybe 0.3 of a second a lap advantage, will run down the 84 Mercedes.
So there's a lot to look for as we have done the first hour of the race. And remember that 65 minutes is a stint, so Berman is running this close, isn't he? To admittedly, we have had those full course yellow and safety car periods, but he's running this close to being almost over time. Towards the pit lane comes Giorgio Maggi, who has limped it back.
Just trying to see it. I think, from what I can see, all 4 wheels tyres look like, and there is the lead car into the pits.
Okay, so what's he done? 27 laps on that stint. So it's a good effort in this temperature on those tyres.
Yes, but bear in mind we've had safety cars and full course yellows, so probably he could have done another lap, maybe 2 more laps per stint, so you might be looking at around an average of 28, 29. So Black Falcon bring their car in, race leader from the minute the lights went out, driver change, full service, fuel goes in, wheels, tyres cannot be changed until the refueling is complete. And this pit stop must not be completed or the car underway under 91 seconds. That's the delta time.
So that is the best part of a lap, isn't it? 91 seconds, because as we've been saying, the flying lap at the moment is just under 2 minutes. So Maxi Buch takes over the lead of the race. Marco Ciocci will go 2nd, and the gap between them is 1.7 seconds. So now the fascination comes, can Ciocci catch Buch?
The lap before, the gap between what was now 1st and 2nd was actually over 3 seconds. It's now 1.7 seconds. Now, did Maxi Buch have a bad lap on that last lap? He did a 59.4
59.5, and Ciocci did a 59.2, so 0.3 of a second, but doesn't explain why the gap between. That's not. I'm looking at the wrong. Yeah, so it's just around about just 2.8, 2.9 seconds.
Right, there goes 4 back into the race then. So Yelmer Berman has given way, and let's see where that car is going to fall to. There is Maro Engel making it, or the car, Maro Engel making its way out. Let's see who's behind the wheel of the respective entries now. Number 4 shown as still being Berman, but that will update in a moment, I'm hopeful. There is 99, which is the Rover BMW back into the race. And also back out goes the 18 Mercedes that Maro Engel brought into the pit lane. So it is Buch in the lead. And there is the BMW.
Now, I think in qualifying I mentioned that Alistair Sims was behind the wheel. Of course, Alistair Sims was one of Britain's great character actors who departed the world many, many years ago. It's Alexander Sim, who could be Harry Potter in another incarnation.
For some strange reason, the timing screen has lost number 99 BMW a lap. I don't quite know why. It is shown as now having Philip Eng at the wheel of it, but it's dropped a lap, which I don't fully understand. Hopefully that will sort itself out in a moment.
There is first, there is second, 2.4 seconds when they came across the line. So Ciocci is little bit by little bit. Albert Costa behind, and the Jaguar just half a second behind the rear of the Ferrari. And that's going to be a tight little battle between the Jaguar and the Ferrari. So Ciocci will be focusing very much on running down the race leader Maximilian Buch, but he needs to be aware that the Jaguar is close proximity. Straight line performance of the two cars probably not massively different. Around about 274, 3 miles an hour.
Now, in terms of sector times, Buch versus Ciocci, gap up fractionally in sector 1 and down fractionally in sector 2. It's going to be a real cat and mouse battle between them. Guy Smith is hustling on, isn't he? Because he's just got past Dominic Baumann. So there is the change for 4th place. The Bentley looking very, very strong, which is really good to see. It's been a frustrating start to the season for M Sport.
Well, it looks like Bentley have just got the balance between straight line performance and the aerodynamic performance, the bit that really matters around someone like Paul Ricard. The grip around these corners, so they've got good straight line speed, can pass competitive cars, yet at the same time they're not losing out when they get into the very tight bits.
Right, this is on board with Guy Smith, gets a tow and then makes that move against Baumann.
Yeah, Baumann can't decide whether he wants to be in the right or the left hand side of the track, opens up the inside line, and Guy Smith doesn't need to be asked twice. He's got the track position, he got alongside before they entered the corner, and that corner was all his.
Right, so there is Buch ahead of Ciocci. The gap 2.5 seconds now. That time around, Buch was fractionally quicker, but Guy Smith's last lap, a 59.5, he is quicker than the 3 ahead of him.
Just before the hour came, we were slightly concerned that maybe Bentley had sort of been slightly wrong. Jaguar goes through into 2nd place.
So Albert Costa goes ahead of Ciocci. Good move. And if they get a squabble, that's going to help Guy Smith get even closer, even sooner, isn't it, as they wriggle their way now up towards the right-hander that will bring them now through Saint-Beau and up towards L'École.
That'll give Maximilian Buch a little bit of a breather, because these two are battling over 2nd place. That's let Maxi Buch get, a big blow-up.
That's treble 7, isn't it, the car that Bernardel has started. And he's still behind the wheel of.
Yeah, and he's got other fuel, or excessive fuel in the exhaust system. That's not really, all you do is open the throttles and, well, the engine probably isn't running, and that'll be a residue of fuel in the exhaust system. That will burn itself away very shortly, but looked like there was certainly a significant issue on the left bank of that V10 Lamborghini stroke Audi motor. Where is that the smoke, or is that just an arty image?
It's an arty image, and through the smoke they battle on. There's still something very odd happening to both of the Rover BMWs, as though the timekeeping system has lost them a lap. There's the big blowout. The concern there, John, would be if he's put any liquid on the road, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, and you could see people moving off line. They didn't want to drive across what might be oil. Certainly could have been water and oil, or just even water, but I mean, it is, look at that. I mean, you pay zillions of dollars to have a firework display like that.
and eventually he gets off the road, but the fear would be that that's going to be like a skating rink. We've not had anybody, as far as I know, slide off, thankfully. So the race order is now Maxi Book 1.7 seconds ahead of a charging Albert Costa. There, look, is the second place car hunting down the Mercedes. Third, you can see Marco Chiocci's Ferrari there. Gap back. Fourth, number 7 Bentley Guy Smith there. Fifth behind is Dominic Bauman's Mercedes, and sixth behind them is Vincent Abril in the Bentley. Seventh is the second Jaguar, Jonathan Hershey now. Eighth, Nico Müller in the best place Audi. Ninth, Andrea Rizzoli heading Pro-Am. There he is in the Ferrari, and 10th is Dries Vanthoor staying in the car in the second WRT Audi.
And where is our race leader, or our former race leader? 44th position.
So with 30 laps done by the race leader, let's catch up with the man that led from lights out, Jelmer Berman.
Jelmer, you were doing so well. Was it not tempting to pit under safety car?
It was, but basically the other cars pitted also under full course yellow, so for sure you lose to them, although I think it was a bit too early. But then we just chose to stay out, and yeah, I think we still have a good chance. We just have to get at the right moment the full course yellow, and then we're there.
Is this going to be difficult with the traffic?
I mean, because I've had some, every negative has a positive side, obviously. All the full course yellow and the safety cars we've had, because of them I didn't have any traffic. So that was great. It was unique for Blancpain. And also because of that the car was working really, really great. I mean, I had full fresh air all the time. So, you know, the aero balance was perfect. It was just a dream stint.
Good luck, thank you.
Well, I mean, look, put a positive spin in every situation, but down in 44th position. That's a lot of work, even, you know, how Jelmer Berman is summing it up. I would be very, very disappointed.
If that was the ideal strategy, why would you have to put a positive spin on it? You just say, well, you know, we're working to a plan, everything's fine. He didn't give that impression to me.
I didn't get that impression.
No.
I mean, okay, the only good news is the 99 BMW that followed the lead car into the pits is in 45th position, so Row Racing with the 99 as well as Black Falcon making the same decision. Well, we live to wait and see. Looking further down outside the top 10, we've got the first of the Nissans, Lucas Ordonez, using that straight line performance, and they've got themselves, well, into 11th position. Followed by the 63 Lamborghini.
So the Nissan that started 32nd on the grid and lost some places on the first lap is now running, as you say, in 11th place. It's fascinating, isn't it, to see the way that races can ebb and flow, different teams, different drivers, because of when you pit, when the full course yellows are deployed, and the guys on the pit wall trying to strategize as they go along here.
Now watch the Nissan light the afterburners and just run down, certainly one of these two cars, down the Mistral straight. Look at the size. I mean, it's like well, you're talking about racing slot cars. It's like a 143rd against a 120, whatever it is, 23rd, 43rd, whatever.
118th is the big one up.
Yeah. Anyway,
yeah.
I mean, it just stands out on the straight as and just a different, slightly wide look with Ordonez. Whoa! Oh dear, that was a little bit of it. Yeah, it's not like that when you do the online stuff, is it?
No. Really, and Lucas Ordonez was the very first, wasn't he, that came through the PlayStation GT Academy, the couch to cockpit competition. Brave stuff. Ordonez, he's a great character as well as being a very, very good race driver, and has been a loyal servant for Nissan, and he's hustling on. And again, a car that in the first 10 laps you might have thought was out of the game is creeping back into the mix. Lukas Stolz versus Philipp Eng. And not only is that Mercedes down in 44th place, the BMW 45th, but the big BMW is looking quicker now. They make the run onto the Mistral straight, but Stolz, with so much work to do in this stint, is in danger of losing a place to double Carrera Cup Deutschland champion Philipp Eng here. The BMW looks to get a tow.
Yeah, but it was quicker around the twisty parts. Can't really get up alongside it. Looks to have a pop coming down, but no, he's got to pull back in. Now it looks to go one way than the other. Mercedes takes its line. He might have a little look down the inside from the exit of scene. He might carry a little bit more speed, but it's easy for Lucas Stolz to defend. Just cuts across, cuts the opportunity. And the BMW maybe coming back. Philipp Eng gets up the inside, but side by side, no contact. Good racing.
But Eng's not given up, has he? He's trying everything he knows, so this is a genuine battle for position now for 44th and 45th places, nose to tail, and it's as hard a fight as you'll find anywhere on track at the moment. So they come working their way up towards Virage du Pont, then they've got traffic ahead. So it is number 4 Mercedes hanging onto the place, back on board with 23. This is Ordóñez going for another place. Andrea Rizzoli is ahead, and this is for 9th.
And all you can do is sit there and nothing you can do. I mean, the Nissan passes the Ferrari, doesn't even need a touch of a toe, up into scene, got control of the corner. So lovely coming through the exit, you know, big car, big four-wheel drift. And the Ferrari just has to concede. Maxi Buch has got, what, just over half a second. There we are, they are the lead, first and second place. Albert Costa has run down the lead Mercedes, and he did it by making that pass on Ciocci in the 55 Ferrari a few laps ago, and he's used that speed. He's right now, well, you can't get any closer, half a second as they came across the line at the end of lap 33. And I wonder what is going through the mind of Maximilian Buch when he sees the 14 Jaguar looming large in his side mirrors, his rear view mirror, and he's going to have to be on his toes. That Jaguar has got genuine pace right now.
So what we now need to see is when we get the next round of stops from the likes of Buch and Albert Costa and Marco Ciocci that stopped early while we were having those full course yellows, and try and get a handle on who's going to win the race, because what we need to start looking at is 6 hours and which wave of cars is going to stop last, because whoever stops last will lose those places. So if it's the, for want of a better description, Yelmer Berman wave, they're going to lose out, but if it's the current leading wave of cars, they are going to lose out.
But aren't we lucky we've got a team of strategists working behind us? We're going to work it all out for us and make us look really, really like we know what's going on.
Yes. He peers over his shoulder. Tumbleweed rises. Now, at the end of the Mistral straight, Maxi Buch's advantage about to disappear. Albert Costa round the outside, and the Emil Frey Racing Jaguar picks up the lead. Tremendous to see this after all the travails this team has had. And so Albert Costa goes through into the lead of the race and might be able to break away here, mightn't he? Because Maxi Buch, I reckon, is running to a strategy, and so he's not interested at the moment in fighting. They just want to get through to the next stops.
Well, Albert Costa's got real pace, and he just threw the car into the corner. You can see the back end stepping away. But what was interesting to me was 2 top professional drivers gave one another working room as they came into scene. It would be so easy to try and be greedy or try and be a bit selfish, but they gave one another room. Maxi Buch conceded that the Jaguar right now, and we're only, what, an hour and 15 minutes or so, just over that, into this race, and a long, long way to run. But you can see the tension on the faces, and Jaguar on merit, on pace, have taken control. Last lap for Albert Costa, 1:59.5. Last lap for Maximilian Buch, and he lost time in that overtake, 2 minutes 0.8. So the best part of 7/10 of a second, lost by what was the lead 84 Mercedes AMG. Albert Costa continues and will, in my view, be able to pull away relatively comfortably. The only thing that's going to be a hindrance to him will be he will undoubtedly at some point catch up to a group of cars that will be a mixture of AMs, Pro-Ams, some of them will be Pro cars. The other factor that we've got to figure in is, remember that the 84 Mercedes was one of the relatively early stoppers. They stopped around about 30 to 40 minutes into the race, so they're coming up very shortly to their second round of pit stops, which will again change complexion, and whether that'll apply to the Jaguar, I think they were one of the earlier entries into the pit lane.
Yeah, it was 33 minutes and 44 seconds when Buch pitted, and it was an hour and 4 minutes and 42 seconds when in came number 4. So like I say, we need to, when I get a chance, work back from the 6 hour mark and try and work out who is going to pit last out of those 2 waves. As you look at 114 now, which is Jonathan Hershey. Now that car is currently running in 7th place, but he can do 65 minutes as your maximum stint, then add that to 33 minutes for Maxi Book, and you can work out when the next round of stops is coming. Philippe Eng has now done the fastest lap of the race in the BMW in his hunt to get it up the order.
Yeah, I mean, in 42nd place, fastest lap of the race, great accolade, but of course, a lot more work for the 99 BMW as there is for the number 4, what was the previously dominant Black Falcon Mercedes. Lucas Stolz behind the wheel. They're making progress every lap. They're catching, overtaking. Clearly cars that they would not normally be competing with, but as they move further up the order, they will find it will become increasingly difficult. Their big hope is that those that were the early stoppers, those that stopped around the 33 to 40 odd minutes into the race, that will give them, they believe, their rightful positions, or close to the rightful positions, back. It's going to be a very interesting race. What will turn it on its head yet again will be if we have another full course yellow, another safety car intervention, where people will then go creative and decide, well, what do we do now? Do we stop now and do what we would have done at a normal scheduled stop? That's really where those teams, the strategists within the team, that's where they do earn their money, and that's where you will win or lose a 6-hour event. It is very, very tense for everybody on the pit lane, particularly the cars that are out of sequence, number 99, the BMW, number 4, Black Falcon Mercedes, as against the number 14 Jaguar, the 84 Mercedes, the 55 Ferrari, and also Guy Smith in 7th place, who is, what, 5.6 seconds behind the 3rd place Ferrari.
Now, if I'm right on my numbers, I reckon we are about now 18 minutes away from the next round of stops for those that pitted early. And those, of course, that did a fresh stint, 65 minutes. So we are round about the 18 minutes away. Pro-Am we've been talking about, Andrea Rizzoli has got this amazing lead at the moment. That car running in 10th place overall, and Rizzoli has stayed behind the wheel of it. The second car is 22nd overall, and it is number 87, which is now Nico Bastian at the wheel.
Slow Bentley in trouble.
That's Guy Smith, isn't it, who has slowed down. So limping back towards the pit lane, but for why?
Ollie Jarvis gets ready, but I don't think it's a driver change. They will go through. They'll go through a driver change, whatever the problem is. They will make the driver change in the event it is something that is a quick rectification, but that came unexpectedly, just on the edge of the scene.
The good news is he's not had to limp the entire lap as far as we know. Oliver Jarvis not ready but getting ready, but of course either way you've got to make a 91-second stop, so the best you're going to do is 91 seconds. It could be a lot worse.
And fortunately the Bentley garage is pretty far down the pit lane, so that gives Oliver Jarvis and maybe another 5 or 10 seconds. An unexpected late pit stop. Ollie's got the helmet on, he's got the earplugs in. Of course, they are little radios in themselves that connect to enable the communication between driver and pit crew, helmet on. So, and the hands and neck device. So in is the number 7. Wait to see whether Guy Smith hops out, or is this going to be up on the dollies and pushed back into the garage? Looks to me like it's going into the garage.
I think you're probably right. They're going to
they're refueling it.
Well, they'll do that anyway, because that's the important part of the pit stop. You get that done, so the fuel is done, then you can concentrate on the rest of the pit stop. And let's see, up it goes, and it does go onto the jacks, and it will be turned around into the garage. So now, just like last year, Bentley can see a race ebbing away. It was power steering, wasn't it, that did for 12 months ago, and there, having, we understand, been losing water, Giorgio Maggi parked by the side of the track. So the car, after possibly overheating, parked by the side of the road, but this is the significant stop now.
Yeah, they're dabbing down into the engine bay. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the engine itself. You see 29.4 ambient, 32.8 track temperature, humidity dropping. Now, we've seen this with Bentley before, whether it was power steering in previous races, but something clearly has brought this number 7 car in to the pits.
So, as yet, no news from Bentley, and we have a full course yellow.
Yes, that's
full course
for
yellow.
Sector 3 with that Lamborghini, I think, needs to be retrieved. So, will this bring in some of those early stoppers early again? Notably, the number 14 Jaguar, the number 84 Mercedes, the number 55 Ferrari.
Well, there's the debris that needs removing as well. So, somebody's had a drama there, because that looks fresh, doesn't it? And
yes.
There's debris on track at turn 15, you've just seen it. And the marshals go to try and clear it up. What's that come off?
That's well, it's hard to tell this from the Lamborghini. It looks like one of the parts of the inner bodywork. That it may have been a tyre failure or a puncture that's led to a tyre failure that's just trashed.
But that's got to be fresh. That wouldn't have been left there, would it?
Oh,
for
no,
2, 3, 4 laps. I mean, that's got to be fresh.
We saw the Lamborghini, which we had information relating to. Maybe it was caused a water issue, but that looks to me as if it's a lot more serious. Be careful, because if those are bits of rubber, they will be pretty hot. So they're being, they look more like inner wings, and just waiting for. There is the Lamborghini, but difficult to tell whether a tyre has let go in the literal sense. It would let go for a variety of reasons. If it got cut down or was a slow puncture. Usually a slow puncture is one of the concerns for a driver. As we see the 7 Jaguar into the garage, Oliver Jarvis, is he behind the wheel or is
Not
that
yet,
still
that's Guy Smith, isn't
yes,
it?
it is.
A very hot Guy Smith. And they're trying to get around the problem. Interesting that they haven't yet done the driver change, unless they want Guy in the car so they can work with him to try and discover if that problem's identified and has been cured, because he's been out there in the car when the problem struck. If they keep him there to go through the different, perhaps electronic resets, checks that they can do, then at least they can get first-hand information as to whether the car is better or worse.
Yeah, that's sitting here in the commentary position. That looks roughly what they're trying to do, but key is they've got the bonnet. Oh, it's been replaced, so have they got a reset? But they need to get the pegs in the front of the bonnet into position.
But this full course yellow is helping, isn't it? Because they're losing less time relative to what it would be under a green flag condition. So if there is a silver lining to this cloud, it's a full course yellow.
Yes, so they're the Lamborghini. Now, whether that was the culprit for all the debris on the racetrack or whether that was incidental, we've yet to really determine.
That's at scene, and the debris is further round.
Yes, that's on the entry to scene, so the debris did look to be further around the lap, so we don't know who deposited that debris and whether it was all carbon fibre or combination of that and a tyre. So the 7 Bentley being pulled back out onto pit lane as the lead Jaguar makes its way round at a very, very slow pace. Albert Costa still behind the wheel, Max Book in second place. Before the full course yellow was 1.5 seconds. There's the Bentley. It needs to get rolling pretty quickly before it goes a lap down, and it does. So it thunders its way down the pit lane at all of 50 kilometers per hour until it reaches the start. There we are. So gets out ahead of a BMW. I don't know whether that's the 98. I think it might be the 98 BMW. But of course, he can't accelerate up to race speed. He's got to run at the delta speed that everybody else behind is required so to do. That's there's the 99 car. That's the Philip N car. So did that actually just about cost the 7 Bentley 1 lap? Because they were battling. Was it? No, it wasn't. He was. The 99 was battling with the. No, I think that. Anyway,
it's lost. I think it has lost a lap.
It's just about a lap, or just. I mean, it's fractions under a lap. So again, full course yellow, run to the mandatory speed. And everybody has to more or less keep equidistant and looking at Maximilian Book, probably a little bit closer to the traffic directly ahead of him than he would necessarily want to be. So as we go on to lap 39, we've completed 38 laps. And we are almost an hour and a half, just a minute short of an hour and a half into this 6-hour race. It's been a busy race. We've had about, is it 3 or 4 full course yellows. We have safety car deployment. Safety car has now been deployed. The light is yet to be switched on, but certainly, and pit lane may become again an active part of the racetrack. Teams calculating whether it is worth coming in or not, whether it's for a natural service or whether it's to try and take advantage of this full course yellow. So things, there's the Lamborghini, just wondering, we never really got a clear indication as to what the problem with the Lamborghini is, but it looks to be a pretty terminal one.
That's the Pro-Am leader in, so finally Andrea Rizzoli starts to drop down the order. and we understand from Bentley that it's either oil or fuel pressure. They're not quite sure which.
Well, I mean, both are pretty fundamental, but clearly, you know, they can plug everything in. It's unusual that they can't identify it more precisely, because that's what diagnostics. That's when you take your car in.
Safety car is on the track,
yes.
So it looks as though we're going to go from, there you are, look, he's picked up the race leader, Albert Costa. In a moment, we will go from full course yellow to safety car, and there the lights are on, so we're now under safety car conditions.
So, I mean, what we are looking at was a racetrack that had a load of rubbish on it. Just wonder why we've got the safety car. It was only in one corner, whether there was other issues that needed to be attended to at the same time.
So safety car is on track. Let's just catch our breath and have a look at the race so far. It began with this 58 strong field diving down towards turn 1, with Jelmer Berman taking the advantage and Katsumasachio on his toes right from the get-go, powering his way through the traffic on the run up towards Senior, carving his way place after place after place, but then running out of road and running way wide, and some of the good work was undone as cars came back on the inside, and Passin Lathoris clashed with Jake Dennis and had this spin that slithered the Ferrari off the road. More excitement as Christian Engelhardt was trying to get his Lamborghini up through the pecking order as well. But we had the first real incident when Jürgen Hering came to grief with the Motoaki-driven Ferrari. That brought out the full course yellows and became a safety car situation. So some elected to pit, others decided to brave it out. And then we had a second big incident. Thomas Enger off of the Mistral straight, hit the barriers in the chicane, bounced back towards the circuit. So that was a longer full course yellow into a safety car. Many elected to pit, but still the leading car, that of Jelmer Berman at Black Falcon, stayed out. The pit lane was a very busy and very cramped place. Bentley losing precious seconds as they had to get number 7 away from the traffic and back onto the circuit. And then there was this little tap in the back for Ezequiel Perez Companc as Guy Smith powered his way through and was carving his way into contention. So too was Marco Ciocci, who disposed of Dominic Baumann at the Virage Dupont. Guy Smith then made his move against Andrea Rizzoli. Up the inside, number 7 was gaining all the time. But then more drama came. Bernard Delha's Lamborghini had this engine problem and that pulled into retirement. We lost number 67 as well. And with debris scattered on the circuit, it became necessary to have another full course yellow into a safety car. But that wasn't until we'd had Albert Costa take the lead of the race for the Emil Frey Racing Jaguar team, and number 7 was in the pit bunker, Guy Smith at the wheel with oil or fuel pressure issues. So we have had just about an hour and a half of what has been a fascinating race, full of drama, full of action, and it's being led at the moment by the Emil Frey Racing Jaguar with Albert Costa at the wheel. Now, just while we've got the safety car, can I have a bit of a punt on strategy here? I don't claim this is absolutely accurate because I'm doing my best to work this out and talk at the same time, but if you work out that Maxi Buch, and there he is going over the timing line in the bronze Mercedes, is going to try, and that team are going to try and squeeze 65 minutes out of the car, then I reckon that their last pit stop would be made with an hour and 7 minutes of the race to go, and you can only do 65 as a maximum. Whereas the number 4 Mercedes would have to do its last pit stop with 40 minutes of the race to go. So I'm still no wiser as to who's going to win the race, but of course what you could do is perhaps do a splash and dash at the end, count that as a separate stint, but you're still going to lose time. So until we see the relative gap towards the end of the race between 84 and 4, citing those as potential winning cars, but also taking one out of those 2 groups, the early stoppers and the late stoppers, it's going to be a real tough call until you get towards the business end of the race.
I mean, fundamentally, this race is only going to come alive, in my view, in the last half hour, because by that stage, everybody will be on their final strategies, and those that have made early stops, some that stayed out, whatever way you look at it. I mean, the thing that I think is key to me is that I'm looking to see where the 4, where it's gotten to, it was leading, it was down in about 35th position, and the 98 BMW, so yeah, so they were, a minute ago they were actually slightly higher, the 99 and the 4, I had them somewhere in the, yes, 37th for the number 4 Mercedes and 35th for the 99 Philippe Eng driven, so they were the of the lead cars that were completely out of kilter. Now, whether these situations, safety car interventions, work to their advantage or whether a full course yellow, one normally suspects that you can make up ground in a safety car intervention. But it's so early. We've still got just under 4.5 hours of the race to run, and goodness knows how many more incidents are going to arise, and what teams will do. I mean, the 4 and the 99 might go off message, where everybody will be trying to get back onto message.
So the safety car will be in at the end of this lap. So we're ready to go racing once more. Albert Costa, Jaguar leads. Maxi Buch, Mercedes second. Marco Ciocci, Ferrari third. Vincent Abril, Bentley fourth. Dominic Baumann, Mercedes fifth. Jonathan Hershey, Jaguar sixth. Nico Müller, Audi seventh. Lucas Ordóñez, Nissan eighth. Dries Van Tor, very long stint still this, in number 5, Audi 9th. Christian Engelhardt, another long stint, Lamborghini 10th. Ready to go racing. Here we go again then out of the Virage du Pont. The flashing number on the windscreen is the Lumirank display as to where your position is. It's not the car number, it's your race position. And we go green and we go back racing at the end of 40 laps. Albert Costa powers over the line. Jaguar leads in France then. It is the Emile Frey Racing Jaguar ahead as they come over the timing line. Second is Maxi Buch, but there's a back marker between them. Look, number 66, the Giovanni Venturini Lamborghini, a little bit out of sequence and therefore a lap down on that leading car. So there, Engelhardt diving through traffic. Costa now has a golden chance, doesn't he, to get away while Maxi Buch works his way through the traffic.
Now in the Jaguar, as we saw at the start of this race, the number 4 Black Vulcan Mercedes, when you've got clear air, it makes a world of difference to what you can achieve in terms of consistency of lap times. And of course now under the safety car, having gone back in again, it's going to take maybe another 10 or 12 laps before the lead car will begin to catch up to the, maybe not even that, maybe 8 laps, catch up to the tail of this chain of what would be now maybe 53, 54 cars remaining.
So down at Mercedes, the next round of stops expected. I was thinking that we're going to be about now 2 minutes or so away from when 84 needs to come in. So it's imminent, I think, the next pit stop, if my numbers are right, as we've done 40 laps of the race. Remember, the maximum time you could do in a stint is 65 minutes, unless at the end of your 65 minutes there's a safety car on track, then you get this 5-minute tolerance. But that doesn't apply if the safety car is back in by the end of your stint. You've still got to come in at 65 minutes. So that's the magic number as far as Maxi Buch is concerned.
Nissan running slowly,
yeah,
coming out of turn. I don't know if it was the 22 or the 23, but certainly pulled off the race line, and it's, well, it looks like it's gotten back up to speed.
Yeah,
difficult to judge what that was, but it certainly looked to be too tight on the exit. I've seen
brave move there. Look, number 90 storming up the inside line. That's the Mercedes. Elbows out, goes through, picks up the place. So 1 or 2 drivers really hustling on. Now we've got the restart. That was Michael Meadows in number 90, and behind him is 25, which is the Audi from the Santilloc stable, with for this race Peter Terting at the wheel. Right, Buch is in, so fractionally earlier, but if he'd have stayed out much longer he would have been at the end of this next lap. Yeah, that would have taken him over the 65 minutes. So he's in now at 1 hour and 37.
So when the rest of the early stoppers go through their cycle of pit stops, where will that put the 99 BMW? Well, it's already hopped up into 32nd place, and likewise the number 4 Mercedes up to 33rd. So they will start to climb, assuming that everybody else follows suit on the 84. Maybe it would be another 5 or so laps, because 84 was one of the very early stoppers. So Maxi Buch gets out, assists with the belts being untangled, and make sure that there's no panic, because the worst thing a driver can do when you get into it, a racing car, is to panic. You've got radio connections, you might have a drinks bottle connection, you've got the seat belts to do up, you've got the harness itself, the shoulder straps, the waist straps, the crutch straps. There is the car that did lead this race, the number 4 Black Vulcan Mercedes. Max Buch just makes sure that the driver's door is firmly closed, 3 abreast, coming down to the Porsche on the left-hand side of the straight. Look at the way it just powers past the opposition. Well, can we not have more Porsche, please? Please, and Victor Scheiter gets into the toe, doesn't he, to try and then fight back, but Robert Renner charging up the order as away goes 84 Mercedes then. So it's lost its race lead for the moment, but significantly, where will that blend back in relative to the traffic? Well, of course, that's safety car period. Bunching up everybody means that it's worse off. It's lost more places.
because there's one clump of cars not all dotted around the circuit.
Well, it's got to come in ahead of the 32nd and 31st placed cars, because they were effectively the two lead cars. So if he comes in ahead of them, then HTP have done a good job. But if he comes back out behind them, then Black Falcon can feel vindicated, as can the road racing BMW, in not following the pattern that emerged pretty early in this race.
And Bentley hopes now rest on number 8. It's a bit like last year, actually. Vincent Abril third, 9/10 back from Marco Ciocci. But here we are talking about Albert Costa and the Emil Frey Jaguar in the lead of the race, and we're no longer surprised because the team has made such good progress over the last few seasons.
Stefano Telli on the grid explained to us where the performance has come from. As the Audi, just waiting to see one Audi comes in, then the other drops in as well. So the 17 car. And that will be Stuart Leonard, Jake Dennis, Robin Friends. So Robin Friends or Jake Dennis getting him behind the wheel.
I was going to say Jake Dennis. It looked too tall to be Robin Friends, that. So Jake Dennis back in at 26, going to the garage. So that's the Santilot car. Greg Gilbert at the wheel with a problem. So Jake Dennis back in. They're going to keep Robin Friends for the end of the race. 99, hustling on. That's Philipp Eng, 27th, having got himself up past Lukas Stoltz then. So Stoltz 29th overall, but about to go 28th as he's done it, hasn't he? He's got past Marucelli. And in all of this, 84 Mercedes is now Jimmy Eriksson, 44th.
Ah, interesting. Interesting. Black Falcon can take a big, deep breath and say, well, maybe we weren't as... So back, as we see the cars coming in and out, the 17... sounded very flat leaving the pits there. Maybe just as the acoustics from the pit wall that picks up speed. Of course, on the speed limiter as well, it'll be sounding very flat, and it's easy to accelerate too quickly before the pit lane exit line.
So there is 84. Jimmy Eriksson at the wheel of the car now. So it's a double stint by Maxi Buch. And Jimmy Eriksson is now put into that car. He stayed ahead of the WRT Audis for the moment. Of course,
what's going on here? There's that oil. Looks like something might have gotten onto the tires, because that was not a normal entrance, and it looks like there's issues with that Audi. The 17 goes through, but certainly, where is it? There it is, going slowly. Is that? It's strange.
It's a loose wheel, isn't it?
Maybe it is.
It is. Look, it's a loose wheel.
Yeah,
rear wheel's
number
loose.
5.
It's on an outlap, so that wheel's not been tightened up, has it? So it's Marcel Fassler at the wheel of it, and he's got to limp it back. Pre-race, of course, when the cars are being taken to the grid, they bring out the great big torque wrench, don't they, to make sure the wheels are tight. They don't do that. They haven't got time to do that during the race, and it's finger trouble that looks as though it's caused a loose wheel.
And it's getting uglier and uglier. Coming down the Mistral straight, that right rear wobbling around, coming into contact with parts of the bodywork. He needs really to slow down. This is not going to do him or the car any good at all. And if he keeps driving at that speed, look at I mean, it's just tearing the bodywork. Well, will do, but it's not already doing it. And of course, you've got all the suspension and all the oil lines that run in close proximity to the rear wheel suspension components. So Marcel Fassler, an experienced, an old hand in Audis, needs to, I'm sure again, the team will be speaking to him and saying, Belgian Club Audi WRT team, slow down. I mean, it's turning almost to black.
On the timing screen, it says the car has a puncture. It is far worse than that. The wheel is about to part company. There is the next of the WRT cars through, and Vincent Voss and his team will want to make sure that the wheels are tightly down up this time, won't they? So now we're getting, effectively, the second wave of stops, and there the car spins, coming up towards Seine.
He needs to wait until the circuit has cleared. He can now get the car rotated, as we see cars exiting the pit lane. But I mean, that was the consequence of just couldn't. Well, I believe he could have maybe run back a little bit more slowly. Now he's having to. Are we going to see another? We've got it in sector. He's just inside sector 3. So will we again see a full course yellow? Will that car, if it can't under its own power, get moving again? Again, pit lane, 2 Jaguars in, throw the dice again. It's going to be another difficult race to call as we come up to an hour and 3/4.
Yeah, but just thinking about that parked Audi, the danger is possibly, if he's going to do a U-turn, is that going to risk the wheel finally falling off? And then you've got a three-wheel car that's stranded on the track. So,
well, we had a three-wheel car this morning in qualifying, the 88 Mercedes, and actually what happened, I just spoke to Thomas, or not Thomas, but to Juke, and he said actually it was a rim failure.
Okay.
Which is an extremely rare occurrence in modern-day motor racing to have a rim failure.
Well, he has got going again, and the wheel is still trying to part company. Flapping its way to the pit lane. Right, the leader is in, so also is Chiocci, so is Abril, and the race order shuffles, not only because of the pit stop, but of course some people pit before the timing line because the timing line is halfway down the pit straight, so the order is jumbled anyway.
In the meantime, who are 11th and 12th respectively, but the 99 BMW and the 4 Mercedes.
But they've got to, they owe us a pit stop, don't they? They're going to drop down again. These are the cars making their second stops. When they make the second stop, back down the order they slide.
But those two cars have stuck to what would be normal strategy.
Yeah.
It's everybody else that's gone off message. So who will be right and who will be right come the end of this race? Well, I think we're going to have to wait and see. And there will be lots more drama before this race concludes at midnight.
This is where we need top data engineer Adam Hardy to do some numbers, because we're doing our best, as well as trying to follow 58 cars and their fortunes in the race. Down in the pit lane, we see drama, and on track, 23, which has just come back out after a pit stop, fighting now with the number 1 Audi. So that was briefly up into 3rd place. 23 is the one that's going to lose out here, isn't it? Now, that's gone the way of Alex Buncombe, and Alex trying to keep out of trouble, but at the same time keep Fabian Schiller behind him in the Mercedes.
Well, he's coming onto the straight, he'll just floor it, and the Mercedes that's all over the back of the Nissan is going to disappear in the mirrors, and I think Alex Buncombe is going to make a little maneuver as he gets up. I mean, it's just literally like you light the afterburners and it just roars into action. I mean, how easy is that, and how wonderful is it to be in that situation? He doesn't really need to move to the centre of the road because the Audi's not going to be able to get within a country mile of him.
There's Fassler, good job done to bring it back. How much damage has there been, and was it simply that the
right rear
haven't seated properly? Is it more sinister?
It's got to go into the garage. The amount of vibration that's been in that right rear corner, in my opinion, sitting here in the commentary booth, has got to have done some damage to the suspension. There you can see almost losing it. Then in the middle of the pack, oh my, you know what?
Yeah.
I mean, Marcel Fassler needed that like he needed, you know what? I mean, that was a scary moment for the number 5 Audi driver.
So now the damage is assessed, and the race leader is Frank Stippler for ISR. The team manager of the number 5 Audi has got to go to the race director immediately. Alain Adon wants a word about that.
I'm not surprised, because that was an incident. Now the Jaguar, was that the 114 or was that the 14? Now there's the 84 Mercedes that made its pit stop. And where are they in terms of track? Can't even see them on the there in 17th. Jimmy Eriksson in 17th place.
So the next target for Eriksson is the Jaguar of Lawrence Frey, isn't it? Just up the road, and he should do that because, with all due deference, Frey is not as quick as Jimmy Eriksson. So that's going to change imminently. Stippler leads the way.
Comes in.
Indeed so. So that's a routine stop. That's fine. They're running to their plan, and that's going to put Philippe Eng potentially now up the order into the lead of the race. I'll tell you a lie. Felix Serrales goes into the lead of the race because 88 Mercedes has done 2 stops, and then Philippe Eng will go second, and the gap is 1.3 seconds. There is Serrales. Have a look behind, and there'll be the Rover Racing BMW there, and then behind you've got the
8 Bentley.
Which
is a lap down, because the 7's... Oh, well,
no,
maybe
7
could be the 7.
I think that is 7 that is a lap down, because 8 should be in 18th place overall. So that would be the lap 7. If that car can get its lap back, that changes things markedly.
Well, there's a disappointed look in the face of Will Stevens, because he wonders, is that car going to return to the racetrack? I would imagine a significant amount of work is going to be carried out on that. I mean, simple thing is just take the corner off. But again, what damage has been done to the underbody of the car, the under tray, which is so important to the aerodynamics of the car? Is that a replacement underfloor?
But with the concerned faces, was it just finger trouble, or was it a breakage coincidentally on an outlap that caused the wheel to be all wobbly? Well, hopefully we'll get an answer to that in due course. But for now, number 5 is another one to bite the proverbial dust, isn't it, as far as the win is concerned. Number 1 then, Felix Serralles leads the way, and look how much closer Felipe Eng is getting, and then there's the lap number 7. If number 7 can get itself past this traffic and take its lap back again, get onto the lead lap, then that changes things markedly for Bentley. So it's really important here that number 7 hustles. Is it still Guy Smith behind the wheel?
It is. But the trouble is Guy Smith is down in 42nd place. Everything that he can gain is a bonus, but he's not in this race. This is the race for the lead right now between the 88 Mercedes and the 99 BMW.
But if he unlaps himself and then later there's a safety car that bunches them up, then as I say, things change. So getting onto the lead lap is absolutely critical for Guy Smith now.
Correct.
And he's almost there. He's almost there. Look at it. It shows the pace of the car. So mega frustration that it lost that lap and a half or so with the slow back to the pit lap and then the pit stop itself.
But I can tell you, Felipe Eng is not going to let a car that is literally in its wheel tracks almost a lap down through easily when he's trying to take the lead of this race, and he's very close to getting onto that, well, under the rear wing of the Mercedes, coming down out of the turns 1 and 2 down the hill. But look at Guy Smith. He is on a mission.
That car is not. That's the troubled Greg Gilbert Audi. Alex Buncombe has done the fastest lap of the race, incidentally, in number 23 Nissan. He's in 15th place, and Alex Buncombe has done the fastest lap as now Felipe Eng tries to get up the inside of Serralles, who goes wide over the curb. Through Saint-Beuve they go. They've got traffic up the road. Is that the Homerson Machiels Bertolini Ferrari? I think it is, the Pro-Am car that they have to negotiate. Right now you're going to see who's got the big grunt, because Bentley wants to get past both BMW and Mercedes. BMW wants to get the lead of the race. Here we go.
BMW should have a marginal advantage. He's certainly getting the slipstream. He's going to look one way and the other, but the Ferrari is going to come into play. So Serralles is going to have to be thoughtful, because the Mercedes on the inside, the BMW on the outside. Felipe Eng, how brave does he want to be? Well, he thinks about it, but Guy Smith is watching this, metaphorically rubbing his hands as the Audi stays way off the racetrack.
And now the Ferrari, it is 53, I was right, that needs to be negotiated. Serralles dives up the inside, there goes Eng for the race lead. The Mercedes is sideways, he corrects it, he keeps the lead. Can Guy Smith take advantage of this? There's a back marker, and Eng goes to the inside, he's up the curb. The Ferrari not being massively cooperative, but eventually the BM goes through, and now Guy Smith tries to get up the inside, the Bentley squirts past. Now Smith is attacking Eng for all he is worth. Great spectacle.
Yes, and Guy Smith was the one of those three cars we're focusing on that was able to run pretty much the part of the racetrack he wanted to. His tyres didn't get any pickup or any of the detritus that would be on the circuit, so stay on board with the 7 Bentley. Guy Smith behind the wheel. Light gradually beginning to fade. We're looking westward as we come down the straight, so you're getting the maximum light, but beginning now, what time is it? We're coming up to almost 8 o'clock in the evening, 2 hours, other than 7 minutes into the race.
So can Smith get past Eng before Eng catches back up to Felix Serralles? The lead gap is 1 second, and then behind Guy Smith, also running rapidly, is Lukas Stolz, number 4. So this section of the race going back towards those that stopped at the hour mark, because of course they've only done 1 pit stop. But Serralles is the joker in the pack, because that car has made 2, so it's there on merit. It's the best of the double stoppers, and it's in contention for a win.
But if you were Lukas Stolz and you were behind the Bentley, you wouldn't be very happy, because you can see the 2 lead cars ahead of you, and we know that the straight line speed of the number 4 Mercedes, the Black Vulcan Mercedes, was around about 272 kilometers per hour. It was considerably slower than Nissan, and probably about 4 or 5 kilometers per hour slower than the car we're riding on board with right now, Guy Smith in the Bentley. And he's even getting marginally dropped by the lead Mercedes and the 2nd place BMW.
And Eng still can't get past Serralles. He's caught back up again. But by the time he's caught up, it's time to turn into a corner at Senior, so he can't go through there. Of course, again, if they get together and squabble, that'll help the Bentley, as Eng now goes for the race lead. Job done this time. No! Serralles elbows out, cuts across the front, closes the door in the face, or rather slams it in the face of Felipe Eng, and locks it, and bolts it, and keeps his race lead.
Serralles took a very brave, long way round, opened up the door to Felipe Eng. Felipe Eng almost got the BMW sufficiently alongside the Mercedes to say, I'm claiming this bit of real estate.
And
Alexander, not his uncle Alistair, Alexander Sim. In the pits comes Serralles.
Right, so he's, again, another one out of sequence. So now it's Felipe Eng in the lead of the race. The car behind is a lap behind, frustratingly, number 7 Bentley. So Guy Smith wants to get through but is he going to be able to do it? And that therefore means that Lukas Stolz is second, hunting them both down.
Incident between car 5, that was the Audi, and the 63 Lamborghini. So there was contact, and that's the car that's been the winningest car, driver, pairing, team, whatever, manufacturer. So there must have been something causing that right rear problem on the Audi, the number 5 Audi, driven by Marcel Fassler. We're getting more information, understanding why what we thought might have been a loose wheel or tire, probably much more severe than that, maybe looking more like broken suspension component.
So there is 88, and that is its third pit stop. And there's another loose wheel. Now, what's that come off? So you've picked a fine time to leave me loose wheel. It heads down the Mistral. What has it come off? It has come off potentially.
Well, it's running slowly. We can see it on the left of picture. We can't quite make out what it is.
A Mercedes, isn't it, that was in 31st place. And I fear that's number 89, Alex Fontana's car. Is that 89? It is. So it's the Daniele Perfetti Alex Fontana car grinding along the ground.
We had a rear wheel part company from the 88 car this morning.
Front, wasn't it?
Oh, well, yes,
front
it wasn't front, yes, front.
Yeah.
I hate to think it could be another wheel issue. It would be very, very unusual for you get maybe one road wheel, but for same team, effectively same car, to have a similar problem. Well,
wasn't it in the old Group C days that Porsche wheel nuts used to untighten themselves when there were long safety car periods because the pace would be slowed down, it would all cool and the nuts would unthread. There it is, limping back to the pit lane, white flag, meaning a very slow moving vehicle is on track, and at the wheel of that car, is it still Fontana behind the wheel limping it back? It is, it's Alex Fontana keeping out of the way, so yellow flags as well as white flags in that sector. And there, the Nissan is about to go booming past to gain yet more ground. Alex Buncombe carving his way up into 12th place at the expense of Nico Bastian. Matt Parry has now done the fastest lap of the race in the sister Nissan. Nissan having won this race in the past. Bob Neville said to me in quiet tones yesterday morning, we come to this race with some optimism.
It's been a circuit that's worked well for Nissan, and the Mercedes has stopped now again. This is probably going to be full Courcello.
Exactly.
At least a full Courcello to get that car removed. Decision that too much. I mean, it may well be that the pit lane has told the Mercedes to stop. Just stop, because you're going to do more damage.
Yeah.
And the time that would be taken to repair than getting the car there. We see one of the snatch vehicles. That's the first time we've seen one of those used before. Whether it's got the grunt to drag the 1,200 kilogram or just whatever kilograms a Mercedes AMG is to safety.
Well, we're about to find out, aren't we? As the battle for the moment is Rover Racing versus Black Falcon. It is Rover from Black Falcon, Rover from Black Falcon. And then the AF Corsa number 50 Ferrari is back into the mix as well, because that's only 14 seconds adrift of the race leader. And it's got Michele Rugolo at the wheel of it now. So the yellow Ferrari is in the mix as there, diving up the inside. Jimmy Eriksson gets the job done, goes ahead of Lorenz Frey. So that now is the change for 8th place. Mercedes goes ahead of Jaguar.
Yes, and I think it's reasonable to say that Lorenz Frey, capable driver as he is, isn't at the same level as his illustrious teammate Stefano Ortelli. And Jimmy Eriksson, undoubtedly that 84 car has got 3 very equal drivers. If there's one that's maybe slightly slower than the other, it would be Jimmy Eriksson, but I have to say the difference between Buch, Pereira and Eriksson, is nothing.
Nothing at all, is it? Yeah. 51 laps are in the book. 2.4 seconds is the margin for Philippe Eng to Lukas Stolz. And Nico Bastian, who is 12th, is about to get a drive-through penalty for a pit time infringement. So there it is, 87, Nico Bastian leading Pro-Am. He's about to lose a place outright also to Fabian Schiller, who gets up the inside of him and goes through. But 87, a drive-through penalty for a pit stop time violation.
You've just got to tick all your boxes, your pit box amongst them, because little errors have big, big consequences.
Now, how is Guy Smith doing relative to Philippe Eng? Is he going to be able to finally wriggle a way through?
Well, he's at 38th at the minute.
Yeah, but is he lapping quicker or slower? Does he have a chance of getting that lap back? His last lap was a 59.4, Eng a 59.8. So in theory, the Bentley should be quicker. Let's stay on board the Nissan as we boom past the pits over the timing line, John.
Yes, start-finish line, run down into turn 1 and 2. Much shorter straight than the main Mistral straight. So Alex Buncombe takes the line and gives himself a better entry, hoping to get the run off as he comes through turn 1, then the switch back through turn 2, runs wide. Then you've got this little short straight, the drop down into a downhill braking. A place people might think about trying, but it's not the best part of the circuit. This sequence of corners, slow right, slow left. It's really more about getting yourself prepared as the Jaguar runs slightly tighter on the exit. From here onwards, this is where Alex Buncombe needs to get the hammer down on the Nissan, because it is here that his advantage on the straight will pay dividends. Runs pretty wide in the exit through Les Cols. Now he's got the Jaguar. Looking just to see, the Jaguar's got good straight line performance. It's not losing an awful lot to the Nissan. Alex Buncombe might be wondering, was passing other cars with relative ease. The Jaguar is not coming to me, and I don't know if I'm going to manage to get inside him up into scene. I'm not going to do it. Has to reset his passing options with that Jaguar. 2 hours complete.
Just
4 to go.
Just to catch up on a couple of other things. 43 McLaren, Sam Tornoff is at the wheel, but the radio is not working. The transponder is giving the wrong driver ID, but because the radio is not working, they can't tell him to correct it. But a defective radio is the last thing you need with 4 hours to go. And I think I finally got to the bottom of all that debris on the track. We've had a pit lane report that number 12, the Ombra Racing Lamborghini, Stefano Gattuso was at the wheel. That's had to retire. Too much damage after a tyre explosion. And I think I've managed to piece it all together.
Yeah, no, I think that certainly the debris we saw on the racetrack looked like something pretty violent had happened, because parts of the inner guard on, I assume it was a rear tyre, where those large bits of carbon fibre, and the shape of them indicated they were coming from the inner guards on something, and that makes pretty good sense. It was the Ombra Lamborghini.
So now we've got to the bottom of that. Let's focus on 23, which is Alex Buncombe, who is working his way up the order, and 98, which is the third place car. It's Tom Blomqvist at the wheel of it, and he's got a punctured tyre. Yeah. Well called, John. It's a rear tyre that's gone, so the third placed car from Rover Racing, Tom Blom, limps along the Mistral. He's got, what, about half a lap to go?
Yes, and again, is that the consequence of having bits of carbon fibre that maybe didn't get cleared away during one of our safety car interventions or full course yellows, whatever, and that takes so little for one of those bits of carbon fibre to cut a tyre down, and again, nothing you can do. You can't even see it on the circuit. It blends into the colour of the track surface. It's impossible to pick it out.
So that's one Rover Racing BMW that's taken a hit, and up into third place now then will go Gabriele Piana, making his Blancpain debut. Up into fourth will go Michele Rugolo, and they're all going past the BMW and flailing bits of rubber heading into senior. There are the two Jaguars that have got themselves together, and it is Laurens Frey ahead of the former Grand Prix racer Christian Klein. Not anymore, because they have gone, the place has traded, so Christian Klein has gone through. Dare I say, Klein sweeps by, but he's up now into 9th place.
You certainly can. But there is the Mercedes, and that's about where it's going to finish for the rest of the afternoon, one can imagine.
Yeah, that's Fontana looking pretty dejected. Right, back to Bentley for a moment. This is Andy Soucek, number 8, who is in 7th place, about to be 6th, because into the pit lane has come the orange Team Lazarus Lamborghini, and he is, what, now 51 seconds away from the leading 4 cars. But of course we know that the Bentley is on a different pit strategy than the cars it's chasing, other than the 50 Ferrari, because that was doing 2 very early stops. So you can't discount the number 50 Ferrari either, given its early pit stops.
And just looking down the top 3, we've got the 18 Black Falcon, not the number 4, but the 18 Black Falcon in 3rd place.
That's right. So Piana 3rd, Rugolo 4th. Right, there is Blomqvist, who's brought the car back in and climbs out, but they've lost time on the in-lap, and now, of course, there is time lost as I have to go through the pit stop. So it was Spengler to Blomqvist, presumably, therefore, they now put Marcus Pautila into the car. They've not yet done the tyre change, of course. You can't do that until the refuelling is done.
And there you can get an indication of what happens when the tyre lets go. It just flails around, and Robert marks all over that left rear corner. So a bit of work going on inside the cockpit, not to help the driver, but they may be looking at some, I don't know whether they carry drinks bottles. They have got aircon of a sort.
There's Blancpain with his drink bottle walking away. Whether it's water or a sort of high nutrition drink, depends on preference. And there's that confusion over the, yeah, I think it needs to go in the box. Yeah, it's got to go in the garage, so they get the trolley jacks. Damage is done. So, knowing how tight this is, you can't afford to have a long pit stop like this. 98 is another one in this drama-packed race that is about to tumble down the order.
It's the same old story. If a tyre gets cut down or you've got an issue with the tyre and it starts flailing around, there's so many components in the wheel arch. Let's look at Michele Rugolo in the 50 Ferrari, and they are in 4th place, 11 seconds behind the race leader, but 34 hundredths of a second behind the 18 Mercedes.
And they've done 3 pit stops. Passanathora's doing 2 early stints. And just having a look at some of the super slow-mo shots coming out of the Virage Dupont. You see the suspension working as they ride the curb, the variety of lines. Some go wide, some go wider, sparks fly. There aren't 2 cars on exactly the same trajectory, are there?
No, there's always a small difference in driver preference there. The Nissan almost taken the perimeter version of the final corner. I don't know why it was so wide. Waiting to see what comes. I haven't even seen it. There it is now. Probably lost the best part of 2 seconds in that little manoeuvre.
Michele Rugolo gets up past the Porsche and gets also past 18. So Giorgio Piana now has lost 3rd place. So you've got Rugolo running 3rd. Still think this could be a car in contention for a win come the end of it, the way that A, it has gone, B, they've played the pit stops, and C, they've also kept Alessandro Pierguidi ready for his nighttime work. So 18, which is Gabriele Piana, new to Blancpain.
Yeah, a little bit clumsy between the Porsche and the Mercedes from the final turn. Nobody quite clear as to who was going to take the initiative, and consequently momentum on the 18 Mercedes has been lost, and the 50 Ferrari, Michele Rugolo, used that to his advantage. No possibility of a challenge back from the 18 Mercedes, and so Rugolo on his way. He's 10 and a half seconds behind the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes. Last lap from Rugolo, 2 minutes 0, and more or less the same from the number 4 Mercedes. So the BMW, they've decided they can rectify that problem pretty quickly. Whatever it was not a major fix. So it's back out onto the pit wall. Tyres, wheels will be attached, and it'll be on its way.
Number 63 Lamborghini, a 1-minute stop-and-go penalty for causing a collision. So 63, the Grasso Racing Team car, Andrea Caldarelli at the wheel of it now, a 1-minute stop-and-go penalty for causing a collision.
Yes, we saw the consequence of that collision with the number 5 Audi, but we didn't actually see what the boy did to get that penalty.
Now, number 3 Audi also, team manager being summoned to race control. This is the Kegel de Sadali Aventa car, which might be for driver time behind the wheel. And there, in the fading light now, hustles on the traffic ahead.
Yes, and this becomes an issue for the drivers maybe over the next hour or so, because the sun is beginning to sink, and it sinks right into the driver's eye line as they come down, pit straight into turns 1 and 2, then into 3 and into 5. So it is a part of the race, and if you're not accustomed to nighttime racing, this is the transition between daylight into dusk into darkness that really can be quite a challenge.
As you look at 99, the leading car into the pit lane, Philipp Eng gives way, and Luca Stolz is in as well. So the end of 56 laps, both of them come into the pit lane.
And it'll be the 50 Ferrari that will take over the lead as they go on to lap 57. So just 2 hours and 10 minutes into the race, and it's certainly been action-packed with a number of safety car interventions, full course yellows, drivers either having contact with other drivers and cutting down tyres, damaging suspension, or just simply catching debris, and the consequence of that is brand new set of sticker tyres goes on the rear to the BMW, and that's a lovely feel. You go out in a brand new set of tyres, whatever the manufacturer, and you think suddenly this car feels wonderful. Then over the course, you get the tyre settling into its longer duration, but it's that newness you get with a brand new set of tyres is always lovely.
That, I think I'm right in saying, is a 29-lap stint that they've just done, those cars. That's a very, very long stint indeed, so that's a good effort. There is the troubled 63, which hopefully will now come in and serve that 1-minute stop-go penalty. And the BMW staying ahead of the Mercedes as they go down the pit lane, but what we need to see is where they blend back in relative to the likes of 84 Mercedes. They're going through is the 19th placed McLaren, so yeah, they lose track position.
They do indeed, and most importantly, they've lost to not one BMW but two BMWs. So that's going to be a little bit of a job to get the number 4 Mercedes back up. It's on a fresh set of rubber, which will undoubtedly help. So it'll be Adam Christodoulou behind the wheel. Adam very happy and buoyant all through this little period on the grid when we were talking, so he thinks he's got a winning car.
There's the stop-go penalty, the 1-minute penalty being given to Caldarelli. Damage at the front.
Yes, left front, you can see the bodywork slightly deranged. So,
and it was right rear, wasn't it, on the Audi?
Yes, so going in, probably going into the scene of another contact.
Senior of the crime.
Yeah. Scene of the time.
So Caldarelli's car showing the witness marks, and back into the race. Marcus Paltela did take over 98. Whoops, 25's in strife now. The Audi goes off the road at Senior. Was that a wobble or was that a problem with the tyre? I think it was just an error, wasn't it?
It was a wobble, but what caused it? Difficult to tell. It just looked like suddenly, oh, what's happening? I mean, there's faster traffic coming through, but all of a sudden, in the quickest corner on the racetrack, the 25 Audi looked decidedly unstable. Did the right thing and let the car run way, way wide. Got everything back in control, but we never understood, I didn't understand initially what caused them to have that wobble.
Marcus Winkelhock, this year's Nürburgring 24-hour winner at the wheel of it. Right, there is 14, being given a very, very hard time now, because this is Lorenz Frey, who has got Miguel Molina's Ferrari right up alongside him and about to go through. Just up the road ahead of them, look, is the Fabian Schiller Mercedes. So this is Molina to try to gain a place. He is on the outside line down towards Verrières. Is he going to be able to get the job done? Yes, he is. Good move.
Yeah, it was on the outside. He could brake a little bit later than the Jaguar. That's the penalty of taking that tight approach into a turn like turn 1. You just cannot afford to brake late. If you want to brake late, then you're going to compromise yourself on the exit. Let's look again at this Audi and see. I mean, that's very unusual. It just suddenly took its mind, had a mind of its own.
So Winkelhock.
I think maybe he might have just dabbed the brake or something. Yeah. The car looked to dip maybe, and then the back end suddenly got loose. Whatever it was sort of rather unexpected.
Agreed, yeah. So Winkelhock losing ground as a consequence. Michele Rugolo leads the race now, number 50 Ferrari. We've got 3 hours and 47 minutes to go. It is Rugolo ahead of Soucek by 47 seconds, with then Jimmy Eriksson in 3rd place. And the leader gets a drive-through penalty for crossing the white line at pit entry. So the leading Ferrari, there it is about to be given a drive-through penalty. Crossing the white line at pit in. What were you saying earlier about you've got to tick all your boxes? Well, there's one that was unticked, and it's going to cost them.
Ordinarily, it's the pit lane exit white line that drivers sometimes take an advantage of. It's not so much, but of course you're coming off the final corner, and it's a very quick cut to the right, and then you've got a very sharp right into the pit. So, I mean, I would say that it wasn't intentional. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You crossed it, and you have to take a penalty.
Absolutely right. So Michele Rugolo has 3 passings of the timing line to take that, get it out of the way, get it done.
Sort of spoils your theory, but the 50 Ferrari might be a winning car here this evening.
Yeah, it doesn't do much for that theory, does it?
Sorry, David. I don't want to emphasise it, but, you know, look, it happens to everybody and all of us at some point or other in our motor racing lives.
But unfortunately, it's going to drop the car places. I mean, it might be that it comes back into the mix with 3 3/4 hours if there's a safety car to help it. It's just a drive-through. It's not a stop-go, thankfully. And don't forget, it's 47 seconds in the lead. So can it keep the race lead, at least in the short term, over the Bentley? It might work out differently on the next round of pit stops, but let's see where it blends back in after that drive through the pit lane.
You would like to hope that he might come in somewhere 8th, maybe 10th position. If he drops outside the top 10, that's going to be quite difficult for the 50 Ferrari to do very much more about. Maxime Soulet sitting there chomping away on a bit of protein in the form, I think, of a banana. Good energy food.
Absolutely.
Have one every morning for breakfast. In he comes.
Okay.
Now, it makes a very conscious effort to make sure he stays to the right of that blend line. You can just catch part of it on the picture.
So watch this car down the pit lane. We'll keep an eye to the track and see where number 8 Bentley is, but I think this car might hang on to its race lead. Let's see. It's not the longest of pit lanes in terms of the time to take driving through it. There is 8 Bentley that's not yet even at Virage du Pont. So the number 50 Ferrari had 47 seconds in hand. There it is. It's going to keep the race lead.
It is, but the lead is going to be significantly reduced because there is the Bentley now. So he's probably about 15 or 18 seconds away from coming onto pit straight as the Ferrari. That was a deep breath, and I have to say, it couldn't have worked out better. The prospect of a drive-through, not the most severe penalty, but it was a particularly severe crime. It was probably human error, but human error gets punished as much as something with premeditation.
So let's see what the gap is at the end of the next lap, because Soucek's also got to get himself up through the traffic here. Working his way through Verrières. What's going on in Pro-Am at the moment? Well, we've got the Ahmed Al-Harfi Aston Martin leading the way from the penalised Nico Bastian Mercedes. As there through the traffic goes Soucek, gets the Ferrari out of the way and now can press on. What's going on here? This is for 9th and 10th, and Jake Dennis goes through ahead of Lorenz Frey, change for position, and James Collado is the next one. With all due deference to Lorenz Frey, he's not a Ortelli or a Costa. It's not a surprise that he's losing places.
And I tell you what, Jake Dennis did not even hesitate about taking a prisoner on that one. That was no margin whatsoever, and the Ferrari behind will see that there is maybe a little bit of a chance to get through quickly. Doing it down in this part of the racetrack is very difficult indeed. It's all about acceleration, brake, and it's in those second, third gears, so nothing you can do. The Nissan behind is going to be the issue. That's the 22 Nissan. It will probably steam past the Ferrari, much to the frustration of James Collado.
So they're running wide out of Virage du Pont, Laurence Frey, and as I say, he's certainly not a slow driver, but he's not as quick as his two co-drivers and therefore losing ground a little bit. Now, Alexander Sims has done the fastest lap of the race in number 99 BMW. It's currently running in 16th place, but Alexander Sims, you kind of plug and play, don't you? Put him into something and he just delivers.
Yeah, I mean, literally you've summed it up. Well, that's a strong lap at this stage in the race. Clearly, he was pretty much on his own with a fresh set of rubber. It doesn't matter. He's done a 158.314, and that is the fastest lap of the race. And we're some 2 hours and 17 odd minutes into our 6-hour event as the Ferrari continues, and the gap between first and second, Bentley in second place, now 16.3 seconds. So that was, what was it before?
47.
Okay.
And it's now 16.
I'll tell you what, you should count your lucky stars that it's not more.
So I'm still clinging to my theory it could be a winner, but there's so much that's going to pan out of this race. I still don't think you can really make a proper prediction, and it's going to be absolutely fascinating when we get to the last few minutes to see who is on the money, dead set for driver times, because of course that's very carefully monitored, and if you stray the wrong side of your 65 minutes, bang, penalty comes.
The Mercedes 4 was just ahead of a BMW. I couldn't catch the number of that BMW, but there you just see the number 4 Mercedes coming through in the group of cars.
20th place.
So Christa Dulu is ahead of... Was that BMW out of sequence? Maybe it is.
It'll be 98, won't it? Yeah. Which is the delayed Blomqvist, now Marcus Pauseler car. There's the Pro-Am leader. You can see the classification, and Ahmed Al-Harfi, the driver of the car at the moment, double class winner in the Road to Le Mans races, the support races for the 24 hours last weekend. We've, I think I'm right in saying, only had him at the wheel thus far, although Sela Yoluk drives the car this weekend, and so also Johnny Adam. Rub your hands with glee that you get another Monza or Le Mans type stint. Look at this fight going on between the Audis, making the run along the Mistral. Number 2, Christopher Mies, is in all of this, looking to try to gain track position, and heading up towards Senior they come. You've got back markers, you've got 2 cars pretending to be 17th as well in all of this, because they overlap through the timing sector. 59 McLaren there, dropping back a little bit, but what a fight going on here.
I mean, that had trouble written all over it as those 6 cars all jockeying for respective positions, made their way into scene, and following behind another group of 6, 8, goodness knows many cars. Again, there you can see this.
You've got Dean Stoneman, then Jamie Green, and then Adam Christodoulou. So that's 18th, 19th and 20th, that battle pack.
And Adam Christodoulou right over the back of the Audi. He want to get through as quickly as possible, the 76 Audi. And who's behind the wheel? Is it Jamie Green?
Yeah, it is, yeah. Who we've seen on Blancpain Sprint duty, but very much part of Audi's DTM programme these days, comes over the line.
Yeah, but I've yet to see Jamie Green in an Audi, whichever version of it is, or team entrant, because he does a brilliant job on DTM, but it hasn't translated, maybe just because of circumstance. Certainly a driver who you'd want to have in your car any day.
Absolutely. Great winner in the DTM this year, and many seasons past came into the DTM with Mercedes, but has found perhaps a happier home at Audi. Brother Nigel, one of the leading lights in Formula One stock car racing, but a very different form of motorsport life for Jamie, although he's, whenever possible, a regular supporter on the terraces. Right, there is the 8 Bentley running in second place, and in the sectors, lost out in sector 1, fractionally quicker in sector 2, but this is the car upholding hope, isn't it now?
Yeah, the gap a lap ago between first and second was 16.3 seconds. They're lapping more or less on their last lap, identical lap times, so Andy Soucek really doing all he can, but it's not seemingly going to make any inroads into the leading 50 Ferrari of Michele Rugolo.
Can I also point out that number 7 is back on the lead lap, so Guy Smith, thanks to the pit stop for the 99, is back onto the race lead lap for the moment. He's a long way down, I'll grant you, he's 32nd, but he's on the lead lap, and that's crucial if we get another safety car. And Bentley ready for the next round of stops.
32nd and being the lead lap, pretty impressive for those cars between 32nd and first, because that is a pretty competitive field of cars. And to try and make your way up through a competitive field of cars, easy doing it if you're right at the tail of the field, because performance levels do vary. We had 20 cars covered by 0.999 of a second in qualifying.
And number 3, which is currently being driven by Hugo de Sadelier, is going to have a drive-through penalty because earlier driver, was it John Venter, has exceeded his stint time. So number 3, the WRT Audi gets a drive-through.
Lights flashing on the 55 Ferrari, and this is one of the, it's the Jaguar, yes, looking good. He's under pressure from the Nissan, so he knows he doesn't want to let the Nissan get through. That'll put him in a more difficult position, so he wants to get through the Jaguar as quickly as possible. Might take a punt down the outside, but it's very difficult. The Jaguar uses the track sensibly, and once again James Colado's got to be patient, but he doesn't worry, and then gets up the inside. And was that a little bit of an easy pass? I think it might have been. Maybe Lorenz Frey decided it was easier to let the Ferrari go at this part of the racetrack, but the Nissan, the 90 Mercedes and the BMW following are all looking to make their way through, as one of the Audis bobbles in and out, going through the exit of Lake Hall onto the Mistral Straight.
So Collado into the top 10, that pass you've just seen in the Kaspersky Motorsport Ferrari, and there down the pit road is 7. Okay, so this will take it off the lead lap, won't it? Because it's going to sit there for 91 seconds. Driver change. Finally, Guy Smith is relieved.
I'm not surprised. He would deserve to be relieved.
Yeah.
The 22, Matt Parry, is still Matt Parry. It is behind in 12th place, so he is racing for position with the 55 Ferrari. So that's why James Collado is not keen to see the Nissan get up alongside, but that was a bit nip and tuck as they came into, and you can see the BMW directly behind the 22, and that's number 90.
Jack Driver, the back marker there. 90 is Raffaele Marciello, isn't it, in the Mercedes? So there is Collado. Behind him, you've got Parry. Then Marciello versus Lawrence Fry. Raffaele Marciello goes round the outside. Number 2 is Christopher Mies. 25 is Marcus Winkelhock. And there, up the inside of the Nissan, it is the BMW Alexander Sims at the wheel, hustling on, gaining a place. Everywhere you look, there's a battle.
Pretty aggressive move from Alexander Sim, and I think Matt Perry really imagined that the BMW was going to take a lunge down the inside like that, so probably caught him unawares. Certainly caused him to run very, very wide on the exit of the Virage du Pont, the final corner onto pit straight. So maybe Matt Perry might think, I don't know, I've got to teach that young Alexander Sims a lesson.
As there, through on the inside line goes now number 2 Audi, which is Christopher Mies. So Laurence Frey is falling down the order in this stint, isn't he?
Yes, and one has to say, it has to be expected.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, as we've been making the point, he's by no means a slow driver, but he's not as experienced or as rapid as many of those around him. He's doing a decent enough job. He's keeping the car in that leading group, but you wouldn't expect him to be on the Ortelli or Costa pace.
It's his toy. Let him play with it as he likes.
Yeah.
There's the move, Alexander Sims. I think he got slightly wrong-footed because maybe Matt Parry a little bit earlier on the brakes, and Alexander Sims really might not have had too many options, but that's a part of the racetrack in Virage Dupont, which normally you don't see people pass. Look at Matt Parry, has got to go all the way around, almost around the perimeter of the barrier, and losing. Well, did he lose position? Certainly he would have lost a lot of time to the BMW as a consequence.
And Mucciello comes up to have a go as well, doesn't he, in the red Mercedes there as they head over the timing line. So 3 hours, 34 minutes still to run. Tell you what, the first 2 and a bit hours have flown by. There's the leading car. The gap was 16 seconds after the drive-through. It's 15.3, so it's come down by a little bit. Michele Rugolo. Now, do they have to put Passin Lathoros back into the car, or can they get away with keeping now just Rugolo and Pierre Guidi for the remaining time? I think Lathoros has to do a bit more, doesn't he?
I would assume he would do, but whether they would run Rugolo and Alessandro Pierre Guidi between now and then make their last pit stop and then put Passin Lathoros in. It's a difficult issue because the gap between Lathoros and the other 2 drivers, it's maybe half a second a lap, but you would resist doing so. But it's a team issue. We saw the team making a decision earlier and making that early pit stop with Passin Lathoros, and it worked out to their advantage. They're leading again. So there is the second place. Andy Soucek charging down the Mistral straight, and the Bentley thunders. It's got one of the AM cars directly ahead of it. It's one of the Ferraris, is that? They come to it, 488, I think. Comes through scene. Andy Soucek will want to clear that as quickly as possible. Does so as he dives down the inside as he comes into the double droit du Bousset.
Now there is Bentley 8 running in second place. I've just seen Vincent Voss walk up the pit lane to go and have a word with the Bentley guys on the Pratt perch on the pit wall. He's just left them and gone back across the pit lane towards the garage, but not his own. I think he's still up in Bentley land, so I'm not quite sure what all this is about. I can't believe that he's just asking them about their health, but Vincent Voss has gone and had a fairly earnest conversation with the M Sport team. What do you read into that?
Well, all I can think is it anything to do with the 7 car, because the 7 car is not in contention at the minute in the top 20, but it can run very, very, very quickly, and therefore would they say, look, if your car and our cars are there, would you get your driver, Oliver Jarvis in the case of the 7 Bentley, not to make an issue of it? Incident between car 22 and 99, no further action has been taken.
That's the Parry Sims moment down at Virage Dupont, I think. So
there was no contact. It was just a very late lunge, which, one might say, well, fine. Why would you even bother investigating it?
Indeed. Just wondering, though, where number 7 is on track relative to any WRT Audis at the moment. We need to have a look at that, don't we, and see if we can piece that together.
Well, 7 is down in 43rd place. I can't see any Audis that would be, anywhere around. Andy Soucek running in 2nd place. Doesn't seem to have any Audis immediately clear, except the number 1, which has got Antonio Garcia behind the wheel, but that's, well, it's certainly not a million miles behind the 2nd place Bentley. It's within reach. There is that number 1 car we were just mentioning right now as it comes on through Lake Cole onto the back straight. So Antonio Garcia, more usually seen driving Chevy Corvettes.
Absolutely. But he did drive for WRT on occasions last year, so it's good to have him back in Blancpain. And that car now running in, where is he, 6th place. So welcome back to Blancpain, Antonio Garcia, as the race currently has done 65 laps. There is number 1, the Audi turning its way through senior. So Garcia lapping on the 2-minute ones. It's not a great pace, but it's decent. It's not gaining him anything at the moment, but it's certainly not a disgraceful showing by Antonio, who's got to adapt to a very different sort of GT car, and of course a different build, GT3 rather than GTE, that he was driving last weekend.
Yes, and also the engine directly behind you as opposed to wrapped around your legs. as is the case of the Corvette. And the other aspect of driving a mid-front engine car is you get a fair amount of heat soak coming into the cockpit, whereas with a rear engine, mid-engine car like the Audi, it's mostly behind you and hopefully doesn't have a bearing.
So we've also had a change lower down for 16th place now. Lawrence Frey has lost another spot, and that means now that 75 Audi has got up and passed, which is the Clemens Schmidt-driven car. Next, over the timing line, battle on for 5th, and Alex Bunker versus Miguel Molina. Molina is already making progress. He got himself up past Antonio Garcia, and so there's another place to be gained here, possibly by Molina. So you've got the Iberian battle going his way. So the two Spaniards have switched around, but Garcia is staying with him. Another one that's being held up is Alex Bunker, because he's got the Valkenhorst BMW just up the road ahead of him. Bunker is coming under attack, and look, also at 85, Fabian Schiller in the Mercedes in the mix. As there, up the inside goes Molina. He's gone through on the inside, and here comes Garcia. Audi up the curb. He's gone through, but in a moment, in a straight line as they almost touch, can the Nissan use all of its grunt to go back ahead?
Unusual for Alex Bunker to get wrong-footed in a corner like that, but two cars get through, loses the momentum, principally coming onto the straight line. He's got great straight-line performance, but he's got alongside him, again, one of the Audis, so has he gotten past? Well, he's watching as they come down the straight. It's the Mercedes coming up into scene, and where are we going to go? He had to back out of it. He had to back out of it. And that sort of wrong footing, Alex Bunkum, is not a usual scene for me. Not at all. Maybe he's not comfortable in the car. Maybe something that he's having to fight.
John was saying during the course of the qualifying session this morning how over the course of the race the road sort of changes, because you go through different track conditions, the temperatures, and you could end up with understeer early, oversteer late in the race. It all changes as you go through the race, and that maybe is part and parcel of what Alex Bunkum is going through now. There's the replay. Was that a bit of contact?
Yeah, there was a very slight, but I mean, it was just the two cars were converging from different parts of the racetrack, and there was a very light touch. It wasn't anything intentional, but you can see the consequence. Look on your left, there's a Mercedes there somewhere, but as you get into 6th gear, 259, 260 on the speedo, you can see the speed picking up, 265, 270, and again the Mercedes sort of coming and dropping back. So the Nissan this morning did 284. That's a pretty high speed.
It's an effort.
But that was a slow entry onto the straight for Alex Bunkum, so clearly he would have lost 7 kilometers per hour.
So the race-leading car, despite its drive-through penalty, remains number 50 Ferrari. We have got 3 hours and 27 minutes to go. That is the leader, and it is Michele Rugolo behind the wheel, pushing. But the gap over the second-place Bentley continues to come down, not massively, but it is still reducing. 67 laps in the book as the number 50 Ferrari heads up towards the end of the lap. So let's just catch our breath and have a look back at what's been going on in a very turbulent race thus far. 58 cars launched themselves down towards turn 1, and Katsumasa Chiyo on his toes right from the get-go, gaining places, running out of road at senior, being able to regroup, and then there was this contact between Ishikawa Motoaki and Jürgen Hering that brought out a full course yellow, and then a safety car. Everybody bunched up behind the leader, Jelmer Berman, and it was time for the eggheads on the pit wall to earn their corn and try and call the right strategy. Some teams elected to stay out, others brought the cars in early, amongst them Bentley, although they then found themselves a little bit trapped by the man-filter Mercedes, and a bit of time was wasted as they had to push the car back and forth and find the space. But Guy Smith hustled on and got himself up past the number 90 Mercedes. Also got into the back of Ezequiel Perez Compact, gave the Lamborghini a bit of a hurry up. And then there was this great move also by Marco Ciocci through on the inside of the 85 Mercedes of Dominic Baumann. Guy Smith eventually worked his way up past the Pro-Am leading Ferrari on what looked to be a very good run for the Bentley. Ultimately would end in a pit stop and a lap being lost. Out of the race though, Bernard Delhay, whose engine let go spectacularly in 777. That car was a retirement as we had the lead changed. Albert Costa round the outside of the Maxi Bouk Mercedes as into its pit box went number 7 Bentley. Big frustration. The car briefly lost a lap, but he's not completely out of the hunt. So Albert Costa's Jaguar had the lead of the race until the next round of pit stops. It came in at the same time as 84, Maxi Book giving way to Jimmy Eriksson in the newly reliveried Battlefield-backed HTP Mercedes. 3 wide they ran in a straight line with Robert Renauer in the Porsche carving his way back into the mix, and Marcel Fassler with a loose wheel after contact with the 63 Lamborghini tried to limp back to the pits and then had that spin. The car was put into the pit box and is still there. Not yet declared a retirement, but down in 52nd place, 25 laps adrift. A great lead battle then ensued. Felix Morales trying to keep the BMW at bay until we had another missing wheel, this time from the 89 Mercedes, a car that's got 2 more races to run tomorrow in the Blancpain GT Sports Club, and as yet the car's not got back to the pit lane. 98 had a puncture, Tom Blomqvist at the wheel of it. And the battles continued all the way through the order. This car, number 63 Lambo, had a 1-minute stop-go penalty. Andrea Caldarelli, hugely frustrated, deemed to have caused a collision with Marcel Fassler, resulting in the damage. And then Marcus Winkelhock had a wobbly moment at Scene, ran off the road, was able to get back on track, but it was rather surprising to see the car suddenly spear to the left and lose the traction. A drive-through penalty was given to the race leader for crossing the white line at pit-in, but the car rejoined, still in the lead, as James Collado got himself up past Laurence Fry and gained another spot. And then Alexander Sims offered the same kind of manoeuvre to Matt Parry at the Virage Dupont, the BMW up the inside. But Ferrari leads the way with 3 hours and 24 minutes to go. 66 with an engine failure being pushed away, so that car another retirement, I'm afraid. We started with 58. We've effectively got, I suppose now, 50 still circulating, still in the race. So that car will go no further, push behind the barrier. And many of the teams are going to have to come and do their pack-up tomorrow, aren't they? The cars will go to Parc Fermé overnight, and then all the Blancpain teams come back in the morning, load up and head for home.
And in fact, the race result will be a provisional result because scrutineering will not take place at midnight there. I mean, that's the second Lamborghini we've seen.
It's a big failure.
That is unbelievable, and it would appear to be an identical issue. A little flick of flame coming from the right rear. So 2 Lambos have had major engine failures, and whether it's piston, rod, one would suspect there's a hole somewhere in the internals of the engine. As we go back to the 14 Jaguar of Laurence Fray,
who is now 20th, and that's about to become 21st, isn't it? Because he's got Dean Stoneman's McLaren looking for a way through. How about this great little battle going on, largely Audi related, isn't it? With 75 Clement Schmidt, Jake Dennis up the road ahead of him, and Christopher Mies number 2, and Jake Dennis round the outside of Christopher Mies.
Not many do that.
Oh, that's brave stuff, isn't it? So no respecter of reputation, Jake Dennis. Hello, I'm new to GT racing. Can I pass you around the outside? Yes.
I mean, that's a courageous and a committed move by the young Brit. And Christopher Mies, who is one of my go-to guys in an Audi, found himself in the wrong part of the racetrack, quite simply, and was outmaneuvered by the newcomer to the WRT team. And that's one of those maneuvers you'd like to watch again and again and again, because that took commitment. It also took a lot of cooperation from Christopher Mies, because he knew that he had been beaten and he didn't challenge it. He could have been more awkward about it. He decided not to. This is a 6-hour race. Yeah. We're not even halfway through it. We're 21 minutes or so away from the half-distance mark. But that's what a racing driver's got to think. You're not worrying about a 20-lap sprint round the Paul Ricard Grand Prix circuit. This is a 6-hour endurance, albeit it's a 6-hour sprint race.
Now we're getting more and more driving standards flags for not respecting track limits, but as yet, no penalties coming particularly, so largely drivers are behaving themselves. How is Adam Christodoulou getting on? He's 14th, and he's nearly joined up with that Audi battle. So Adam Christo getting himself up the order.
Just looking again through timing and scoring, there is the number 4 as it makes its way round, followed by, or leading, the number 2. But it's the battle at the lead that Andy Soucek has actually taken about 4.5–5 seconds out of the advantage of the lead Ferrari. As we look down, the 2 Nissans running 9th and 10th, 23 and 9th, 22 in 10th place, so they'll be comfortable with that. Still a long way to go. Now, was that another incident on the main straight?
It's 85, isn't it? Yes. That's the Fabian Schiller car, which was 7th. So is that mechanical or is that tyre related? Either way, it's another of the leading cars that is now in strife.
Oh, it doesn't, I mean, the right front is the only thing that looks could potentially, but the car is certainly way, way off track, staying to the inside, bounces across the curb that demarcates one of the access points at this Paul Ricard circuit. Doesn't look, from what I can see, to be, and there's nothing on the left side of the car. Hard to tell on the right side if there is. No,
it's not a tyre, is it?
No, it's not a tyre. It's a technical and mechanical, electrical.
Mechanical, yeah.
But
he's doing the right thing, keeping way out of the way.
Yeah,
Fair play to him.
Now he's going to have to be careful when he rejoins the circuit, but he's let those cars go through. Fabian Schiller has done a good job in being observant, using his mirrors and not impeding other cars that are clearly running more healthily than the 85 Mercedes is doing. So white flag is being waved to warn drivers there's a car travelling slowly. What Fabian Schiller is doing is the right thing. He's staying off the racetrack. He's now going to rejoin it for the last two corners and then will quickly make his way into the very abrupt entrance. And what's he doing now?
Well, he can bypass the last corner and just get to pit in, can't he, rather than slowing everybody's way on the
I've
apex,
never ever seen anybody do that before, but clearly Fabian Schiller knows the shortcuts.
There's the leader, so back in, proper pit stop that time. Michele Rugolo, does he stay behind the wheel of the car? I think he has, but we'll double check in a moment as we approach half distance. And of course he will have lost the lead on the basis of that being what you might call a full service.
Yes, and are they back on normal routines, or are they still going to be that half a stint out in relation to the rest of the field?
You know that move we were talking about, Jake Dennis, round the outside?
Yes.
And we said it was a brave move.
Yes.
One viewer would like to take issue with us because of all that runoff. The viewer in question is Tiffany Dell, who is enjoying listening to us. Hello, Tiff. But he says it's not a brave move round the outside with all that runoff. Your thoughts, John?
Well, Tiff, when did you last make a brave move round the outside and seen? Send us your response ASAP.
We're waiting, Tiff, but welcome aboard. We should have you on the grid, I think. I think Tiff would be good in Pro-Am in this, wouldn't he?
What, as the pro or the am?
I'll let that hang. You can discuss amongst yourselves.
It's certainly good at ragging a car and getting it sideways.
Right, check Twitter feed. No response yet. It's on its way, I'm sure.
Unquestionably. Another bottle, Tiff, another bottle.
Number 8, Andy Soucek then takes over the race lead because of the AF Corsa pit stop. So now he's going to try and build up more of this advantage over 84. Where is it? There, just going through the shot, Jimmy Eriksson. Now that 78 is the Barwell Lamborghini in Pro-Am. That's quite a long way down in class for the moment. 114 is third. This is Christian Klein, having a good run in the now higher placed of the two Lorenz Frey run Jaguars, the Emil Frey Racing Squad cars.
And in effect, that should be the stronger driver lineup with Marcus Siegfried and Jonathan Hershey. I mean, it's sort of nip and tuck between the 14 and the 114, but right now that's the 114 car that's running strongly in third place.
And Christian Klein doing a good job. He's come into this real underdog team as an ex-Grand Prix racer, and he's not been a prima donna about it, has he? He's got on with the job, he's helped them develop, and he's driven well, he's pushed the team forward.
It's been a difficult career, I think, for Christian Klein after he left Jaguar, or they left him, whichever it was, many years ago in Formula One, and he has really struggled to find a series to establish or re-establish his credentials in, and he seems to have found a happy family team within the Jaguar, and the fact that the Frey family have managed to develop this car to the state that it is capable of running on merit at the front of a GT3 field is, I think, great credit to the Emil Frey family.
So there's the race leader, and now we're starting to lose the natural light, aren't we? It's happened relatively suddenly, but the headlights there on that shot particularly having more of an impact now.
It is, and I mean, one of the issues that some drivers will have to contend with as we go into this twilight period of the race, and it'll be twilight probably, well, we're coming up to roughly 9:15 in the evening. There'll be twilight until 9:30, maybe another 15 minutes beyond that, at which point then the effectiveness of the lights in these cars, very powerful driving lights, will begin to have a benefit. It's when you've got on the 43, and that is one of the McLarens. What is it doing out there, trailing something behind it as well?
I think that's Sam Tordoff at the wheel, isn't it? Sam back in the car. So,
and 23 is in the pits,
yep.
So Alex Buncombe comes in.
Stays behind the wheel by the look of it. So Andy Soucek staying out for a long time in this stint. trying to effectively do a qualifying run and build this gap over Jimmy Eriksson, who now pits. So the 84 Mercedes back in. So that's going to let the pendulum swing now in favour, is it, of Adam Christodoulou.
So looking to see where the number 4 Mercedes is in the scheme of things. It's in 11th place, so Adam Christodoulou running behind Christopher Mies, the last of the top 10. There's 0.2 of a second between, you can see it actually, it's so close. Mies directly ahead of Adam Christodoulou. So that's going to be an interesting little battle between Mies and the 17 of Dennis. So the two Audis with the Mercedes running them down, the car that led the race up until the end of the first hour. So there is Adam Christodoulou driving into darkness. We're now coming down the Mistral Straight, more or less heading due east, so the light will be fading there slightly more quickly than it will be when you drive into the sunlight. And again, up into scene. When you get a load of cars around you, it really is difficult to know whether you take the punt. Does that driver not only know I'm there, but is he going to give ground if it's a car that is getting lapped? So you've got two Audis, you've got one of the BMWs, but the principal battle has got to be more about the 11th place, number 4, there you see it on screen. Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou trying to get past Christopher Mies. Christodoulou comes up, can he get through the inside, tries to squeeze past, gets up, can he continue? No, he's got to back out of it. Wasn't going to be a place, so he'll maybe reassess, get himself lined up, thinks about diving down the inside. Christopher Mies covers that. So the final corner onto pit straight, virage Dupont offered up an opportunity. Christopher Mies saw it coming, and 17 Jake Dennis into the pits, and one of the other riders following behind.
Indeed so, which is the Marcus Winkelhock car, as Adam Christodoulou now lines up. Does he to have a go? Trouble is there's traffic all over the road ahead of him. He dive bombs up the inside. That's a good effort, and number 2 Christopher Mies almost tags the back as he turns in, but Adam Christodoulou says, I am coming through regardless, and the Mercedes gains one further spot. He's up to 8th now.
I'll tell you what, Adam Christodoulou had the ABS on his Mercedes dialed in to perfection, because that was lock-up written all over it. He went down the inside. It was a difficult part of the track to make the pass, to be sure that you would slow down, not overrun, and then let the number 2 Audi of Christopher Mies come past you again. So good racing, good clean racing between the Audi. Let's look at it again. Goes one way, then cuts back. He hasn't got a lot of room for manoeuvre, so tight to the inside, but Christopher Mies compromised by the Mercedes. I say, great ABS on that Mercedes.
And now a great fight going on as through the traffic pounds Adam Christodoulou. He's got the Porsche just up the road ahead, which is Jürgen Hering. There's a Ferrari to negotiate on the other side of the road. It's like threading the needle, this, isn't it? Breathe in, Adam. Go for the gap between them. Ferrari lapped, Porsche lapped, through he goes. So Adam Christodoulou hustling on, and while he's getting through the traffic, he's also getting away from that battle behind him.
Yes, and still Christopher Mies not past the Porsche. Maybe he would get him on the exit now. Porsche stays way out, waved yellow flags again. Yeah. Now, why is that? There's a car somewhere off track, or is there an issue? We didn't see anything, but there's a wave yellow flag.
I mean, everywhere you look, there's something going on. There's 99 in all of this as well, isn't there now? The BMW recovering after its most recent pit stop. And on board with the Bentley, this is number 7. So Oliver Jarvis down in 36th place. He lost time earlier on when the car was pitted with the oil or fuel pressure related gremlin.
114, Christopher Clean, as Christopher Mies dives into the pits. So I was going to say the Jaguar is going to be under threat from Christopher Mies, and the Porsche again showing its straight line prowess, trying to claw back. It's not in contention, but there is the 4 Mercedes, which is in 5th place.
Look at all the junk on the racing line there. The Porsche runs over it. Jürgen Hering finds all sorts of detritus on the road. So that car drops one lap. Right, while traffic is being negotiated, our UK correspondent, Mr. Nidell, says there have been so many around the outside moves in this race, there are too many to remember, but he would like to tell you that he hasn't recovered from when you reversed into him at Spa in the Jaguar XJR 15s.
I didn't reverse into him, I tailgated him, and I didn't do a good enough job, that's for sure.
Now, number 7 Bentley, Oliver Jarvis, 33rd, pushing. But I think the time lost earlier now is that little bit too great. He's dropped off the lead lap again. Number 16 is on its last warning for track limits. Now, that's the Black Falcon car of Oliver Morley, Miguel Toril and Matt Griffin. yes, Matt Griffin in a Mercedes. The first time he'll have raced anything other than a Ferrari since here, 2010.
Discuss.
What, Matt Griffin in a Mercedes? Or track limits?
I mean, he drives for AF Corsa. I always believed he was a central contracted driver at Ferrari, but obviously he's with AF Corsa. It often is the case that a manufacturer, even running through satellite teams, will not release a driver to drive for a rival brand when you're racing against your team in the same event.
I understand.
Clearly, they said, go for it, Matt, go for it.
I think there's a one-off, and because Matt wasn't contracted to be doing anything else this weekend, they said, yeah, go on, all right.
Race leader in.
That's Andy Soucek then, and also in is the second place car of Miguel Molina. So now all eyes swing to the number 4 Mercedes. Is that going to pick up the race lead? Well, no, it's going to be Alexander Sims, isn't it, that will come through and take over the lead. There he is. So the Rover BMW looking very, very strong here. And number 14, that is Lawrence Fry. That's dropped back, hasn't it, after its last stint?
Yes, Stefan Talley
at the wheel. Sorry, it's made a pit stop. That's why it's lost more ground. So they've dropped off the lead lap there, that car.
On the other hand, there is the 99 BMW and Alexander Sim. I don't know why I ever called him Alistair, but anyway.
It's the heat.
It's the heat.
We can explain a lot through the heat.
I mean, Alexander Sim is running strongly. Last lap of the car, 1:59.8. Those around Christodoulou slightly quicker, but most are in the 2:00, and others, Juncadella, the last lap for Daniel Juncadella, who's in 7th place, actually was at 2:02. That obviously traffic related, which is one of the issues as we see the Ferrari. So where is it? Michele Rugolo still behind the wheel in 10th position. Look at the rubbish on the racetrack. You pointed it out. I didn't catch it when you did, but it is like a scrapyard out there.
And it means there's only one line, so any overtaking there, you're going to have to go through the junk in order to do it up the inside, aren't you? Andy Soucek has stayed behind the wheel of number 8, but of course he's dropped back, hasn't he, behind the Ferrari. So Ferrari regains position on that last stop. 72 Ferrari has just gone back into the race, and now that's got Davide Rigon behind the wheel. So at the end of this next lap, I'll give you the order because it will have shuffled again, of course, with that round of pit stops. And as I say, what also confuses the situation on occasions is that some cars have their pit box before the timing line and some after it. So you sometimes think that a car's on a different lap because of where it's making its pit stop relative to the timing beam, if that makes sense.
So the Pro-Am Ferrari fueling in, and now the wheel and tyre change. So looking at the lead, Alexander Sim BMW, white or light in the windscreen indicating it is the lead car in this category. And Alexander Sim, and this is beginning, bumped across the curb at the inside a little bit excessively, Alexander. But anyway, it's beginning to take on the shape of what we saw at Spa-Francorchamps a year ago, where the BMW wasn't the quickest car in qualifying, but it ended up winning the race because it just ran metronomically.
Ignore Philippe Eng behind the wheel, he's done his stint. Alexander Sims, the transponder tells us, is now driving the car. Alexander, former winner of the BRDC McLaren Autosport Young Driver of the Year award. He's an ambassador for the BRDC Superstars scheme, looked after by Tim Harvey, and is there as a mentor, a coach, a sounding board to the young British talent that scheme promotes. And for him to keep winning races is another great advert for that scheme and another incentive for the young drivers.
I don't want to put the commentator's curse on Alexander Sim because he's doing an outstanding job, but he is taking an awful lot of the inside of some of the corners, and he's taking an awful lot of the outside in others. And the issue of track limits is something that is now being observed vigorously, and he just needs to bear that in mind as the number 4 Mercedes claws its way past the WRT team ID of Stefan Rakelny, Natal Berton and Benoit Trullier gets past. So Christodoulou in second place, 14.9 seconds behind the leading BMW, and that's the last lap of the Mercedes, 0.3 of a second quicker than the lead BMW. You know, it's nip and tuck between traffic and where you find it. Still loads of rubber and bits of bodywork, I suspect, on the racetrack, which, as you pointed out, David, is causing the line to narrow in some parts of the circuit. 4.88. Let's have a look at that. It's in 23rd place, and that is the lead AM car. So strong job, and as I said, in it comes to the pits for refueling, tyre and driver change.
Okay.
Oh, almost at a moment coming into the. That's not. I'm not meant to do that.
so cautious not to cross the white line that he almost made a mess of it, right? Yeah. We've got a new leader in Pro-Am, and it is Blancpain rookie there, Salah Yolok, in the Aston Martin, who now leads the class. So the much improved Turkish driver takes over from the Omani, Ahmad Ahafi, and of course the other driving duties are going to be done by the other element of this truly international lineup, Scotsman Johnny Adam.
Yes, and Johnny Adam, I suspect, will do a double stint. He'll do the final 2 hours and try and repeat what he did last weekend in Le Mans, and what we saw him do outstandingly well. I was highly impressed with his drive at the opening round of the Blancpain Endurance Series at Monza, when he did up the fastest race lap overall. Yeah, forget in his category, overall
mega job
in this car. I mean, just outstanding.
So, as the number 4 Mercedes then is running second on the road, hunting down Salah Yolok just up the road ahead of him. Christodoulou is 16 seconds back from Alexander Sims, but not lapping as quickly, possibly, in fairness, because of the traffic. So give him a clear road. Let's see what it pans out as.
Yes, I mean, it is the traffic, and again, not getting a huge amount of assistance from the Aston, and that is always, well, steps up the inside now, so in fairness, the Aston stepped aside and let Adam Christodoulou move forward, but again, maybe 2 or 3 tenths added to the lap time of the number 4 chasing Mercedes, the Black Falcon car, which has been really, in terms of out-and-out pace, the quickest of all the Mercedes AMG GT3s here this afternoon and evening.
So we're almost at the halfway point, and what a dramatic first 3 hours it has been. We've had all sorts of fun and games on track. I was about to suggest it's calmed down a little, but that's a relative term at the moment. We now have a driving standards flag for Oliver Jarvis for not respecting track limits, so as he hustles on in Bentley 7, OJ is being given the driving standards flag. The lead gap still hovering around the 16-second mark, and again Alexander Sims pulling away last time through. There, lower down the order, is the 98 BMW ahead of 88. Now there, Denis Jonkidea, you could argue, rather than demoted, moves sideways or perhaps up from the Mercedes DTM program to GT racing, and he really has excelled thus far in the Mercedes GT program, hasn't he?
I think he's a lot happier doing the Blancpain GT3 Sprint and Endurance Championships than he was in DTM. He did say to me a few events ago that I think he felt that that period in DTM was not something that was beneficial to his career. He went there from Formula 3. He was given a great opportunity, but you know, it is a difficult championship to compete in, and he didn't maybe enjoy it and therefore get the best out of it. But enjoying certainly running in the AMG, Mercedes AMG GT3s, and I can't get over that massive tank stapper he had at Brands Hatch, which was, it went viral, it went on the world. I mean, he feels he's made more new friends as a consequence of that little clip than he's ever made in his life.
Now, we've done 79 laps in his BMW, Mercedes, Ferrari, Bentley in the top 6. Another car that's crept back into the mix during this current sequence of stops is number 18, Hubert Haupt, in the Black Falcon car. And Hubert Haupt, another hugely experienced driver who was in the DTM back in, what, 1990, 1991 for Audi in the old V8 days. He's having this second lease of life, and he's also getting a driving standards flag for disrespecting the track limits.
But at turn 2, turn 2 is one of the corners where they've got markers on the outside of the corner that demarcate how far you can go. And if you continually abuse that, then you're going to be penalised. But isn't it nice that a man at his stage in life, Hubert Haupt, in a competitive car, can still run at the front? Last lap at 159.7, quicker than the race leader. Again, maybe traffic. Almost as quick as Adam Christodoulou in the second place, and he's managed to get that advantage that Alexander Sims had from 16 seconds down to 14.5. So maybe again just the ebb and flow of the traffic around the racetrack, but it's nice to see it going that way if you're an Adam Christodoulou fan.
Now there is Hubert Haupt. This is the car that he shares with Mauro Engel and Gabriele Piana. Mauro Engel brought into it as very much a last-minute addition. He arrived at the circuit this morning, got the call last night. The stewards gave it the nod. He went through all the administrative checks this morning and then was lobbed into the car for qualifying.
But he needs to be careful because he's running way, way wide as he comes out of the bottom corner of the Virage du Camp. And lots of drivers have been doing it, but it doesn't mean that you're going to get away with it. And we come back to 84. The car now driven by Jimmy Eriksson in 7th place overall, looking to see how many seconds it is behind the race leader. The 6th place, Andy Soucek, or rejoined a double stint from Andy Soucek, is 54 seconds behind the race leader. So Eriksson in the 84 Mercedes, waiting for the timing and scoring. Well, he's going to be quite a long way. He's only just gone on to his 81st lap.
And having mentioned a little while ago, Sally Jolek was leading in Pro-Am. He's not yet under pressure, but he is being caught slightly by Martin Kodrich in the quicker of the two Barwell Lamborghinis. Martin Kodrich, who's new into GT racing this year after a spell in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo last season, and Kodrich was 7th in class earlier on, and he's now got himself up to 2nd. He is something like 20 seconds, give or take, behind the class leader. So Pro-Am is still raging on. You've got then Sally Jolek versus Martin Kodrich. There is number 50 Ferrari, Michele Rugolo, currently in 5th place.
About to be 4th.
Yeah, indeed. The next target was going to be Danny Juncadella, but he has just pitted, so he'll inherit 4th on the pit stops. And then it's Hubert Haps, isn't it, who is going to be, what, 20 seconds or so up the road, at least.
So again, the race beginning to form a pattern. You mentioned a few laps ago, it's not as frenetic or frantic as it was in the opening 2 and a bit hours. And again, just very careful, Rugolo trying to get up the inside of one of the lap cars coming into turn 1 and stuck his nose up, but it got almost abruptly chopped off as we watched the 17 Audi with Stuart Leonard behind the wheel. Did a great job on the sprint race, or the qualifying race I should say, at the sprint event at Zolder.
So 75, which did lead a little while ago, didn't it? That's now got Clement Schmidt at the wheel of it. The sister car, the Jamie Green, Calvin van der Linde entry, has got problems somewhere along the line. It's fallen way, way back to 38th place, but I can't tell you what the problem is, I'm afraid. Now, last warning for Oliver Jarvis for track limits, and also the last warning for Hubert Haupt for track limits.
Well, I mean, we saw some of the abuse of track limits down at the Virage du Camp. Lots of drivers are doing it, but Hubert Haupt has been notable in the times we've watched him down there. Oliver Jarvis, we've not seen an awful lot of Oliver Jarvis abusing track limits. He's on a mission. He's down in 22nd place, 2 laps down. So trying his best to make up time, trying to mitigate the loss of time when you're catching and overtaking some of the slower cars currently running behind the one of the Mercedes, the manufactured team HTP. So Oliver Jarvis 2 seconds behind that car. In fact, I'm just saying the Mercedes has got ahead of the 97 Aston Martin. It's dropped 1 position.
And also Pro-Am is closing up because Sally Jolek has lost 1 place overall, and it's Jolek, Jarvis and then Martin Kodrich running about 15 seconds apart, those 3. So in real terms, Sally Jolek is being caught at about 3 seconds a lap by Martin Kodrich in Pro-Am, so that's going to change potentially before the next round of stops.
Yeah, that's a large chunk of time to be losing to your principal competitor. But if that's as quick as you can go, that's as quick as you can go.
Absolutely right.
Tiff would know that.
Now, all cars are going to have their lights on. That message coming from the race director reminding all the teams. And as the light starts to fade, Alexander Sims is leading, and he's being caught by Adam Christodoulou. The gap is down to 12 seconds. Hubert Haupt running 3rd. Right, Rugolo up to 4th, Soucek 5th. There's the 2nd place car then, Adam Christo. 1st sector of this lap, 2/10 better. 2nd sector, just under 600ths quicker, so he's not gained very much in that middle sector. And now he's got traffic ahead, and that's going to get in the way even further, isn't it? Pierre Eret is the one that needs to be negotiated, and round the outside goes Adam Christodoulou.
Yeah, I mean, I think the place was given up, and the Ferrari trying to, again, reduce the amount of time that lost and letting the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes go through. But just while there's nothing going on that's dramatic on the circuit, one of the interesting little points that was raised to me recently was the bronze and the silver competitors had to do a mandatory lap of the circuit, or a number of laps of the circuit, not on their race cars. They could do it on foot, they could do it on a buggy, they could do it on a bicycle, to get an indication in darkness where the corner apexes were, because until you drive at night time, if you've never raced at night time, it's quite a different experience. And because there was no nighttime practice, as there is at other events, principally 24-hour events, where it's mandatory for every competitor to do a minimum number of laps. So all the bronze and silver drivers trooped out, walked around, cycled around, buggied around, whatever. But there were a couple of anomalies, certainly one I'm aware of, who is a gold driver, gold recognised driver, and that was Matt Perry. And he went, well, what's wrong with me? But because it was a focus on the bronze and silver, Matt, being the dutiful young driver that he is in the Nissan team, volunteered and went out and did it himself. But it is quite different. If you've never raced at night time, you've never done a practice at night time, and you get thrown behind the wheel, and it's the dusk into darkness. But watch this, look at this battle going on with the Bentley and the Ferrari.
So the Bentley under attack from Michele Rugolo. This is for position, and it's for fourth, and it's Andy Soucek being caught.
Oh, he's been overtaken.
Michele Rugolo.
Well, he's just overtaken Rugolo.
So Rugolo trying to fight back as they work their way through L'École once more. Andy Soucek ahead. Is he going to be able to pull away? Yes, he is, in a straight line. I think the Bentley now should get away. Next target, 16 seconds up the road, Hubert Haupt. Good fight, this.
Yep, I mean, that was a bit, we didn't catch the pass between the Ferrari and the Bentley, but certainly good job by Andy Soucek, who's doing a double stint and finding a way around the Ferrari. No easy task, that 50 Ferrari, particularly with Michele Rugolo or Alessandro Pierguidi, is a very, very strong package.
But we are still expecting another, admittedly perhaps shortish stint from Passin Lathorus, are we not?
I would think that would, well, it's a question of whether they do a short stint before we get into the hours of darkness and give Lathorus his second opportunity, or they might put him in at the very end. It's very difficult to judge. The teams will have to make these situations themselves, as Alexander Sims is into the pits.
Okay, and that
good stint. Good stint by Sims.
Gives the lead to Christodoulou. So that is what, 84 laps done by the BMW.
It's taken that length of time. It's taken what, from lap 29 to lap 84 for the number 4 car to get back into the lead of this race. The race lead, it dominated, it controlled from the moment the lights went out at 6 o'clock this evening. There you can get a view looking westward, looking down the Mistral Straight into Seine Corner, and once the sun goes down finally, which I suspect it'll be another half an hour or so, then all you will have on your screen is just total headlight out.
The illumination style.
Yeah, the lights are so powerful.
Driving standards flag now to Katsumasa Chiyo for track limits. So Chiyo-san has replaced Alex Buncombe. They're cycling through the drivers quite rapidly in the Nissan, aren't they? Keeping them fresh. So Christodoulou versus Haupt then. It is a 1-2 at the moment for Black Falcon. Andy Soucek running in third place ahead of Michele Rugolo. And then fifth is Jimmy Ericsson's Mercedes. Sixth is Maxime Martin, having just left the pit lane, but he'll drop back. Seventh at the previous lap end was Davide Rigon. Eighth, Danny Juncadeo. Ninth, Katsumasa Chiyo. 10th, Raffaele Marchiello. And then in 11th place, you get the best of the Audis. Frederic Verviche is ahead of number 1 with René Rast at the wheel, Audi. 13th is 22, Matt Simmons. 14th is number 17, Audi, Stuart Leonard. 15th is 75, Audi, Clement Schmidt. And Pro-Am is still Salah Yoluch, but he is being caught lap after lap after lap by the charging Martin Kodrich.
Yeah, apart from Oliver Jarvis in 22nd place, there's a group of, what, 6 Pro-Am cars all on the march towards the lead, currently in 21st of the Pro-Am category.
So where do we look next for the battle? Well, Andy Soucek's got quite a lot of ground to make up before he can think of attacking Hubert Haupt. They're one pit stop ahead, aren't they, of the Black Falcon cars? Now, Christodoulou should be in imminently, because Alexander Sims got a problem. That's looking a bit slow, isn't it, that BMW off? Or maybe my eyes are tricking me, but I didn't think that looked that rapid in a straight line. There it is. Does that look okay to you?
It doesn't look particularly quick coming through Seine. If he stays to the right of the racetrack, it's, you know, seeing a car in isolation, it's difficult to judge, but
He's being caught.
It is.
He's being caught hand over fist. That's on an outlap, isn't it?
Well, I mean, Sims handed over.
Yeah. So it's Maxime Martin who's been put in the car, but there's something not right there.
Doesn't look as if it's up to full speed. So that's
he's lost a place.
Yeah, but you can see, look at the acceleration. I mean, it just doesn't have the straight line performance that the car had at the point when Alexander Sims brought it in. Is he going to make a pit stop and just see whether the problem is a resettable problem? And comes round. I mean, he's doing everything normal, but will he pull over to the right? Yes, he is. He's coming in. So there's a problem for the BMW. Maxime Martin has literally taken the car over a lap ago and is back into the pit lane. So trouble for Rover Racing, and they stop.
And there's not much urgency, is there? There's more despondency than urgency about that.
Well, it's difficult to judge what they want to do because they're not doing anything. They've got the dollies out, so it is going to go back into the garage.
But there's not much haste.
No,
there's no refueling. No, it's caught them completely unawares.
Yes, it has, and they've just put the air jack in, then the dollies underneath, and the car's going to go straight back. That does not look encouraging for the car that was under Alexander Sims' hands. Was certainly very, very strong. As the Black Falcon car now, where you can see the gap between first and second is Hubert Haupt.
Who will go through in second spot, and the gap.
Wait.
Yeah. And still we wait. 25 seconds.
25 seconds.
Okay. There you can see the classification lower down the order with those cars that are 47th, 48th, and then 53rd and down, all retirements. But some classified on distance still. Right, that's the race leading car at the moment. 3 hours and 10 minutes done.
I hate to say it, so we're still 2 3/4 hours of this race run. It looks like winner written all over it. Just the way the car's body. I know it's early to say. The car's body language looks really outstanding. Adam Christodoulou's last lap 159.4. He's not stressing the car. He's not stressing himself. He's in control. It's a strong run at this point in the race. We still say just under 2 3/4 hours, over 2 3/4 hours to run. But just something about it says we are in control.
And being helped by everybody else, it seems, having problems. Each team now has had some sort of drama. Bentley has effectively lost a car from the battle. Rover has got one with a mechanical problem, one dropped out with a puncture. So the opposition is reducing, as well as this car finds some wood to touch, metronomically carrying on.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I look at a car on circuit and you get, watching coming through the penultimate corners, there's no aggression in the driving. It's all very much within the control of Christodoulou at the minute. No aggressive use of curbs, no late braking, getting the car out of shape. It just looks as if they've regained the control. Now, obviously, they're slightly out of sequence with some of the other competitors. And with just 2 3/4 hours of the race remaining, still an awful lot can change.
So they've been doing long stints. We had them doing 29 laps at one stage. So they're early into this stint, relatively speaking, as at Rover Racing. They have the 27th place car coming in. And we understand it was something wrong with the front of the car for 99 that brought it into the pit lane, and Maxime Martin was saying it didn't feel safe to drive.
Well, I mean, look, what is all that vapour? What's that coming from? You're not allowed to have the engine running when you're doing your pit stops.
But brake temperature?
Well, it could be brakes. I mean, the brakes, if they came in hot, the brakes will be exceptionally hot, but it's just like to get it when they take this left front off. We might get a better view. It's hard to see as they work on it. Certainly, it most likely would have been the brakes, but look how hot those front pads and discs must be. The pads not quite welding themselves to the discs. You want to make sure when you go back out before you get down to the end of the pit lane, you're giving the brake pedal 2 or 3 substantial pumps to make sure that there's no vaporization, thing of the past essentially, in the fluids, but just to make sure that the pedal is where you want it. And that is a nice, not a firm pedal, but a pedal that gives you consistency and gives you a lot of feel and bite. That was my preference, and I'll stick by that. So the gap between Christodoulou and Hubert Haupt is 26.9 seconds. Further 12 seconds behind in third place, Andy Soucek, and then Michele Rugolo is only a second behind the Bentley. So the Bentley is, while it passed the 50 Ferrari and looked like it was going to pull away, the gap between third and fourth is just over a second as we go on board with Chio. Again, just watch. I mean, it's just a joke the way he catches the Jaguar. I mean, what a great situation to be in a race car where you've got that little bit of extra performance up your sleeve. You don't even have to try to pass it.
More woe for number 7 Bentley. Oliver Jarvis has had a spin. He's got going again, but not for long.
Strange. Now, I wouldn't think there's a reason for Oliver Jarvis to spin as a driver error. There's something may have malfunctioned. So did it malfunction coming in to turn 1? And there we see the car sitting on the outside.
But that's at the end of the lap.
That's the end of the lap,
yeah.
Yes, it is. That's 3/4 way around.
Now that's
lead car in
early. Yeah. Yelmer Bourbon at the end of lap 88.
And there's Alp as well. So the two Mercedes, the two lead cars, have come in on lap 89. So there's Oliver Jarvis back underway. Had that spin at turn 1, looked to have a problem around the lap. Can't quite explain what it was all about, but look at him not getting up to speed. So the 4 car is about to get rolling. There she goes. I mean, again, a pit stop, a service that looked to be totally seamless from the Black Falcon team.
Winners of the Nürburgring 24 Hours, a good pedigree in the VLN, so long races on grueling tracks are bread and butter to Sean Paul Breslin's team. So number 7 stopped out on track, and Oliver Jarvis, even if he can get it going, has lost another lap and is well and truly out of contention now, and he has got it going.
Maybe he just had to do a reset. There's options on board, so Oliver Jarvis has got it fired back up. The Beast is back up to racing speed as the Nissan ahead. You can see it just flitching around under the throttle, the power, the torque, particularly of the Nissan twin turbo V6. And Oliver Jarvis will just see it disappear. Well, it's not actually.
No, he's staying with
closing,
it.
If anything, fractionally. Certainly he's not losing ground as they come down to the second part of the Mistral Straight. And then there's very, very gradual climb, and as you climb up the apex, you have to anticipate it. You can't see it. If you see it, you're too late.
So there are the Bentley engineers, Matthew Wilson, the team manager, on the pit wall, concerned about 7, but 8 leads the race now by 0.8 of a second. So Andy Soucek versus Michele Rugolo for the race lead after the Berman and Haupt pit stops. This is Katsumasa Chio, who is currently 8th, but should buy a couple of places back at the end of this next lap on these pit stops.
The lead car in the AM section has been given a last warning for track limit abuse. Now, if you're leading a category, are you not going to take on board a warning?
You'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
Well, I would, certainly.
Yeah. And Pierre Eret, not inexperienced, he did many, many years ago have a sizable accident in the European GT3 Championship here, but it's good that he's still racing and as enthusiastic as ever. And as you made the point early on, one of the few entries in the AM Cup these days. We've got, what, only three cars in that class, but he's 36th overall, Pierre Eret. Katsumasa Chio you're riding with, who loves Monaco, loves his pizza and his football. Class winner at Bathurst 12 Hours, runner-up in the Super GT 300 class in Japan, and of course champion of Blancpain Endurance 2 years ago.
I don't know about his music choice, but that's more a reflection of me than it is of him. But he needs again to be careful that sort of using the outside of the track to give you a marginal advantage. That's coming the sequence of corners that lead on to Le Col and then onto the straight. So we've seen drivers being docked or penalised through the Virage du Camp and then the Virage de la Sainte-Bonne. I thought Bonne was up in the Burgundy part of France, but maybe this extends down here as well. So running in the middle of the track, then pulls over to the left to get his line as he makes the cut, a big old lift, catching the BMW ahead of him. And lights flashing. One of the changes in regulations, it's been there, but it's being activated on is, oh, it comes back again. Well, what was that all about?
I think Chio ran a bit wide, didn't he?
Yeah,
went in too deep.
You're not allowed to flash your lights at AMs or pro-AMs. You've got to, you know, respect. They're here, they're doing their bit. You know, if you bully them, then you will suffer the penalty. So excessive use of headlight flashing. In fact, on some cars, when you pull the flasher, there's a sensor that actually gives it 3 quick flashes for 1 pull.
Right.
But if you stand on the thing and just keep it going full stop, then you might end up with the penalty.
So Chio presses on, chasing that car, because the Mercedes is 5th in the hands of Dani Junqueira, the Spaniard, the nephew of Luis Sala, the former Minardi Grand Prix racer. And down towards turn 1 at Verrières goes Junqueira, 4 seconds to the good over Chio, whose last lap, because of the traffic potentially, was a little bit slower than that of the Mercedes. So the gap widens between them. It's also gone up between the top 2 a bit more. Souček still getting away from Rugolo, and he's lapping in the 58 at the moment.
That's a quick lap.
Souček is the quickest man on the circuit.
And that's a quick lap, 58.889 at this stage on your 90th lap. You know, the track clearly is getting better. The temperatures are dropping. The air is becoming to get a little bit more dense, so that's going to give a little bit more aero to the cars. When we started the race, it was just under 30 or around 30 Celsius. It's probably dropped down to about 25, 24. So that gives you a little bit more horsepower from your motor. It gives you a little bit more aerodynamic because the air is, as I mentioned, a little bit more dense, and therefore you get more benefits from that. But nevertheless, Andy Souček, and he's double stinting in this, that's a pretty impressive lap on lap 90.
And although it's very hot still inside the cars, the temperature finally is starting to drop a little bit here, isn't it? So life's becoming a bit more bearable for everybody concerned.
Well, it is on the racetrack, not in the commentary booth. It's still like a
greenhouse. There's number 8 then. That's the leading car. Andy Souček lapping in the one. Well, last time it was a 1:59. Now where is Jelmer Berman's pace taking him to in number 4? Mercedes, a 1:59.8, a little bit slower than Souček, but they're comparable. They're both in the 1:59s.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the ebb and flow around the racetrack. You know, it's almost impossible now with everybody spread equidistant around the circuit to be always hoping to get that clear lap. When you get it, you've got to capitalize on it. If you find traffic, then you've got to mitigate it to the best of your abilities. The exit of turn 2. Favourite place to abuse track limits. If we go back now to the Mistral Straight, looking at the exit of L'École, and difficult to judge the speed of these cars when they're going past those camera positions at around about 160 miles an hour, 260 kilometers per hour. Quickest cars this morning in qualifying were 284, 177 miles an hour for a car that you can sort of go into your local dealer and buy. You can buy a GT3 version of the Bentley Continental. You can buy a Mercedes, you can buy a BMW. I mean, that's how close these cars are to the product that's in your local showroom.
Absolutely. So Bentley leading the way, and Aston Martin leading the way in Pro-Am, but coming under attack because now Sala Joluk is only 11 tenths ahead of Martin Kodric. So Pro-Am is getting closer and closer and closer. We'll find the battle right there for you. So there's the Aston Martin, and have a look for the Barwell Lamborghini right up behind him. Martin Kodric, he's going to go through surely in a straight line here. In fairness to Sala Joluk, he's racing at this level for the first time, but he's been impressive in the Road to Le Mans, the support race series for the 24 hours. And as he comes over the timing line, let's see what the advantage is. It's down to 4 tenths. So Kodric now lining up for the class lead as they dive down towards turn 1. Still the Aston Martin ahead, and while we're watching this, the second-placed Ferrari, Michele Rugolo, has been given his last warning for track limits. So the story continues to be told, doesn't it? As here is the Pro-Am lead battle. Now, Sala Joluk, he's going to really earn his corn, isn't he? He's going to try and keep Martin Kodric at bay, if at all possible. But is this where the Lamborghini makes a move? Yes, dives up the inside. Class lead gained. Through goes Kodric.
I thought he wasn't going to do it. Then all of a sudden, he just released the brakes, let the car roll in to the corner, and the Aston did the right thing. It didn't close the door, so he's given up the lead in the Pro-Am category. It's not all over yet. He's got his teammate Johnny Adam, who's going to step into that Aston Martin, most likely finish the last 2 stints. So for another 36 or so minutes, he's got to just do the best that he can, and then we will see what Johnny Adam can do when he gets behind the wheel, and if it's anything representative of that he's done in the last few events, it's going to be spectacular.
Yeah, can't wait. So Johnny was saying that when he got the lead in GTE a week ago, he couldn't actually hear the revs when he shifted up through the gearbox because of the cheer that went up from the crowd. So
no.
No,
from the British.
He didn't say that.
The British crowd.
Oh.
Principally the Scots amongst the Brits.
There were that many, were there?
Oh, I have no idea. I was at a happy wedding that day. I didn't attend the event at all.
Right, now there, Salayolok is about to lose track position to Andy Soucek. The gap between Soucek and Rugolo, 1.6 seconds, and Andy can ill afford to be losing time stuck behind the back marker. So Salayolok, who had a bit of a reputation as a crasher when he started in British GT, needs to keep his nose clean here, and he's still not really helping the leading car. Andy Soucek has lost all of that time, hasn't he, because Michele Rugolo is right there behind him, and still the Bentley has not been able to get past the back marker.
The lights in the Bentley are burning the paint off the back of the Aston Martin so strong. Are these headlights and additional lights that some of the teams have fitted, and again the Bentley can't get it done.
No.
But I suspect, and look, happy faces in the Bentley team as Andy Soucek's partner, wife, whichever, I don't know, but anyway, he's now found a way to get alongside the Aston Martin and gets the job done. But it was a hard-stopping moment.
And now he's in the way of the Ferrari.
Yep.
So here comes Rugolo. Does he dive bomb up the inside? And Jarvis is in strife once again. Whatever this problem is, it's struck again, seemingly. The car's coasting. And look, Yolok, sorry to say it, he's not really helping here. He's delayed the leader pretty badly, and now he's getting in the way of Rugolo. There aren't any blue flags I can see either.
No, well, they are. They're a long, long way away.
Right.
This is wide open spaces. He doesn't realise that the cars that are catching him are cars out of his category. He doesn't have to race these cars. He can let them go. But he should be getting assistance from the pit wall to say there's a car behind you, it's the Bentley, or the car behind you is the Ferrari. Let it go. All you're doing is jeopardising your own potential performance and result by precluding one of these lead cars from getting through.
Right, Soucek has got through. Bentley ready for a stop. There is Michele Rugolo. Has he got through yet? No, he's still stuck behind a back marker as he has been for effectively 2/3 of a lap.
Well, I mean, if you can't see the flags, I mean, there is an option for all racing cars, that's to have a system of lights on the steering wheel. Even kids' carts now have this when there's a quicker cart coming up behind you. Rugolo looks to dive down the inside, gets the pass done, and the message got through eventually. But you know, there are mechanisms and systems. I mean, a GPS system is one of the ways that you can also identify where you are and what's on the track. But principally, the blue lights on circuits where the marshalling posts are significantly off the racetrack. Where are the marshals posts? Difficult to see.
Now 23, Katsumasa Chio has got himself up past Junkadea, has he not? So for 5th place, the Nissan through, and Chio, having gained that spot, is on a mission, isn't he? He's pulling away, so that gap is widening as they work their way up towards Virage du Pont. This is lap 94 for those cars. And let's have a look at how Chio made that move. Again, it's the Mistral straight where the Nissan has been so strong. Breezes up onto the tail, gets a bit of a tow, pulls out, makes the move round the outside. Job done before seen. It turns into the right-hander, and it's number 7 Bentley that was being anticipated. Oliver Jarvis back in. So number 7 is the troubled car in this race. And now Salayolok has spun the car. He's facing the wrong way down at Sambon, and having lost the class lead, gets out of the way just, but I'm afraid to say he's drawn attention to himself for the wrong reason. Okay, everybody can have a spin, but it's just very disappointing that it's come straight on the back of the moments where he was getting in the way of the quicker cars. Now here, it's 76 Audi round the outside, and they touch, and that just biffs him into a rotation.
Yeah, I mean, that shows his inexperience. And also the team, in my opinion, should be making it clear that there are quicker cars coming through. You don't race them. The cars you race are the cars that are in your category. Now he's only 3.3 seconds, he was, ahead of the 37 car.
Now, as number 8 leads the way, let's find out about number 7 and its problems. Let's head to the pits and hear from Brian Gush.
Brian, now can you tell me a little bit about the troubles going on with Bentley car 7?
Yeah, we've had an intermittent fuel pickup problem. We think it's one of the pumps that is not picking up the fuel. and it's intermittent, so very difficult to analyze and fix on the run. But we've been able to get going again when it's cut out.
And is everything okay with car number 8?
Car number 8's going well, so we hope it keeps that way.
Let's see how it goes. Thank you.
Okay.
So fingers crossed for number 8, 7. It's now become a test session really for that car, hasn't it? And for the mechanics, I suppose, to get them drilled for nighttime stops ready for Spa.
The only solution that the 7 car has is to make more frequent pit stops and fill the car up each time, because I suspect what's happening, the fuel drops to a certain level, and if it is a fuel pickup problem or a fuel pump problem, there's a threshold point. The thing may be half full, but if it's not picking up the fuel, just put more. It's not ideal under any circumstances. Nissan yet again looks to find a way past, but it's got to concede.
That's traffic, isn't it, ahead? The next target for Chio is Jimmy Ericsson's Mercedes. We've talked about how this race is sort of ebbing and flowing, if you like, between, on the one hand, Bentley and Ferrari, on the other hand, the Black Falcon Mercedes after stopping out of strategy. But 23 you can't discount either. That was another of the early stoppers, and the car is running nicely and it's showing decent pace.
Yeah, I mean, it's running in 5th place, last lap, 2:0, but that's no doubt down to traffic. And of the 2 Nissans, this is the more experienced driver lineup. The 22 car's got, I mean, Matt Parry and Johan Strawn and others in the car, so that's a car for the future. But right now we've got the more experienced partnership, and it's doing the job that you expect from their drivers. 20 and 5th place.
That incident, by the way, the Sally Yolok spin, and it was 76 Audi that was involved. Jamie Green at the wheel. That's being investigated at the moment.
My view is that there should be no action taken. The penalty was, it was a fair pass, and the position should have been considered by Yolok. He didn't do so, and he paid the penalty. I don't think Jamie Green should be penalised for that one.
Okay, let's see what pans out of that, with now 2 hours 29 minutes to go. So a quick look back at how the race has got to this stage, with Bentley leading Ferrari. Early incident involving the Motoaki Ferrari and the Jürgen Hering Porsche. That was our first neutralisation. Some pitted under the early safety car period, others stayed out, including the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes that tried to build an advantage, and then those that had pitted found themselves in a very crowded pit lane. So Bentley, for example, a little bit delayed as they had to wriggle clear of the HTP man filter Mercedes. Guy Smith was running really strongly in the first hour and a half, 2 hours or so, before problems struck, and big problems struck Bernard Delhaye's Lamborghini, this spectacular blowout. Not the only Lamborghini to be in big engine dramas, incidentally. That put that car out of the race after just 28 laps of the 6-hour race. Albert Costa was doing a good middle stint in the Jaguar, into the pits with its intermittent fuel pickup problem, number 7 Bentley. And Albert Costa, before he handed over to Laurens Fry, running very strongly at the head of the field. Maxi Book in with 84 Mercedes to give way to Jimmy Ericsson, that car having been involved in the lead fight, and it's still up there as well and fighting as 3 wide they ran along the Mistral Straight. Porsche out-dragging Ferrari, out-dragging Audi. Marcel Fassler's Audi had a loose wheel and headed into the pit lane after that spin, but it looks as though it's the end of the race. The car has not rejoined, and it's been in there now for something like 53 laps of the race. As the battles raged on, there was some brave action going on as Felix Terrades tried to repel Philipp Eng for the race lead, and then another loose wheel, this time off the 89 Alex Fontana Mercedes, as that tried to get back to the pit lane but couldn't quite make it. Then a puncture. Tom Blomqvist's BMW was the one in problems. He got back to the pit lane, but another front-running car falling down the order. Then a minute stop-go penalty for Andrea Caldarelli for causing a collision. He bounced off the Marcel Fassler car, and Marcus Winkelhock, I should say, running out of road at Senior, as through for a drive-through penalty for cutting the white line at pit-in came Michele Rugolo in the leading Ferrari, and that reduced the advantage markedly over Andy Soucek's Bentley. James Collado gaining places down at the chicane, and at Virage Dupont, Alexander Sims in a now much troubled BMW through on the inside. Then we lost 66 Lamborghini, Marco Michele with this amazing white smoke storm coming out of the back of the car that shrouded everywhere for a moment, but he was in the end okay. Another punctured tyre put the number 76 Audi into the pit lane, so Jamie Green's car with a sizable tyre problem. Then Sam Tordoff had a spin in the McLaren, and there was some brave racing going on as Adam Christodoulou hustled his way up through the traffic into the pit lane, Andy Soucek, and the Bentley currently the leading car. Andy Soucek doing a double stint, but he did have to fight against number 99. That car now has fallen a long way back after Maxime Martin said that it felt strange at the front and wasn't feeling safe to drive. And what we have at the moment is a battle between Bentley and Ferrari after BMW 99 had its long trip into the pit box and effectively dropped out of the race. So number 7 Bentley continued to have problems. Oliver Jarvis at the wheel, and with its intermittent fuel problems, the car ground to a halt out on track. It did get going, but is continuing to drop down the order. The last round of pit stops for Black Falcon have put into number 4 Jelmer Berman, and Martin Kodrich has recently taken over the lead of Pro-Am with this move against Salah Joloch. Katsumasu Chio working his way up the order as well, gaining ground, and so the Nissan now 5th. Jamie Green swooped round the outside of Salah Joloch. There was contact, and Jamie Green has been given a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for that manoeuvre.
I have to say I didn't anticipate that, but it was an AM driver as opposed to a pro driver, so the drivers have been told, the pro drivers have been told, if there is any contact between a pro and an AM, the responsibility will fall on the pro driver, and that is clearly the decision that's been taken by the stewards. The fact was the Aston Martin wasn't conceding when it should have done. My view was it should have been a no-blame situation. The penalty the Aston suffered was the spin and potentially loss of its lead in the Pro-Am category. But I think it just goes to re-establish the fact that pro drivers have got to give the AMs as much leeway, or a Pro-Am as much leeway, and if they think they're not going to make it, then back out of it and wait until another opportunity arises. But in my view, I think Jamie Green will feel that that was maybe a harsh penalty, for he was ahead at the point of touch, but he did cut across the front of the Aston.
Now in 84 is Jimmy Eriksson in 4th place. The next man to get into the car will be Franck Pereira. Let's hear from him before he gets busy.
Frank, now you're currently running in P4. What's the strategy here?
Everything is going quite okay. It's not easy, you know, it's a long race and things happen a lot in the safety car, so now I'm going to go for my double stint and we're going to fight to go in the podium.
Well, you better go get ready. Let's see what you got. Thank you.
So Franck Pereira gets ready, and there is his car, number 84 Mercedes, hustling on through the traffic. Just up the road ahead is the Black Falcon number 16 Mercedes. Now that's the Oliver Morley Miguel Toril car, and it is Toril at the wheel of it, and it's currently 5th in Pro-Am. So as there you've got the 84 Mercedes, Jimmy Eriksson pounding on, but his stint coming towards an end. So 2 hours 23 minutes. It's not due in yet, is it? Because it's 65 minutes for a stint, so it's 1 hour and 5, so 2 hours 10, and we've got 2 hours 22 to go. So another 10 minutes at least before that car can pit.
And the light really has just about faded, and very shortly it will be fully dark. And again, it'll change some of the dynamics for some of the drivers, some of the teams. Professional drivers that are race in darkness, some of them love it because it gives them that little bit of extra challenge which they step up to. But for those that are not accustomed to it, it is quite daunting, and the difficulty of actually being able to pick consistently your apex when you're approaching at high speed, such as into Scene, is a bit of a daunting experience.
Now Chio is still pushing, and of course he might gain a place depending on when he pits relative to 84, but he gets through the traffic up the inside of 53 there, which is Louis Machiels, former Pro-Am double champion in the early days of what was then called the Blancpain Endurance Series. 76, I don't think has yet served its stop-go, has it? Oh no, possibly he has actually. Jamie Green has just left the pit lane. Yes, he's crept in behind us. Right, Chio currently on his 100th lap, and Andy Soucek, interestingly, having got past the Ferrari, has steadily built the gap, hasn't he? I know the traffic helped a little bit when they got caught up behind Joloch, and it seemed to affect Rugolo as much as it had done Soucek, but the gap now, 6.3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, and a part of it can be traffic. At one point I thought Rugolo was about to really give a lot of pressure to Andy Soucek, but as you point out, Soucek has again managed to use the traffic and maybe just caught some lucky breaks, but it's given them a 6-second advantage over the second place Ferrari, followed by the third place Ferrari, which is a further 15 seconds behind second place. So the gap as they came across the line at the end of lap 100 was 6.2 seconds. And waiting to see how Davide Rigon is in third place. Then the first of the Mercedes 84 is currently Jimmy Eriksson in fourth place. Dominic Barman back behind the wheel of the number 4, the car that did hold the lead. So he rejoins in 8th place. So Dominic Barman did a stellar session in the opening stint, that 1 hour. Choosing of the team, choosing not to do what others did when we had safety car interventions or full course yellows by coming in early. So they've stuck rigidly to their plan of almost every hour on the hour, making their pit stop, driver change, new set of tyres or the best of the rest, plus some fuel. So interesting to see what Jelmer Berman will do on his out lap, or his last lap was 2 minutes 01. Best lap of that car was 158.5. But look at Rugolo headlights, I mean, just burning holes in the back of the Lamborghini as they come up into scene.
And that's your Pro-Am leader as well, isn't it? That's Martin Kodrich, who is not slow. He's 19th overall, but
he got the message.
Well, he did, didn't he? But Kodrich, you know, has come out of single-seater racing, junior single-seater racing. He's another proper developing talent in a GT car, and being looked after by Mark Lemmer's Barwell team. Another former single-seater racer who's watching rather than being on the grid, which is a shame, is Craig Dolby, who would rather like to be back on track, and we'd like you to be on the grid as well, Craig.
What a talent that's not being utilised by any of the teams in the paddock. Clearly somebody who has got tons of it, just doesn't have the backing that he needs to get himself into a competitive car.
But we'd like to see you back, Craig, and many would agree, I'm sure. There is Martin Kodrich then, the Pro-Am leader. Now, second in Pro-Am currently is 37, which is the Anthony Louis Davide Rizzo Tony Villander Ferrari. It's an intriguing makeup of drivers.
Yeah, sorry, Tony Villander?
Well, exactly, but because Anthony Liu is the AM, it goes into the Pro-Am class. But yes, it is that Tony Villander who can drive the wheels off any Ferrari anytime, any place, anywhere.
Bow to the man, bow to the man. I mean, who's quicker in a 458 or a 488 Ferrari than Tony Villander?
He is the go-to driver, isn't he? And he is not yet behind the wheel. It is Davide Rigon, who, along with Anthony Liu, won the second round of the Blancpain GT Series Asia back in April. As there, you're looking at number 37. That is the car, Davide Rizzo, not Davide Rigon. Getting Davide's confused. He's in the SMP car. This is Davide Rizzo in 37, and it will be Villander who gets into it next. Davide Rizzo and Anthony Liu, winners at Sepang in the 1 hour races there for GT Series Asia. So Davide Rizzo now, what is he, 11 seconds back from Kodrich and lapping fractionally faster. And what happened to Salah Yolok after his spin? He's down in 5th in class. So still with 2 hours and change, Pro-Am is far from resolved, nor is overall battle resolved. Alexander Matschul in the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari.
Yes.
Third Pro-Am. Yep. 21st overall.
One of the favourite cars. Daniel Karlovitz should have been in this car. Is he being missed?
Yes, I think so. Because admittedly, when he is in the car, it takes on a different life, and it will be quick when they put Matteo Marucelli in it, as we saw in that first stint. But Karlovitz knows the team.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he is missed. And Karlovitz is a bit underrated in Blancpain because he's never been in a full pro-class car. He's always had results affected by amateur or quick amateur racers. But whenever he is in a car, for my money, he always stands out like he does in the ADAC GT Masters, like he did in European GT3 all those seasons back to be the champion. How about this for a war of horses? 43 McLaren, 36 BMW run side by side.
Yeah, and the 48 McLaren has just gotten past the 17 Audi, Stuart Leonard, so that's a place pass.
And 36 BMW there has got Stefan Kampenhout at the wheel, and he is the AM class leader. So BMW has taken over the class honours from Ferrari.
I can't believe it. The AM class is not being led by a Ferrari, because that is the de facto go-to car for the AM drivers. It's such a good rounded car, easy to drive, doesn't give the driver too many frights, and it's got great performance.
So Van Kampenhout, along with David Schivitz and Henry Valkenhorst, the 3 drivers. This car last on the grid, but it goes to show, doesn't it? If you run at a proper pace and keep out of trouble, then things will come your way.
Well, there was, or there still is, an exceptionally famous, probably the most famous Belgian race driver, Jackie Ickx, in 1969. Well, the Le Mans start in Echelon, decided to walk across the car, put the seatbelts on and drive off. It probably ended up being a minute behind the bulk of the field. And who won the race?
Jackie Ickx,
and I think Jackie Oliver alongside him.
Yeah. Point proved, and that got rid of the Le Mans start, didn't it? And the race here, what are we looking at? 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. Lead gap is still extending.
Yeah, but Dominic Barman's made up a position. He's up into 6th place. Juncadella seems to be the one that's suffered.
Jelmer Berman, not Dominic Baumann.
Yeah, Berman, beg your pardon.
Yes, there he is.
Yes.
But you're right, number 4, the white Mercedes, gaining ground. So Berman getting there, and also up is Gabriele Piana in 18. So both of the Black Falcon Mercedes gaining track position as Michele Rugolo pits. 2 hours and 15 to go. Do they put...
They must put Passon Lathoros in for sure.
They must do another short stint for him, mustn't
they?
Well,
they'll do a stint. They've got 2 hours and 14 minutes remaining. They'll put him in certainly for 1 hour, and then it's going to be a stint and a splash and dash to the end for either Rugolo or for Alessandro Pierguidi.
Ron Pereira getting ready for 84, which should be in soon. So there is the number 4 Mercedes. From Pereira, who's, I think, found his calling, hasn't he, at Mercedes? Again, he was another driver who you knew was quick, but you overlooked in terms of results because he was in Pro-Am, but now he's in a proper pro-class car, then he's starting to show what we all knew he was capable of. There is Michele Rugolo in. I've not seen the door open yet.
No, nor am I.
Staying in.
Nor am I. It may well be staying in which case, will they... I mean, will they run? You've got to be careful because there's a limit on the time per stint the driver can do.
But that means if they can have another even half a stint out of Rugolo, they don't need to put Passon Lathoros back in because they can go straight to Pierguidi for the end.
And he'd do the double stint to the end. Yeah, which is possible.
Indeed. Okay, so has AF Corsa got its sums right? That's the key.
Well, has the number 4 Black Falcon got the sums right?
Well, I meant on driver stint time more than pit stop strategy. Let's get that addressed for the...
And of course, in the lead Bentley, you've got Maxime Soulet, who's been sitting twiddling his thumbs for the last virtually 4 hours in the Bentley garage. He will be jumping into the lead Bentley. Well, it's going to be, what, maybe another 14, 15 minutes?
How hard is it to do that? I mean, we said at the start of the race that we were getting underway at 6 o'clock. The teams have been here for a long day, and normally at 6 o'clock in the French sunshine, you think, right, it's time to go and have a drink now, not start work. But for people like Soulet, as an example, or Pierguidi, their work doesn't start until 10 o'clock at night. How hard is it to motivate yourself when it's that late and you're almost weary through doing nothing?
Well, I think that's one of the problems, that you've been here since early on, 8 o'clock, 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock this morning, and it's now, what time is it? It's coming up to 10 to 10 in the evening, and other than doing a bit of qualifying, we did 1 session of qualifying, maybe 2 sessions, you haven't sat in a car. And the car, when you sit in it, might be an entirely different beast to the one that you drove in the morning, because track conditions have changed, temperatures have dropped, more aero, maybe a bit more speed, just circuit conditions, everything is different. So when Maxime Soulet gets behind the wheel, it would have been the same for Stephen Kane if he was going to get behind the wheel of number 7. They'd have been jumping into a car and they would have needed to be on their toes to feel the car and reacquaint themselves with the familiar things and adapt to those that are maybe not so familiar.
So it puts the onus on the driver to get in and deliver straight away with that last pit stop. Pierguidi is behind the wheel, so we must have missed the door opening. It shows that on the timing screen, Pierguidi is behind the wheel of that car, so maybe they'd done that bit very quickly before we got there with the camera. So Alessandro Pierguidi is in, but I think that's one day you could do 65 minutes to a stint and then another one. Yeah, okay, they'll have to do at least 2 more pit stops.
The 7 Bentley all over the 2. Oh dear, I mean the 7 Bentley, how long has it been in the pits and looking down to see where it is and the timing and scoring?
33rd.
Yeah,
it's actually only lost 2 laps, amazingly.
Maybe they're just dumping fuel into it and trying to get around the problem that way. So Oliver Jarvis still behind the wheel, and when that car makes its next pit stop, one would assume Oliver will step out and Stephen Kane will get in to take the car to the finish, assuming that they stick to the plan that they indicated prior to the race starting.
So we've now got 8 Bentley, 84 Mercedes and 4 Mercedes as 3 potential winning cars just to focus on, who have all done 3 pit stops, but the Bentley, of course, out of sequence against the Black Falcon Mercedes. Right, time for a driver change and a seat change at WRT. Pit lane looking very different now, with the lights illuminating the mechanics at work as 6 comes in, that being Nathaniel Berton giving way.
Will that be, would you suggest Trullier or Raquelme? I would have thought Trullier.
Yeah.
So,
and there, HTP ready for Pereira.
Yeah, so
and it is in this time. So 105 laps done.
Okay, there's 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. Frank Pereira, 8 stint of 65 minutes. He's not going to, he's getting it pretty fine.
Yeah, but he'll be okay. He'll go to the end. He'll be fine. Because it'll be under 2 hours and 10 minutes when he crosses the pit out beam, won't it? So when his stint starts, he'll be within 2 hours and 10.
He'll have a few minutes, or a few seconds, basically.
Yeah. So when he leaves the pit lane, it'll be under the maximum time for 2 stints. So he'll be good, he'll be fine. So Ericsson is in, Junqueira is in, Katsumasa Chio is in, and Bentley we need to keep an eye to as well, don't we?
Well, they'll be in, I would assume, within the, well, they've got 2 hours and 9 minutes, so they're not going to go much beyond the 2-hour stage before they come in. So Frank Pereira in the 84, up on the jacks, wheels and tyres will be changed. And what a magnificent sight, total whiteout from the headlights of these cars. So difficult now to identify them. It's only when they flash past there you see the 888 Ferrari of the Kessel Racing team. David Pearl, Jacques Dubé and Marco Zuccanini. So Frank Pereira gets it fired up, waiting to get the indication from the team to get rolling, and away he goes.
Okay, so for Pereira now, the best lap that car has done is a 1:58.4. It's cooler now, but of course you've got more detritus on the road, you've got the traffic still to worry about, and for the first time all weekend, I think I'm right in saying, he's going to have to cope with a dark circuit, because there isn't an isolated nighttime qualifying session, is there? It's a race into the darkness rather than a night race. So all the running they've had has been in daylight.
Well, the only experience he's had in a Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3, to give it a full title in case some nerd in marketing says I'm calling it the wrong thing, is at Misano earlier this year.
In the sprint race.
The sprint race.
The qualifying race, quite right, yes. Same for Jamie Green amongst others, right. So we've got, who's in now? 25, Peter Terting into the pit lane in his WRT Audi, and 42 is in as well from Straka.
Nick Leventis behind the wheel for the first time since his incident at Monza. He had a big head-on.
Well, it's good to have him back,
yes, it is nice to see him back. Team Boss.
Yeah.
He's got a whole load of toys and he's not been able to play with them because he's been nursing damaged ligaments after that pretty heavy shunt he had on the exit of the Ascari chicane, the first of the Endurance Championship rounds in April.
Indeed so. So welcome back, Nick. His stint is done. There is the on-the-road leader, Andy Soucek, then, working his way up towards the completion of lap 107. So as the Bentley works its way towards the Virage du Pont, do we expect the car
coming in
this time?
I think, well, maybe it was at an indicator. I thought maybe it indicated, or else it's an irregular tail light on the right-hand side. No, he keeps going. So just interesting under braking, when he was braking, the right light was intermittent. Look, there it goes again.
Yeah, you're right. Bentley's area of the pits, of course, slap next to HTP. So perhaps Bentley want all the Mercedes to cycle through before they bring their car in and risk any time loss. We'll see, because of course that happened, didn't it, early on in the race. We saw in the highlights reel number 7 being delayed earlier.
Let's catch the rear view of the Bentley if we can somewhere, just to see whether that's an optical effect or whether it is actually an intermittent contact. It's hard to tell here because everything's in head-on. So let's look and see if there's something. No, well, everything looks perfect, but he's not on the brakes, is he?
Oh, there it is. It's off there.
Yep. Well,
very off.
Commentators curse yet again.
Right.
Why did we spot that? Why did we even mention it?
Is that going to be a black and orange mechanical warning, come into the pits and get it fixed?
Well, they're coming into the pits very shortly to make a pit stop. will they be required to rectify whatever that problem is? Look, it's doing it going down the straight as well. It's intermittent. Maybe it's just a bad contact. Maybe, you know, so many little areas on the wiring looms. Some of these wiring looms are very sophisticated. They're not your sort of meat and two veg type that you'd get down the local hardware store. They're very sophisticated wirings.
So when he hits the brakes, they're fine, but it's the actual tail light, isn't it, that seems to be the issue?
It's sort of intermittent. It looks there coming into the long double right-hand apex that it was fine, but let's have it there again. It's off and on, off and on. Or is that to trick the commentators, do you think?
Well, it's through left-handers where he doesn't seem to like it, because at Ricard it was very off, and that left-hander. So
something is there's a contact,
a loose wire, or whatever.
Sort of
there it is again. Look,
irregular contact.
Another left-hander.
I think we should stop talking about it, because I don't want to. I mean, the guy's done a brilliant job coming in now. I wonder, will anybody at some, or would they even be prepared to let it go until it was maybe mentioned or picked up in a notification to the team?
I'd let it go, wouldn't you? Because there's no point wasting time that you don't have to. If the officials need it fixing, they will tell you.
I mean, it is intermittent, so it's not like it's not working.
And there is another light, so you can still see the car, because you can see one light on the other side of it. It's not like he's got no lights at all. Anyway, let's see what they do, because the first priority is to do the driver change and the fuel, and then get a new set of Pirelli boots on the car. So Soucek hands over into the car, gets Maxime Soulet, and this will give the lead back to Jelmer Berman, who stopped on lap 89. So number 4 goes back into the lead of the race, and now as we get into the last couple of hours, it's time to have a look at who's ahead on pit stops as best we can. So this is the 4th stop for number 8 Bentley.
And Baumann, who will effectively take the lead. René Rast, haven't seen much of René Rast. In second place, or will in effect be in second place, again on 3 pit stop. Rast, having, as I just said it, has now dived into the pits himself. So the number 1 Audi, which has not really featured very much, it was way down in qualification, but they've worked hard. The 3 drivers, Antonio Garcia, Nico Müller, great driver lineup in that number 1 Audi, isn't it?
I'm not really sure any of the Audis will sparkle, but actually we've seen that before at Paul Ricard, as though this is the race you don't want to win for fear of being hit with the BOP for Spa. It's always been the in-joke, hasn't it, that this is the race you come to finish 2nd or 3rd, and then say, oh, I'm not quick enough, give me a break.
Listen, do people really believe that? I mean,
yes.
That's
absolutely
really believe it? No, somebody has got, Odonia, fastest 2nd sector time, purple on lap 108. Lucas Adonias. That Nissan, when it lights up those Pirelli tires, when they're nice and fresh and whatever, fastest sector time overall. Wow. Wonder what the lap time will end up. Last lap he did was a 58.8, which is pretty impressive on your 107th lap.
René Rast giving way. Nico Müller back in the car. René Rast still a star, and having had a good GT and prototype season last year, has finally got what he always wanted, which was a DTM drive, and he was elated with his first podium. He was over the moon with his first win, and even though he's done all these other categories within Audi's family, it's the DTM that seems to be where he wants to be.
I never realised he wanted to do GTM. I think one of the things I always thought when René Rast was racing in GT was the step up to DTM is a big step, because the cars are extremely aerodynamically influenced. Yeah. And sometimes some drivers adapt to that better than other drivers, whereas some drivers who've come from high downforce cars can't drive a low downforce car. Our good mate Tiff Needell highlighted that because the car I was racing was a Jaguar XJR 15, which was the production version of the XJR 7s and 8s and 9s. And it had about 20% of the downforce the race car had, and went up the hill, up Lake Coombe, up the main straight up to Lake Coombe, putting the brakes, and it just suddenly went, wow, I didn't really want to be here at all. Fortunately, Tiff was there to cushion the blow.
I see, right. And he's clearly not sore about it, because he's not mentioned it, has he, in all this time?
No, he's done the pub, isn't he?
Yeah. Right, there's the leader again, Jelmer Berman on track. Maxime Soulet and Alessandro Pierguidi then now is 4 seconds back for the Bentley. So ultimately the question is whether number 4 is going to be in front after its last pit stop, or whether it will fall back behind the Bentley Ferrari fight for race leadership.
But its next pit stop will not be its last.
No.
Well, there's 2 hours to go.
Not for that car.
No, not for number 4.
But I think 8 and 50 could get away with only one more.
So you think number 4 is going to make
two stops? I think it can't surely do 2 hours on one pit stop.
No, it can't. It can't do 2 hours in one tank full either. So it's going to have to make. It's going to have to make a pit stop, which will come. Oh, Andy, what a great job you did! And you have received a very deserved acknowledgement. That was a good job by Andy Soucek. One of his best drives in the Bentley that I've seen. So he's sitting there just relaxing. Is that the physio with him, or is that I can't quite make out with the hoodie on whether it's a member of the physio part of the team or whether that might be. It wasn't Vincent Abril, was it? He doesn't dress like that.
9 more laps, I reckon, before the leader is due in for a pit stop. So I'm working towards lap 118 for that car to come in.
Interesting, just looking at Alessandro Pierguidi in the 50 Ferrari in 3rd place, just set his personal fastest time in Sector 1, last lap of 158.7. Fastest lap by the lead car, Jelmer Berman, 158.8. So 1st and 3rd running within a 1/10 of a second, again back into the 158s, which is pretty impressive, where those around are running in the 2:0, maybe 2:1. So the number 4 and the number 50 cars running at a quick pace.
And Alessandro Pierguidi, fastest lap of the race, a 1:57.921 for Alessandro Pierguidi. Great guns.
Andy, now that was some hard work. We saw you having a little bit of drama over there. What was that all about?
No, Maxime said on the radio that we had a puncture, so I panicked, obviously, because I thought we had to pit. But no, it was just an alarm which went off, so we are okay. I had a good stint, a good double stint, because it was quite long in the car. Everything felt well. It's, I think, one of the best cars I've ever driven. It was quite easy to keep the gap. Obviously, I was very careful with the tires, but very happy overall. The race is still long. We still have nearly 2 hours left, so everything can happen.
Do you think you have the winning strategy?
Well, we have 3 people on the strategy team working for us, so hopefully they know what they're doing. Now I'm sure we are in a strong position for the end of the race. I don't know what's going to happen, but definitely we will be fighting for the win.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good job done as ever by Andy Soucek. He's a great character, isn't he, as well as being a very fine race driver.
Yeah, I mean, he's a really nice person. I mean, not every racing driver is a nice person, but Andy Soucek and his teammate Maxime Soulet are 2 of the genuinely nice people, and there are actually a lot of really nice people in the paddock within the Blancpain GT Sprint and Endurance Championship family, but there are a few nasties around too.
Why'd you look at me when you say that? There's Alessandro Pierguidi, who, as we've just said, has done the fastest lap of the race. So he's taken 6/10 out of Maxime Soulet's advantage, who's still got his flickering light, hasn't he, on that right rear corner in the Bentley. But in real terms, Pierguidi is catching Soulet. We've done 111 laps, another 7, I would predict, before Jelmer Berman has to make a stop.
Just to put that lap time of Alessandro Pierguidi into perspective, the pole position lap set on new tyres, probably running on fumes, was a 156.4. To achieve a 157.9 on your 110th or 111th lap, 4 hours into the race is absolutely stellar.
I totally agree. Pierguidi is another of those drivers that you can always rely on to be fast, be spectacular. And I know that first lap at Spa sticks in one's mind, but apart from that...
you took it, you read my mind. I was going to say, apart from Spa 2014 or 2015.
But, that aside, as Stephen Kane's eyes get ready to clamber aboard number 7 Bentley, Pierguidi is another very fine driver. Now, 4th is Miguel Molina, 5th is Franck Pereira, 6th is Lucas Ordóñez, and Ordóñez has just done a personal best lap.
I mean, 158.4, still about half a second slower than we saw Alessandro Pierguidi, but nevertheless, moving forward, a great lap from the Spanish driver in the 23 Nissan.
So 8 Bentley, 1 more pit stop to make. We're thinking that number 4 has got 2 more pit stops to make. That's what my crude calculations tell me. So Jelmer Berman leading the way, and we are on to lap 113 Now, Berman's last lap anyway was a 2 minutes 0.5. Soulé was a 1:58.7. He's closing up anyways. He needs to because he's got Pierre Guidi breathing down his neck. And in Pro-Am, Patrick Kujala has taken over now from Martin Kodrich, but Johnny Adam is aboard 97 Aston Martin. So Kodrich giving way to Kujala, Jolok giving way to Johnny Adam, and Johnny is half a minute, 55, 56 seconds. He's about a minute adrift. That might be too tall an order, even for Johnny Adam, but he's up for the challenge, I'm sure. So Pro-Am not yet resolved with an hour and 55 minutes to go. Sparking is the Man Filter 48 Mercedes. It's got Indy Donger at the wheel of it, whose brother also races these days in the Audi Sport TT Cup. So double Dutch family now with racing siblings. There you've got the leading car going through, and Maxime Soulé has got the traffic between him and a charging Alessandro Pierre Guidi. But up front, Jelmer Berman leading by half a minute, but with at least one, I still think 2 pit stops to make.
Well, you have to think that number 8 Bentley and Andy Soucek showed a lot of confidence, but only a 35-second gap between first and second. Bentley have completed 4 pit stops. Berman has got to complete at least 1 more, most likely 2, and probably a further one for the second place Bentley. Going to be very difficult to judge who's going to come out on top out of the top 3 cars. They've all done one thing or another in terms of their strategy early on in the first 35 minutes or so of this race. The 4 Mercedes-Benz stayed out, stuck to its program metronomically. Who's going to become the winner of this? Hard to judge. And we've got an hour 54 minutes to go. There is the third place Ferrari, Alessandro Pierre Guidi. I mean, that lap of 1:57.9. Okay, fresh tyres, but nevertheless, with a whole load of fuel on board, just goes to show how important grip is over weight in terms of if you're doing that on a used set of tyres on an empty fuel tank, you wouldn't achieve it.
Interesting thought offered up by Paul Ryan, who's watching this, saying, interesting, isn't it, how the likes of Berman, Pierre Guidi, Soucek and Davide Rigon were all stars in Super League Formula 10 years ago. Now they're star drivers in GT with a roof over their head.
Why did somebody have to mention Super League?
You were enjoying life, weren't you? So, but as we said all along in Blancpain, you get people that come from all different categories,
mind you,
and they go head to head, and it just delivers great racing.
The one driver that was in Super League that isn't driving here this weekend is Craig Dolby.
Yes, who should be?
Absolutely.
Of that we are all agreed. Yes.
Second time we've said it, but
yeah. Now there is 36, which is the David Chavit's BMW. Yeah, the other Super League graduate, double Le Mans winner Earl Bamber, of course. It came out of that as another hero.
I mean, Earl Bamber, I mean, what a great race for those guys last weekend. Earl Bamber, 2 times victory. Brendan Hartley, first victory. Timo Bernhard, I mean, what a stalwart for Porsche.
Yeah.
And
what a weird race as well.
It was a weird race, but anyway, that's sometimes what you get in a 24-hour event.
Indeed. And here we've had 6 hours, or will have had, of high drama. We've had over 4 hours and 5 minutes of action already. And as the drivers now pound on into the darkness, this is now getting into proper night conditions. Of course, past the pit, you've got the floodlights for the pit garages. Certain elements have got a bit more lighting than others, but now really you're in a different world, aren't you, compared to what you had at the start of the race?
I mean, it is technically dark now, but even looking westward, there's still an element of ambient light. So if you go to, for example, Spa 24, when you race through the forest, the Ardennes forest, and light is even more scarce than it is here up at the top of the Plan du Castellet, which is where the Paul Ricard circuit is based. There is an element of light somewhere around. It never gets that black as coal atmosphere that you get, certainly at Nürburgring, which is not a million miles from Spa-Francorchamps.
Very true indeed. Now, Dale will say that things have just calmed down for a little while.
They have.
They have,
unquestionably. Yeah. There's a not a peacefulness, but there's a stability.
Yes.
Which has settled in, and we've just got over just under the 2 hours of the race to go. Still lots to play for, and it only takes, again, abuse of track limits, maybe more difficult to spot in these nighttime conditions, but if a driver is continually being guilty of exceeding track limits, then that could be a drive-through. I think the car isn't 50, isn't it, on this last warning?
Yes.
So they've got to be uber careful. In fact, car 25 must respect track limits. That's the Audi Sport of Christopher Haase, Marcus Winkelhock and Peter Thiering. So people are still overrunning track limits, thinking, oh, if it's dark, no one's going to see.
Oh, yes, they do. And they're the Mercedes with the neon light poles on top of the car, so the teams can identify which is which in the darkness, especially important when it's coming down the pit lane. They don't want to get the wrong car in the pit box. So it is approaching 10 past 10 local time. The race goes on to midnight, and it is being led at the moment by Jelmer Berman. He's on that 1:15, so 3 laps is the estimation before the car is due in for another stop. And it will then have to make 1 further, so that car has got 2 to make, whereas we reckon that Soulé and Pierre Guidi and Miguel Molina behind, and Franck Pereira can get away with just 1 more.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Ferrari in 3rd place has made 6 stops, whereas the Bentley ahead has only made 4. So where did those extra 2 stops come from?
They came in the very first full course yellow, very early on,
yes, they did. That's
when
right.
they refueled it.
That's right.
So that they could run a longer stint for Rugolo to begin with when they put him in the car, because they'd got Lathoris' stint done, but they'd also sacrificed some of his running to bring him in and keep topping up the fuel.
Yeah, and so Rugolo and Alessandro Pierguidi have been doing, in a sense, the lion's share of the driving since Passan Lathoris handed the car over, having started in the 50 Ferrari.
And as ever, he did a good job, didn't he? Because he kept out of trouble, he didn't disgrace himself, he kept the car in contention, he gained places when he needed to, and equally importantly, he played the team game.
Well, that's what part of being an endurance driver is, that you are a part of a team, whether you're an extremely talented AM or a pro or whatever. But I think that when you are in that situation and you've got big pros all around you, it is particularly difficult.
Well, we've just been talking about Passan Lathoris. Let's hear from the man himself. Let's head down to the pit lane.
Passan, now you're currently running in P3. Do you have what it takes to put this car on the podium, and are you getting back in the car?
No, I'm pretty confident that we have the pace. Alessandro, he's showed the pace in qualifying and now as well. It's going to be tough, but it's still got some time to go, so we have to see.
And are you getting back in the car?
No.
Good luck with the race. Thank you.
So that confirms what we were thinking. Passan Lathoris then has done his work. Alessandro Pierguidi will run to the end. And of course, again, we said at the start of the race, John, if you are possibly factoring in a late race safety car, you need your fastest driver, because that's when the race can be won or lost.
Indeed it is, but to go back to the point that we were talking about earlier, you know, this is a team effort. It's not about an individual, you know, selfishly saying, I am the star. You are all equal in the eyes of the team. And then it's up to the team to make the best call for the team. And obviously Passan Lathoris has done his job for the team. The team is now running in 3rd place. They've got a chance to win this race, and all 3 drivers can be very proud of what they've achieved.
So Jelmer Berman's advantage is coming down anyway, even allowing for the fact that we are anticipating a pit stop in the next couple of laps. The gap against Maxime Soulé is being reduced anyway. So Bentley number 8 pounding on, with Alessandro Pierguidi about half a second slower on that last lap. There is the Ferrari peering into the darkness down through turns 4 and 5. And Pierguidi working his way through traffic, but it has become a bit quieter. We've not had the same dramas with tyres or spins, but I know I'm tempting fate by saying all of this, but now drivers getting into a rhythm, aren't they, as a few sparks fly from the Ferrari behind there.
Yeah, I mean, and also, as we mentioned earlier, for some of the drivers, nighttime driving is a new experience, something that they're not maybe totally at comfort with. But also, the race has, I think, finally settled down from those frenetic opening, 20, 30, 40 minutes when there were lots of things going on and lots of groups of cars really tightly packed together. Now we've got cars pretty much equidistant around the circuit. We're not seeing those groups of 6 or 7 or 8 coming down the Mistral straight into scene, and you sort of close your eyes and wonder, are all 6 or 7 or 8 going to come out at the end of the corner as they go in?
mean, of course, we have lost now 10 cars or so the track is that little bit quieter anyhow. You could argue in some cases you've now got the real pro drivers in, because in some the AM has done its work in the daylight. You want the pro for the darkness. So in that respect, perhaps there's less chance of incidents, but not necessarily exclusively. 25 just getting through shot. Marcus Winkelhock, 13th overall he runs at the moment, part of this year's Nürburgring 24 Hours winning squad, and of course a winner in Blancpain Sprint at Zolder.
And just ahead of him is Robin Freins. We haven't seen much of Robin. He was on the grid, very bubbly and cheerful. Disappointed he didn't go to Jack Nicholls' wedding, but there we are. Not everybody can be invited.
No, indeed. 12th he runs at the moment, with the car up the road for him to go and catch being Peter Schotthorst in another of the WRT fleet. But again, it's a disappointing race for Audi, isn't it?
Well, I mean, to go back to the comment that you made about is this race all about positioning yourself to get some break within the balance of performance. I mean, what's the biggest race in the 10-race calendar in the Sprint and Endurance Championship, the Blancpain Sprint and Endurance Championship? It's Spa 24. So it's what race does every manufacturer want to be a victor in? The one thing that might throw a cat amongst the pigeons is that there are continuing rumours that a certain Stuttgart-based manufacturer may be included in the entry. Now that's just speculation and rumour, but that would be certainly a great fill-up to an already stellar grid.
We have had an Audi win here when it was a 3-hour race back the first year of Blancpain Endurance 2012, and it was then BMW that won in 13, it was Bentley that won in 14. 2015 was when this race became 6 hours, and it was won by Nissan, and then last year by McLaren. The point of all that being, it's never been that Audi-friendly a race.
No, but no manufacturer has dominated either.
No,
everybody's had their day in the sun, or le soleil, as they say down here. So maybe the balance of performance, the way that it evens itself out over the course of the season evens itself out annually at this event. Now it is a 6-hour event. It starts at 6 o'clock in the evening and runs right through till midnight. And so the experience of driving at night time, the atmosphere that exists at a motorsport event when you run into night and you go through the night, not that this event will go through the night, it will stop at midnight, but when you go through the night, especially more or less around Midsummer's Day, when the day is at its longest, 21st or so of June, it's lovely, it's fantastic to drive into the beginning of daylight. It's almost as good as being in Pagan Beach fishing through the night and coming into daylight.
Now, was that Stephen Kane?
Looked like Stephen, yes.
Getting ready for a stint as number 8 Bentley has to get up through the traffic. It's got the Porsche just up the road ahead. Where is 911 now after its dramas right at the very start of the race? Has it got anywhere?
Oh, it's 35th.
Oh, 35th, right, okay.
Out of it, really. So there we are on board the Bentley again, and coming up against the Ferrari, the 333 Ferrari. So Ferrari's got good straight line speed, Bentley quicker overall, and that looks to slip up the inside. So this is the number 7 Bentley, so we're anticipating, certainly Stephen Kane was, that this car is coming in pretty soon, so it's had a difficult run with this fuel pickup issue. Whether they managed to resolve it or whether they're doing what maybe one of the solutions is just keep necking the thing out, but having to make more pit stops in the process. I think they might have got a grip on it because it looks as if the car's run pretty successfully for the last half an hour or longer. So it comes out of the final corner, cuts it back across. Oh, careful! Just don't want to clip that solid white line. Lights flashing, coming in. The team, there's no radio communication, but the driver making the team aware that he's in the pit lane, coming down on the 50 km/h speed limit button. And if you do 51 km/h, that's a penalty as well. So you've got to be absolutely certain that your pit lane speed limit button is properly adjusted. So in comes the number 7, comes to a standstill, and another day's or another evening's work done.
Absolutely. So again, a huge shame this car has had these problems that have dropped it so far down the order, but at least it's going to be worth watching Stephen Kane behind the wheel, isn't it? Because he's another absolute charger, and he's always worth watching.
Yes, I mean, we've seen Stephen get into the car on many occasions, does the final stint, or double stints in his case mostly. And Stephen just wrings the neck of that car, and if there's an ounce of performance in it, he'll take a pound out of it. He'll not just stop at an ounce. So the car up on the jacks. 2 people only allowed to make the wheel tyre change. The fuel's gone in, the driver's done, so these are the last moments of that change. There's a 91-second delta time, so they can't let the car roll until 91 seconds have passed. Otherwise, you'll be in conflict with the regulations. You can hear the engine on the rev limiter there as he let the clutch go.
Now, how are things getting on in Pro-Am? It is still Patrick Kuyler leading, but Johnny Adam is charging after him, watched by co-driver Ahmad Al-Hafi.
Armand, you're currently second in class right now. Can Johnny do this mega stint and pull off a Pro-Am win?
Yeah, I mean, this is the best person to have in the car right now. Johnny's doing a great job. Yes, I mean, he's done it last week with 1 lap to go, so hopefully we can put more pressure on them and try and we're here to win, and we've been trying to do that ever since we started the race.
And how does it feel to just sit there and watch and know you can do nothing about it?
This is honestly the worst part, watching the car go around. I prefer being in the car, but I've done my 2 hours in the car, and now I'm happy that Johnny's in.
I'm sure you can trust Johnny. Good luck, thank you.
Well, indeed so. Johnny Adam, who has always been a rather modest star in British GT racing and has developed into a fine GT racer. He went through the hard knocks of Renault Clios and Seats in the UK and won the championships, and then had a year with Motorbase in touring car racing. He did win on the road at Brands Hatch, but then got a penalty and the win was taken away from him, and he never won again. But in a GT car, he has proved to be a very fine driver, and getting him to describe the overtake for the class win at Le Mans from last week, when I was talking to him earlier on, the grin came back onto his face, and clearly he enjoyed the fight, he loved the result, and I think even Johnny, modest as he is happy to define that as a career-changing moment, because clearly he's been in demand since, and the phone hasn't stopped ringing, and that added to I know we keep banging on about it, but a ripper drive at Monza at the start of the season, and there could be another one on the cards here. Just like some drivers excel in Ferraris, some in Porsches, well, Johnny as an Aston Martin factory driver, no matter which customer team he drives for, or even the works team, he delivers for TF Sport in British GT. And there's a spin also coming out of Virage Dupont, number 3, that was penalised earlier. Josh Cagle at the wheel of it, but Johnny Adam is very much now the go-to Aston Martin driver.
Absolutely, and let's get a little replay of that incident. Was it a induced spin, or looks to me like it was just all on his own, maybe focusing a little bit on the 2 cars directly ahead of him, and misjudged the entry speed into the final turn in the Virage Dupont, having to be patient, letting cars go through before he tries. One of the problems race cars have got, with particularly large, wide front wheels and tyres, is a very restricted steering lock. Unlike the road version, the road-going version of an Audi or a BM or a Mercedes or a Bentley or whatever, modern cars have got very good turning circles. Race cars are terrible.
So Josh Cagle, former bike racer, delayed, but back into the fray now.
At least it didn't fall over when he was standing still, did it?
True enough. Yeah, after a few injuries in bike racing, he decided to turn to something safer.
So the number 4 Black Vulcan Mercedes pounding away. Last lap for that car was a 2:09. Where did that come? Oh, 2:00.9. They've so that was no, it's not. They've just lost 4th place to the 72 Ferrari.
But they've pitted, haven't they?
They have.
Well, that's why we didn't see it on screen.
They didn't
but
get it.
number
That's
4
exactly
has pitted. So its first sector was 1 minute and 56 seconds. So that means it pitted actually a bit later than anticipated. It did. 31 lap stint potentially. Anyway, 121 laps it has gone to. So an hour and 37 minutes remain. It's got to make at least 1 more pit stop. The leaders have got to make 1 more.
There's a reason why we're watching this. That's the reason why.
Yeah.
Titanium skid blocks, lots of flash and fire from underneath the car. As we go and look at the 35 BMW, which is the car we believe is still in the 36, it's the 36 beg your pardon, 36 BMW still in the lead of the AM category, running in 32nd position. Nearest challenger is the 888 Ferrari, which is further down the field in 36.
So my thinking is that on the next round of pit stops, back into the lead will go number 4 Mercedes. It's the last pit stop for all those cars that will pit, but then number 4 still has to make another one, and therefore in its last pit stop gives up the lead and drops back down the order.
I think you're right.
I think is what I was trying to get to a long time ago.
No, I think that your assessment is absolutely spot on, and it's one of the, it'll be a big frustration, because you might then look back and say, was that judgment not to stop when everybody else did under a full course yellow and then the safety car? Is that the point at which their opportunity to take victory, starting in pole position, dominating effectively all the way through, but because of a decision to stay out and stick to the schedule, is that going to cost them they'll certainly get a podium, but will prevent them from being on the top step of the podium?
Indeed, well, we were discussing it, weren't we, at the time, had it been the wrong or the right call to stay out. We felt then it was wrong, and it could be that in an hour and a half or so we'll get the definitive answer. But for now, there's still lots to enjoy on track, because can you believe we've still got the leading 25 cars on the lead lap? It's astonishing how competitive this is.
That is, I think, probably one of the more remarkable facts, because it is so competitive. I mean, we had 20 cars in qualifying, covered by just under a second on a circuit, a 5.7 kilometre circuit, and such a difference in the characteristics of the different brands, and each of the drivers is an individual. They've got different needs, requirements, different characters, personalities. The fact that you can get 20 cars covered by less than a second in any championship is quite remarkable.
Now here's an interesting one. There's an incident being investigated between 84 from Pereira and number 60, and that's the Raton Racing Stefano Costantini, Andrea Amici, Dennis Lind Lamborghini. But if Pereira were at fault and a penalty came, that would be another knock to another front-running car. So keep an eye to that situation, mental note, from Pereira 84 and the number 60 Lamborghini. Now, Pro-Am, Jules Gounon third, and he's being hunted down by 53, which is Andrea Bertolini.
Oh, bit of talent there.
Well, absolutely. Jules Gounon is not slow, but Andrea Bertolini has been around the block more than once, hasn't he?
Well, he certainly knows every bit of a Ferrari. And if you wanted to put somebody into a Pro-Am car who can, I mean, if the car breaks down, he could repair it on the circuit and drive it back and do all whatever the pit work he needed to do. He's part of the inside of the Ferrari family. Very
much so. Came, of course, to note in the Maserati MC12 days, part of the Vitaphone and then Vita 4-1 teams. About 87 pressing on Jules Gounon, the son of Jean-Marc Gounon, and Jules is not as flamboyant a racer as his father, but very quick.
I think he might end up proving, actually, to say better is not fair, but when you're a driver like Jean-Marc Gounon, it doesn't always mean that you're going to get the best out of your career.
Yeah, I mean, Jean-Marc was fast, but he often had a damaged car, didn't he? But Jules is a bit smoother. And we've had another change on track, because Jasmine Jaffar has just dropped back behind Patrick Kuhler. Jasmine's virtually disappeared without trace this year, not because he's not quick, but again, McLaren, for whom he now drives, is struggling on these tyres, and so last year part of HTP and a race winner, and now he's just lost 16th place, and it's a real shame, because we're not seeing the best of him, nor, in fairness, the bulk of the McLaren drivers.
No, and I think this racetrack did not, or has not played to the McLaren strengths, and I mean, Jasmine Jaffar was sort of pretty long in the chin when I spoke to him just before the race got underway, so they were not expecting on performance alone to be a challenger, but of course good teamwork, good strategy, again consistency behind the wheel can work miracles whenever others are failing all around you, but maybe that today hasn't been enough.
Well, we lost Rob Bell's McLaren, didn't we? 17 laps into the race. There's something not right at McLaren. So as the drivers continue into the darkness, it's party time on the terrace, overlooking the pit straight.
So I just saw something about car 90, track limit, maybe that was something, an older message. Car 35 must respect track limits at turn 5.
And we've got just over 90 minutes of the race still to run as the party atmosphere kicks in now. For some.
Yeah, well, yes. Just looking down at the other messages, to be slightly concerned of the 84 and car 60 incident, still under investigation, and that would be a real kick in the you-know-wheres for the HTP 84 Mercedes if they have to take a penalty, if it's a judge that Frank Pereira did not offer up sufficient. It's a bit like maybe driving in the streets these days. You've got to fall over yourselves to give cyclists the same kind of principle.
Yeah. Well, 60 is a Pro-Am car, isn't it? So straight away, that kind of makes you fearful for the Pro Cup car. If it's been involved with a Pro-Am.
Yes, well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
That's my concern, because when you have an incident, I mean, in the driver's briefing, the pros are advised clearly that if there is an incident between an AM car and a Pro car, the burden of responsibility will fall on the Pro driver to take avoiding action to avoid any contact that might ensue.
So looking through the dirty screen on the Lamborghini, 63 is another car that's
yes, it is.
Almost sort of disappeared without trace in this race. 18th.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, that car just destroyed the opposition in Misano and in Monza and Brands Hatch.
Oh, that's 84. That's the 4th placed car. So Frank Pereira has stopped, and it looks mechanical.
It's on the pit lane. No, it's not.
No, it's out the back of the circuit, isn't it?
It's hard to tell. It's so dark out there.
I was thinking it was on the Mistral. Well, it's coming out of Le Col, isn't it, at the start of the Mistral straight, because you've got the cut through to the rear right of the car.
And that's beginning to look a bit smoky.
Yeah, I think that's come out of Le Col, the left, onto the Mistral straight. I knew I'd do it at some point in this race. And it's brought the yellows out in that sector, but this could be a full course yellow to remove it.
Can't see it.
It's there. Hang on, he says pointing at the screen. That works well on telly. Far end of the straight, up against the wall.
Yeah.
So it's there, coming onto the straight, and that's Jimmy Eriksson then, who was 4th from Pereira's, the man behind the wheel of it. Maxi Book started, and 84 Mercedes is another casualty.
It ain't going to get rolling. That car's day or evening.
Driver outlook
is pretty much over. So Frank Pereira, very sudden, very unexpected. Mercedes normally have a totally bulletproof car. There have been moments when there have been reliability issues, but that was much earlier in the Mercedes AMG GT3's career. But let's try and get a look and see what's going on. Is Frank Pereira, is he still behind the wheel?
No, he was out of the car. You saw him a moment ago straddling the barrier. He'd done 20 laps. He's only been in the car for 20 laps, and it's gone. It's a retirement. Just to the left in front of the car was where Pereira was stood a little while ago. Let's see if we can just pick him up. There he is. Just, you saw the crash helmet on the guardrail. So concerned faces at HTP. So can that car stay there? Does it need moving? And in the darkness, how does it need retrieval? So have a look. On the left, you see the smoke, you see the headlights pulled to one side. That is a definite failure.
Oh, I mean, that almost matches the two Lambos that we've seen go. And that actually, the car is pulled off again just at the cutting for the shortened, you might call, test loop, and a ton of vapor and fluids. So I can't remember seeing 3 GT3 cars having such serious engine failures.
And different brands as well. So there is 84 out of the race. Then we lose another front-running car, the HTP Mercedes. Frank Pereira is out of the race with 1 hour and 26 minutes still to go. So the Mercedes team, I'm afraid, looking as though they're packing up, and HTP's hopes dwindling in this race. So where does that put the leading Merc? Well, it's going to be one from Black Falcon, isn't it, for the moment? Lukas Stolz running in 5th position. Right, let's catch up with the highlights once more and remind you of how bright and sunny it was at the start of the race and the incident between Ishikawa Motoaki and Jürgen Hering that caused the first full course yellow, and of course some very, very clever on the pit strategy, some diving into the pits early, others staying out and going to the end of the 65-minute stint, which may, in the fullness of time, prove to be the wrong decision. What it did lead to, with so many cars pouring down the pit lane, was a very crowded pit road, including down at Bentley. They were being trapped in by the 48 Mercedes. When released, Guy Smith was right on the money, getting into the back of Ezequiel Perez compact. We lost Benadel's Lamborghini with a spectacular engine blow-up, and he wouldn't be the last either. That car was an early retirement then, after just 28 laps of the race. Albert Costa did a good stint in the number 14 Jaguar. He got into the lead. Number 7, with intermittent pickup problems of fuel, into the pit garage early on. And although number 14 has now faded a long way back, it was good while it lasted early on, with Stefan Ortelli and Albert Costa getting up front in the Emil Frey Racing Jaguar. Out got from 84 Maxi Buch, in got Jimmy Eriksson, and 3 wide the battles raged on along the Mistral Straight until Marcel Fassler made contact with Andrea Caldarelli and had a loose wheel as a suspension breakage, and then the car was pitched into that spin. The car headed into the pit lane and has remained there as a retirement from the race. We've also lost Norbert Siedler's Mercedes, but we had some great racing going on as there was the battle between Felix Torales and Philipp Eng, and then another wheel parted company, this time with Alex Fontana's Mercedes, as that tried to limp back to the pit lane, but sadly it didn't get that far. Tom Blomqvist had a puncture, but at least he was able to get back to the pit lane and rejoin the race, albeit badly delayed. After the clash with Fassler, into the pits for his 1-minute stop and go came Andrea Caldarelli, and then Marcus Winkelhock had a bit of a twitch going into senior and ran off the road, and that car dropped a couple of places. There was a drive-through penalty for Michele Rugolo for crossing the white line at pit in, and James Collado relieved Lawrence Fry of a position. Alexander Sims doing likewise to Matt Parry at the end of the lap at the Virage Dupont, the two oh so close to making contact. So that gave Michele Rugolo the race lead, as we then lost Marco Mappelli's Lamborghini. Another spectacular engine blow-up coming onto the Mistral Straight. Then we had a tyre let go for Jamie Green in 76. He limped back to the pit lane, but that was another car that dropped a long way down the order. Sam Tordorf had a spin in 43 McLaren, thankfully without any damage, and a brave effort by Adam Christodoulou put him up the inside of Christopher Mies, and he gained a further position. Andy Soucek took over number 8 Bentley, and then he managed to control the pace, having wriggled his way past Michele Rugolo. He then set off to build that advantage as the sun set, and the number 99 BMW was soon a casualty. Maxime Martin bringing it into the pit lane and into retirement. Then there were further problems for number 7. Guy Smith and Oliver Jarvis had battled on, but the car, having had a spin, then ground to a halt, and these fuel pickup problems costing it another lap. Black Falcon cycled through its next round of pit stops, getting number 4 back into the race, and Jelmer Berman, who had started in that car, took over as we had the change of lead in Pro-Am. Martin Kodrich up the inside of Salo Yolok. Also charging on was Katsuya Masachio, taking the 23 Nissan up into the top 4 once again. And there was this clash between Jamie Green and Salo Yolok, which gave Jamie Green a 30-second stop-go penalty for his pains. Chio lost out to one of the Flying Jaguars up on the inside as the race headed into the darkness for the final couple of hours. 27 Lamborghini that had run well at the start of the race almost found itself in trouble. The last Bentley pit stop that we have had put Maxime Soule into the leading car, and that currently has an advantage of only 2.6 seconds over Pierre Guidi's Ferrari. Hustling on, Lukas Stolz now at the wheel of number 4 as Stephen Kane got ready to take over Bentley number 7. Stephen, a former winner of the race here. But up front, it is currently Maxime Soule working his way through the traffic as the race leader, chased by Alessandro Pierre Guidi there in number 50 Ferrari. And Stephen Kane is aboard number 7 Bentley after its most recent pit stop, and Josh Cagle has had a spin in the number 3 Audi. But once Franck Pereira was installed at the wheel of 84, great things were expected of the HTP car. Sadly, that has been the most recent retirement, as it has had a rather spectacular engine blow-up on the Mistral. We've also had the Jaguar limp into the pit lane, as you saw. And so, as Bentley continues to lead with 1 hour and 21 minutes remaining, others are still having their problems. As we say, Franck Pereira out of the race and parked on the Mistral straight. We've done 129 laps. We've got 1 hour and 21 minutes to go. It is Bentley, Ferrari, Nissan, Mercedes, Audi in the top 8. It's Lamborghini leading in Pro-Am, and it's BMW leading the Am Cup.
Unexpectedly, but happily to say so, because it is normally the territory of the Ferraris, and have a BMW running an Am. A very welcome addition, and great to see it leading that category.
Here, here. And the Valkenhorst team is a real underdog as well. It's not one of the heavy hitters yet in GT racing. It's a small team learning in a very public environment and getting better and doing a better job each time out. Now 114, which really is the surviving healthy Jaguar, I think I'm right in saying, is pressing on, but 39th now, Jonathan Hershey. And what happened to 14? Did that go back into the race after its earlier delay?
Can't see it in the top 20
now. Oh, 37th,
okay,
right.
Yeah.
So Lawrence Frey back behind the wheel of that car. We've now got, from 58 starters, 41 cars still in the race. So it's been quite a high attrition rate, hasn't it?
Interesting, the incident between cars 60 and 84, there's no further action taken, partly because the 84 car's out. I wonder, thinking back, you know, what was the problem with the 84 car? It looked like a pretty massive engine failure, but did any of the, whatever the incident was, did that have a contribution, or was it just totally incidental?
Good question, isn't it? But sad to say, the Mercedes has gone. Number 60, which is the Dennis Lind, amongst others, Lamborghini, is a car that's not really sparkled in the championship this year, despite Dennis Lind being the man to beat last year in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and that car is down in 40th place. So just under 1 hour and 20 minutes to go. The lead gap hovering around the 2.9 second mark. There is Pierre Guidi through the traffic, hunting down Maxime Soulet.
Well, nice of the director to give us a bit of colour.
Absolutely, absolutely. I was waiting for...
I didn't want to add any more to that than that.
I think less was more, though, John.
I think that is often the case, not always in my case, but often is the case.
Back to the plot. Fastest lap of the race, still Alessandro Pierre Guidi, a 1:57.921, which is an exceptional job done. And we've had the pit stop from Lukas Stoltz, putting that car back down into 5th spot. Now, how is Johnny Adam getting on in Pro-Am? Patrick Kujala and Johnny Adam are on the lead lap, but it's sort of half a minute before you get there.
Yeah, no, it's about, what is it, 30 odds plus seconds. What actually is, you know, it's difficult to convey it in these light conditions, but the battle for the lead, there's only 3 seconds between first and second place, and that is not sufficient for Maxime Soulet and the Bentley team to think that this is a done deal. And likewise for the 50F Corsa, you know, they are trying to cut into that lead every opportunity. So both driver pairings are going to be using everything they've got to try and defend or try and attack. And you know, both guys are going to be in the wheel for finishing this stint and that final stint. So it's going to be a tough final hour and 17 minutes till the checkered flag comes out, and whether it'll be a Ferrari or a Bentley on the winner's podium, both will be worthy winners.
And we've still got battles, as we say, in Pro-Am, but actually the Am Cup isn't resolved yet, because you've got David Scheivitz and then David Perel as the top two, and they are, I think I'm right in saying, oh no, not quite on the lead lap, no, because in fact, as the BMW has just crossed the timing line, it has confirmed itself a lap up. Yeah, it's not quite as close as I thought that, but you never know what can happen in 1 hour and 18 minutes.
Now, there's 2 places difference, but there's a lap between them.
Now, there is 48 Indy Danger, still 13th. That's another car that's just got on with the job in this race, hasn't it? It's never really drawn attention to itself, but it's just been a good, solid run.
Yeah, I mean, all you can do is just, you've got the car, you've got your qualification positions. Starting, way in the middle of the pack is never the easiest, and it takes, in effect, the best part of 2 hours to get yourself up to where would be your natural position within the field.
Now here's an interesting one, John. The third-placed car is now being investigated for an incident between this is Miguel Molina's Ferrari, and the number 14 Frey Ortelli Costa Jaguar. So Miguel Molina third, but with this Damocletian investigation now.
Well, the good thing is that the Jaguar and the Ferrari are both pro cars, so you can take out of it the element of an AM driver being beaten up and bullied by a pro. So it'll be down to whether it was something that was a racing incident, or whether they might feel that the 72 Ferrari was being a little bit aggressive and trying to keep in touch with the lead 2 cars. Wait and see what the result of that particular investigation is.
It's falling away anyway. Its last lap was a 2-minuter, whereas the top 2 are in the 1:59s. So there's not much to choose at the moment between Soulé and Pierre Guidi. They're lapping about a 10th apart in terms of lap time. Indy Dontje here, 13th overall, 13th in class, coming out of the chicane, heading towards Saint-Beau. There's number 3, which was Josh Cagle last time we saw the car rotating, and it's still Josh behind the wheel of it, the Yorkshireman, trying to carve a career in GT racing. I mean, turned his back on bike racing, started off in the Volkswagen Racing Cup in the UK, then the Sirocco Cup and the Audi TT Cup, supporting the DTM, and now into GT racing this year.
Big step forward. They're coming out of one-make production-based cars that are very much similar to those that you do buy in the showroom. These GT3 cars are clearly a race car, but the essence of it is still, as you would see it in the local showroom. There's the 23 Nissan in 4th place, Lucas Ordóñez. So let's have a little look at it. Lucas Ordóñez sitting back there. Oh, there we go, on board with the Spanish driver. Comes on to the Mistral straight through Lake Cole, and he's got a little bit of traffic up ahead of him, but he should imagine that's not going to be a problem, because I've got the quickest car in the straight. I got a car that did 284 kilometers per hour. But he's getting perilously close to Scene, but he gets through clean. That it is the lead AM BMW. Lucas Ordóñez on his little, he likes dire straights. Well, nothing wrong with dire straights. Still, their first album was by far and away the best, in my opinion, but that's a matter of opinion. But Lucas Ordóñez, having come out of gaming, and he's really adapted outstandingly to professional motor racing. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, somebody who brings a lot of charm effectively to the team, a very nice person. So he's just I just caught it there, just suddenly something out of the corner of my eye went purple, and I didn't blink. Lucas Ordóñez has done the fastest second sector time on lap 133. Did nobody tell him we're into 100 and lap 33? What's he doing? Going fastest overall in sector 2. Mind you, that's the bit on the straight, so refresh rubber and all the things that give you that little bit of extra oomph. Nonetheless, that's nice to have on your CV.
Is it ever? And he's not done yet, is he? So fuel load is coming down, and isn't it great to have Nissan back up? I know we've been saying this about a number of cars, Bentley being another. We had Audi at Zolder looking very, very strong indeed, but to have more of the many different brands represented on this grid, all fighting for honours, is really good for the championship once more.
Well, what I'm looking forward to is when Nissan introduced their 2018 version of the GT-R, which will incorporate a lot of the engineering that has gone into some of the other mid-front engine cars. I mean, the GT-R, as it stands, is a true replica of the car you buy in your showroom. The engine is still much in the same location. The weight center of gravity is very much as you'd get in the road-going car, unlike the Bentley, the BMW, Mercedes, where you need a stepladder to find the engine. It's so deeply buried in, and it's almost sitting beside the driver. So what Nissan will have in 2018 is something very similar to its principal competitors, and that ought to give them a further step forward in an overall competitiveness and a consistency as well. Whereas on some circuits the Nissan currently is not as competitive as it would like to be, here it does seem to suit the car very well.
Indeed. I mean, the balanced performance is based on different circuits, and of course Claude Sermont, who is in charge of all of this, does a very good job. It's a thankless task trying to get parity amongst all the different configurations and shapes and sizes and engine sizes, you name it. But certainly here, it's giving us a different type of race and a fascinating race that he's not done yet, but it has for the moment calmed down, although we thought that before Franck Pereira had his dramas. So that car out and has helped to promote Ordóñez up to 4th place.
Yeah, I think the thing that's changed is that the drivers in themselves have, to say calmed down is maybe a pejorative term, but in the gap between 1st and 2nd, it's been hovering around 3 seconds. Currently it's 2.8 seconds. But Maxime Soulé and Alessandro Pierguidi are driving the wheels off their respective cars, because this is the difference between winning and coming second.
Is it a more pleasant experience driving now? I know you've got the dark, I know you've got the difficulty in reference points, but it's a bit cooler, and in that respect, is it more pleasurable than it was in the searing heat at 6 o'clock?
Well, I think that for me the difference is more to do with the driving in daylight hours or driving in darkness. And clearly there are some drivers who really thrive in these kind of conditions. And for some reason they just seem to really lock into nighttime driving. Most of my driving was done in daylight hours, so the only time I would drive at nighttime would be in events like Daytona 24 Hours or Le Mans. So, I mean, it wasn't so much the darkness. The thing that really got me about those events was that they were 22 hours too long.
Well, for some, they might be saying, come the end of this, you know, another lap, another 10 minutes, I'd have done it. They might want more than 6 hours. Pierguidi has just pitted. Now, is that on schedule? 69 minutes to go.
It's very tight.
Stint is 65.
That's going to be very tight.
It's marginal, that. I'm not necessarily convinced that's going to be the answer.
Very tight. I think they're going to be about 3 minutes short.
Yeah. It depends, obviously, when the car goes back out, but it's gone out now at the 69-minute mark.
Definitely, I think there's going to be a splash and a dash, other than if we have full Courgello or safety car intervention, which would allow it to claw back some of its last dregs of racing fuel in the tank.
But it's still a maximum drive time for a stint of 65 minutes. So when you cross the pit out beam, you've got 65 minutes in the car, not 69.
Exactly.
So fuel aside, Pierguidi is going to have to surely come in right at the very end.
And change or...
No, you can stay in the car because a stint,
there'll be another stint, okay.
A stint ends when you pit.
Yeah, okay, I got you, yeah.
So you don't have to get out of the car, hence people can do double stint. But I still think they've had to come in a bit soon there. Soulé should be good in number 8, but Pierguidi, the maths don't stack up. Now, you've got 72 Miguel Molina pressing on, and he in turn has got Lucas Ordóñez not that far behind him, 24 seconds adrift. There is Molina trying to get through the traffic. It's Josh Cagle ahead once more, isn't it, in Audi number 3. Tough for the back markers now, trying to work out which pair of headlights they race and which they let by.
Yes, and on top of which, sometimes, there we go, you see the headlights, literally, they almost burn the paint off the rear of the car. They are so powerful. And the Ferrari slips through, get up the inside, slightly out of position for the final corner, but not really an issue. The gap between first and second currently is, well, it was 32 seconds. It's going to be different when they come across the line. Ferrari third, Lucas Ordóñez still in fourth. Lucas Stolz is 5.3 seconds behind the fourth place Nissan, and one would have to assume likewise that they are liable, other than something unforeseen happens, to be standing on the winner's step of the podium either.
The gap between Soulé and Pierguidi is half a minute. Now, that can't have been a full pit stop, can it? Because if your maximum allowed time is 91 seconds,
no, no, they might have done it in 64 seconds. They may not have changed tyres.
No, exactly. Well, 64 is still the wrong side of... They've done it in under 64, haven't they? They've done it in less time.
Yeah.
So, all they've done, presumably, is fuel the car.
Correct.
So that's why they're still in the hunt. But, therefore, can that car go to the end on that set of tyres? Are they going to have to do another stop on that basis? And what are Bentley going to do? Are they going to be able to do the same thing and double stint the tyres? So AF Corsa rolling the dice here is what I'm getting to. By only doing fuel, they've saved themselves effectively a minute on that pit stop.
And I think the argument is that if this was done at the start of the race when ambient and track temperatures were higher, the concept of double stinting a set of tyres was offset by the loss of lap time as the tyre began to wear and wear, and the more a tyre wears, the more time you lose vis-a-vis your competitors. At this point in the evening, when track temperatures have reduced considerably and the load and the pressure on the tyre is somewhat less, the loss of time per lap may be less than a second a lap. It might be 2 or 3 tenths of a second, or it might be half a second, but it's going to be less than it would have been at the beginning of the race. So what can they do? Well, not an awful lot. They've rolled the dice. They are where they are. They're in second place. They're just over half a minute behind the lead Bentley, who will have to make yet another stop before the end of this. So it's nip and tuck, and it's pretty tense right now down in the pit lane.
But if Bentley does fuel and tyres, in other words, a 90-second stop, it loses the lead to number 50 Ferrari. That then gives them that ability to do the final pit stop just to correct the driver's stint time, doesn't it?
It could do well. That's why I'm saying this is now a race where the outcome will probably be determined by what the people behind the car, not the driver or the mechanics in the pit lane. It's really about the statisticians and what they believe is possible. And it looks like the idea of double stinting your tyres. These tyres, Pirelli introduced this year, part of what they wanted to achieve was primarily at Spa-Francorchamps for the 24-hour race to enable teams to double stint a set of tyres where previously it wasn't something that would be realistic to do. So the idea was to give a set of tyres that you could double stint on and then give teams more flexibility in strategies as to what they would choose.
So much of the fortunes for number 50 will now depend on what sort of a pit stop Bentley serve. They will be wise to the gap. They will know what AF Corsa is up to. If the Bentley goes for tyres, then the race starts to change again. Driving standards flag for, is that Jonathan Hershey?
Yep.
Track limits, okay. We're looking at the Stracker stops as away goes 59. And there also into the pit lane has come Renger van der Zande in 88, and he blasts away.
Yeah, pretty marginal call as one car came down the fast lane in the pit lane, and the release of the Mercedes AMG GT3 was, you couldn't have let it go any earlier, that's for sure.
Miguel Molina into the pit lane. You saw the SMP racing team getting ready. There they are. The car is in. So do they put Davide Rigon back in for the last stint? It would make sense, wouldn't it?
Oh, absolutely, no question about it. Another Ferrari star driver.
Yeah.
So if you want to make the best of what you've got, then you put your best talent behind the wheel.
So Maxime Soulet has now done 30 laps in this stint in the Bentley, which is very good on fuel. And we understand that there's a slow car on track, and it's number 35, which is the Cronjes Jensen Menzel BMW from the Valkenhorst team. Right, so it's fuel and tyres, full service on 72. That's going to drop it away, isn't it, from the number 50 Ferrari? And that is the reason for the slow BMW. It's lost a wheel, or it's lost a tyre, hasn't it?
Something has come adrift at the left rear, so difficult to tell from that shot. Just it was too far out of sight to get a clear perspective of what it is. The Ferrari is rolling and on its way.
I think it's the tyre off the rim on 35 from the glimpse we got. So now Molina's incident, no further action. Have a look. Is that a tyre off the rim? Yes. You can see all the rubber marks around the bodywork.
Flailing right now.
Oh.
No, it is rim to tarmac. Hopefully, having flayed around, has not done any additional damage. If it's come away quickly and cleanly, that's one blessing. But nonetheless, you can see bits of rubber. I think something's hanging from the rear wing. I don't know whether it's part of the tyre, but he makes it round the final turn, and gets into the pit lane and just needs to be careful that he doesn't attempt to get into it too quickly and have an incident. He's in fine, so luckily wherever the tyre failed it was not a million miles away from pit lane entrance as the 90 car comes in for its serve. Here's the BMW team about to, well, that's the Mercedes in fact.
Yeah, it's 48, isn't it? Indy Doncia in. Car that he shares with Patrick Assenheimer and Kenneth Heyer, son of the legendary Hans Heyer, who no doubt is here despite the heat with his Tyrolean hat on, his trademark hat.
Oh yes, and there's a magnificent either autobiography or biography of Hans Heyer's career. I think it's printed only in German, but nevertheless it's he was one of the major stars in German DTM racing through the 70s, 80s and even possibly into the early 90s. So Hans Heyer, Tyrolean hat, was a big part of the paddock in terms of personality.
And part of Tom Walkinshaw's ETC Jaguar campaign, wasn't he, in 1984. Anyway, we reminisce. Down the pit lane goes 911 Porsche back into the race. Fuel and tyres for HTP number 48 Mercedes. Maxime Soulet, is he in this time? And that is the second place car, Pierre Guidi, off the road. And he's staggering back to the pit lane.
Now that is problem. As he got it going again, but he's off to the side of the track, so looks like something pretty, I don't want to say terminal, but certainly pretty serious has happened to the 50 Ferrari.
It's on the Mistral, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Is that a left rear? I can't quite see again. It's difficult with these light conditions to see whether that's a left. Whatever he's doing the right thing in terms of staying off the racetrack. There's
leader in.
Yep.
So
things beginning to fall very much to the favour of the number 8 Bentley with just under 1 hour remaining. So
32 lap stint, tyres are ready, and now that number 50 has effectively shot itself in the foot, they can afford the luxury of putting new tyres on. It doesn't matter about the length of the pit stop because the opposition is limping around the circuit. So unlike last year where what looked to be a routine stop turned into disaster, this one hopefully will have no problems at all. The fuel is done, on go the new tyres, 2 mechanics to do the work. So one is the fitter, one is the gunman. Run round to the next side.
And you know, they make it look very easy. Those wheels and tyres, in spite of being lightweight rims and lightweight tyres, are still significantly heavy. And to pick up one and run with it, pick up two, well, credit to the engineers that work in these teams, because they work very hard on the day or on the night, but also they go to the gym and they've got very specific training regimes. Something going on or something being stuck on the side of that. What are they doing on the side of? Oh, it's to illuminate the number.
Yeah, backlighting, yeah. So the race leader, Maxime Soulet at the wheel, with the opposition effectively being number 72, Davide Rigon. There he is. You've got number 4, Lucas Stoltz, but he's going to have to make another pit stop. So the Black Falcon car is going to drop back there, back onto the circuit goes Maxime Soulet. Right, 58 minutes of nail biting goes on at Bentley now, because they've got to stand and watch and hope that number 8 gets to the end without drama.
Well, we thought that was kind of all settled, but first losing the 84 HTP Mercedes-Benz GT3 AMG, and then the 50 Ferrari for, we don't know yet the reason, but stopping, we think, on the Mistral straight. 2 late dramas that were very unpredictable. And what a relief for the number 8 Bentley to know that their principal competitor, I have to say with sadness, is no longer in this event.
So the race order will be Soulet, Stoltz, Rigon, Van der Zande, Buncombe, and then Philippe Salaquada, 75 Audi, is creeping up the order. René Rast is 6th. Andrea Caldarelli in 63 Lamborghini, currently 8th. Christopher Mies 9th, and Robin Frenz in 10th place. But more have got to serve a final stop out of that. And the team apparently at AF Corsa not yet able to confirm what the problem is with number 50, but the car has lost 2 laps now as it limps back to the pit lane.
Again, I mean, it seems that it may be one of these issues where you have to make a reset on the onboard computer. He's got the car running, sat for a lap or more, pretty much stationary, but managed to get it fired up. So yeah, of course, the 55 in the garage, we haven't seen that property for a very long time. And we don't know the reason why that 55
No, James Collado brought it in, didn't he?
And it's been in the pits now, well, a significant number of laps, 72 laps. So there is the AF course. It's about to, basically, if it can get round the rest of this lap and get back into the pit lane, they have a chance to rectify the problem. But in terms of getting on a podium, well, that's sadly for the team all gone. There's the number 4 car currently leading the race. Lucas Stolz behind the wheel, but you pointed out, David, one more pit stop to come. And who will they put into that car? You have to imagine it's going to be Adam Christodoulou.
I was just thinking that, yes. He has had a stint, but he will be a good guy to get it to the end. So, Adam Christodoulou being saved for the last stint. He was explaining, wasn't he, their Demon Tweak. In fact, a number of teams have employed this over the course of the weekend, but lots of teams have their own paddling pools. And so he had a quick dip before he got into the into race mode, before he put his overalls on. And lots of areas in the paddock for the teams have all got these paddling pools to keep the drivers and the team personnel cool. There, with the rip-off windscreen being taken away, Pierre Guidi has made it back to the pit lane. The car is refueled and then expected to be spun around and taken into the pit box as AF Corsa tries to get to the bottom of whatever gremlin this is.
Yep, that's a disappointment for the AF Corsa team, as their 55 cars parked in the garage for a considerable time. So the air jacks go up, and they're going to do the wheel change anyway. So will the dollies then go under the car before the jacks are released? I mean, if lead teams and car combinations are having problems for just over 5 hours of this race run, what are they going to do at Spa in a 24-hour race?
Makes you think, but they're not taking it into the box. They've just done fuel and tyres, and they're going to send it away, aren't they? After the 91 seconds are up, the car's going to go.
Unless they've been able to do a reset or a fix. Yeah. Certainly the car sitting there. No, they're going to take it into the garage. It's not going to work. Lift the engine cover off. Let's have a look. They can't have more than 2 people working on the car at one time. So it looks like there's 4 there to my mind. But anyway.
Pit marshals there noting it, look.
Yeah.
Well, that's at least 3, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, one might say does holding the engine lid count, but yes, it does.
There's a fourth pair of hands have arrived.
On either side of the motor. So put it in the garage. So they've got it running. Whatever it is, the thing's running now as normally. I mean, could they? I can't believe they'd run the thing out of fuel. I mean, could they have made that miscalculation? Anything's possible, of course. But you know, a team like AF Corsa, they know what the car does. Oh, sorry, David Rigon has set fastest second sector time on the race.
Could it be a fuel pickup problem like the Bentley had?
It could be fuel related. Yeah. I mean, normally fuel pickup problems would not occur towards the end of a run. If you're going to have a fuel pickup, it's going to happen much earlier, as we saw, I think, in the case of the 7 Bentley. So something that, well, the AF Corsa engineers have a clue as to what the problem was. The trouble was it took 4 of them to do the job, but only 2 are permitted to work on the car in the pit lane.
And having lost 3 laps to get the car back. So, I wonder if we can go and gate crash there and see anyone who's prepared to offer a thought on what's happened. There's another car that's just got
Frank
on with the job.
Good old Frank.
Philip Salaquadra at the wheel of 75 now, 7th place.
I mean, the key to endurance racing, obviously, is finishing. The second key is to finish without having any obvious schoolboy errors. And the third key is to have total reliability.
Now, the information we can get out of AF Corsa is a fuel valve is supposedly the best guess. They've not obviously had a chance to analyse it yet, but the limited news we can get out of them is a fuel valve problem.
They seem to have a sense of what the problem was, because they went straight to they detached the rear engine lid, and they were straight in to where the fuel tank in the Ferrari would be. There may be various flow valves or whatever, and whether they gave it a tap with the old shipyard screwdriver or whether it was something more sophisticated than that, I do not know.
Well, It's still in the race, but it's effectively out of the race, if that makes sense, because it's 27th, it's 4 laps down. So, Lukas Stolz leads the way, but with another pit stop to do. So the car will drop down, but he's 21 seconds ahead. Actually loses track position to 76 there, doesn't he? Because that's the ISR car looking to try and gain a lap back. And behind 8 Bentley is now 72 Ferrari. Let's hear from the man out of the car, Miguel Molina.
Now you're currently running in P3, but it looks like you could be in P2 once this Merc stops.
Yeah, actually we did a quite good strategy. We were right doing the decisions. The car felt quite okay. My last run was, I was struggling a bit with the traffic, but at the end I could do a good lap times. So now it's up to Davide. And actually we are currently 30 seconds behind the Bentley, but let's see if we can catch them. It will be difficult, but we will fight until the end.
Well, you've done your hard work now, so just sit back. Thank you.
Now it's over, so let's enjoy.
Good luck.
So Davide Ricard is lapping quicker than Maxime Soulet, 2 seconds faster on the last lap. So it's going to be difficult to catch, says Miguel Molina, but it's not out of the question.
Well, if he can continue to take 2 seconds a lap out of the lead car, then it puts it into the equation. But, you know, the reason the Bentley is maybe doing a lap 2 seconds slower than the Ferrari could be a variety of reasons. Normally, you'd have to say it would be becoming a traffic issue, even though everybody appears to have spread themselves around the circuit pretty equally. But still a great drive by the Ferrari driver to try and run down. They are kind of dismissing the number 4 Mercedes currently in the lead because it's going to make one more pit stop with just under 50 minutes to go. Drive-through penalty for car 14 for pit stop time.
So that's Lawrence Frey, and there's also a drive-through for number 7 Stephen Kane for track limits. And the team manager of 48, the man filter HTP Mercedes, has got to go and see race control, go and see the stewards. And we've got 49 minutes to go.
Where's it gone?
Exactly, it's flown by, hasn't it?
It's been like a 3-hour race, not a 6-hour race.
Amazing. There's always been something to talk about. Drama all the way, and it's just when you think it's calmed down, first you lose Pereira, then you lose Pierre Guidi.
And 2, unexpected, and I go back to the point I made a few minutes ago, if teams are having issues like this, the 84 Mercedes in particular, the significant, looks to us to be engine failure, what chance have they got of finishing a 24-hour race?
So you're on board with the 23 Nissan here. Alex Buncombe has taken it over. He's in 5th place. Let's ride with him.
Oh, Alex, you're certainly way off the track on the exit of Le Col. Nobody seems to get, you know, agitated by doing that, because I think the time that you actually spend so far off the racetrack offsets any gain that you might get from letting the car run free. So I think that's one corner where things are given a more liberal perspective, trying to catch up to the Mercedes coming into scene, but had to back out of it. Whoa! Saw that one coming, back end got very airy-fairy, and I think Alex saw it as well. He read that one extremely well. He was on the case that the Mercedes may not get away with it, but it recovered, and still Alex is behind. Alex, I should say, not Alex, Alex with an X.
So he's caught the traffic. Now he's going to try and find a good place to get past, and it's probably going to be the pit straight, isn't it, where he can use all the grunt?
No, if he's going to, he'll not do it in the pit straight. There's not enough distance. The Nissan strength is at the high end of the speed range, rather than the Mercedes, Nissan, everybody else is pretty much equal. Now, if he gets a good run out of this final corner, that's a separate matter, but I think he's had to wait before he can get on the throttle to let the Mercedes do its bit. So the best chance he's going to have will, again, wait until he gets onto the Mistral straight and hopefully slip by before they get up to Scene Corner.
So he's got a fair few corners to go yet. All the twiddly bits down towards the chicane and then on to Sambone. So Alex Buncombe, by being trapped in traffic, losing out a little bit to Renger van der Zande. So the race leading car, Lukas Stolz, has gone through. He's on 146 laps. There is 23. Alex Buncombe, former Blancpain Endurance champion. But with Stoltz due to make another stop, we need to be seeing the gap between 8 Bentley and 72 Ferrari.
Yeah, but I have to say, Miguel Molina's dream of cutting a 30-second advantage, to me, unless there's a problem for the 8 Bentley, is unrealistic, because on the last lap, or the lap before the last, the number 8 Bentley set its fastest race lap of lap 145, or 128.2, and it is sort of stalling out the gap between what is currently second and third place cars, which will obviously, once the number 4 Mercedes makes its pit stop, become first and second. So the gap is still approximately 30 seconds, and the clock's down to 46 minutes of this race remaining.
Yes, it's not looking good, is it? But as you say, you never know. And
you never know.
Davide Rigon a 10th quicker last time, that's all. Of course, traffic plays a huge part in this, so if the race leader gets caught up in the back markers, then that offers a lifeline, doesn't it, to the chasing Ferrari, but then it too has to get through the traffic in due course.
Yeah, I mean, it ebbs and flows, and all the other cliche swings and roundabouts and all those kind of things, and he's still, Alex Buncombe has still not found a way around the Mercedes in a car that clearly has got a straight line advantage in speed over, certainly in the case of the number 4 Mercedes, the Black Falcon car. Its top speed earlier today in qualifying was 274 kilometers per hour. The Nissan, 284 kilometers per hour. That was the 22 car, but the 23 was virtually identical, within 0.5 of a kilometer.
Right, so he's losing touch now with Renger van der Zande, who is in 4th place. So Alex knows he's got to get through the traffic, but he's doing his best. Is he closing? Yes, but he can't do it.
Well, this is a battle for position, so why would Renger van der Zande want to do anything other than stall out as best he can the pace of Alex Buncombe?
But even he's not getting through that traffic, is he? Renger van der Zande is still stuck in the back markers. So Buncombe now heads on to the Mistral. See, he's lost a couple of lengths. Again, he runs way, way wide, doesn't he?
Yeah, I don't understand the reasons for doing it, because, well, you might think if you come onto the straight quicker, then you're going to gain an advantage down the straight, but it's the time that you lose by going so far off. So there's the Nissan, the last of those cars going down the Mistral. Hardly, I say hardly now, really getting the run on the Mercedes. Gets past cleanly, but he's got to contend with a little bit of traffic, so Renger van der Zande hopefully isn't going to be on the door handle on the right-hand side of the Nissan. He tries, he's not about to give it up.
No.
But I think finally has had to concede one position. Oh, it comes up the inside, comes back. Alex Buncombe has left the door open, and that's allowed Renger van der Zande to get past. Oh my goodness, what were you doing, Alex Buncombe? But now the Mercedes runs wide, and the position yet. Oh, there he comes back again. Well.
So Buncombe tries to make the move stick. There's all this traffic ahead that they still can't work a way through. So van der Zande trying to get through the traffic but keep Buncombe at bay. He briefly lost the place, he's gained it back. Buncombe to the inside line at Virage Dupont. Can't get through there. And now van der Zande is looking a bit more committed, isn't he, to getting through the traffic. Buncombe drops back a little bit in a straight line. But there, look, back markers ahead. And then at the back of it, you've got van der Zande, who is running 4th, Buncombe running 5th. And in turn, they're all being caught by yet more traffic.
Into turn 1, and Renger van der Zande got slightly compromised on the way in, runs very wide on the way out. That's one of the corners you need to be very aware of, that abuse of track limits will get noted, so he goes defensive down the inside. Really, I was having a look down the inside to see if he could get away through, but had to cut back to get his line, and slightly erratic in the hip and shoulder.
Van der Zande taking risks there as he gets up alongside Matt Griffin in the number 16 Mercedes, trump on a lap on that. So he's got a car between himself and Buncombe, but van der Zande being a little bit overly forceful there.
Well, that was one of the Black Falcon cars, so whether that will be seen, Matt Griffin's behind the wheel. There, the Nissan just powers his way past the Matt Griffin Mercedes. So, but Renger van der Zande is. And again, then watch the Nissan closing. Can he get down the inside? He's got, no he hasn't, he's had to back out of it because he couldn't carry the speed through the corner. And,
run wide again.
So, what a frustration.
Yeah.
I mean, Alex had the job done at this part of the circuit, but he just ran wide on the exit, and the Mercedes just cut up the inside. Then the Mercedes ran wide. the following 2 corners, but managed to get the car back into the lead of this little battle between the Mercedes and the Nissan.
And Buncombe's under pressure as well. Look behind him. René Rast is 6th. So Buncombe, as much as he's trying to get past Van der Zande, has got to defend from the 6th placed Audi. So you've got 4th, 5th, 6th, running as 1, and in traffic, and in the dark. Great battle this is, and really hard work for the drivers, as over the timing line, still Lucas Stolz leads the way by 16 seconds from Maxime Soulet, who is 28 seconds up the road from Davide Rigon. And then you've got this battle pack for 4th, where it is Van der Zande, Buncombe, and Rast covered by not very much at all.
And again, the Mercedes not able to find a way past up into turn 1. René Rast will be sitting back watching all this. He knows that he can do nothing on the straight to get past the Nissan, but he might benefit as, again, Renger Van der Zande dives down the inside, gets through, good clean pass this time. So now it's Alex Buncombe who's got to be patient. He can't do anything through these next 2 corners. There's no room, and it runs again wide on the exit of the first part, then coming through and up the inside. René Rast, the door was left open. 2nd time Alex Buncombe, untypical of the Somerset driver. 2 drivers have managed to get, but René Rast needed to do it. This part of the circuit, he will be vulnerable. Watch the Nissan come back. Quite possible that René Rast might again lose that position he took away so quickly and efficiently. But the Nissan isn't going to make it. He's going to have to go up the outside. René Rast defends, then moves back to the centre of the road. Needs to be careful not to make more than 1 manoeuvre, as it would be perceived to be a blocking manoeuvre. So the Mercedes, in the meantime, is escaping up the road, and now Alex is looking at the back of an Audi, which he probably never really gave much consideration to.
No, indeed. So can he fight back? And equally, what can Rast do about Van der Zande? If they get themselves together, then that is going to help Alex Buncombe get back into the mix, isn't it? We've got 39 minutes to go. We've got the number 14 Jaguar having stopped at turn 4. So that's at the start of the lap, as René Rast, number 1, came oh so close to winning the Nürburgring 24 Hours this year, and would have done it but for the rain that came on the penultimate lap. But now he's got himself into 5th, 4th beckons, and it could be better than that depending on where the Lucas Stolz Black Falcon Mercedes returns to the circuit after its last pit stop.
Well, what's clear is that 2nd and 3rd are battling ultimately for the lead and 2nd place in this race. And unfortunately, Davide Rigo has not really been able to ease into that 30-second advantage that the Bentley is enjoying. So it is status quo currently for 2nd and 3rd place cars.
As Black Falcon gets ready.
Indeed. Well, this will be a...
It's in. The leader is in at the end of lap 150. The car will break the timing beam as it comes into the pit lane. And so this is the pit stop that answers a question we posed about 5 hours ago. Was it the right or the wrong call to stay out when everybody else pitted under that full course yellow?
So Adam Christodoulou gets in, and, well, they threw the dice. You take your chances, you make your decisions. Once you've made it, you've got to stand by it. So this is going to see this number 4 Black Falcon fall down. It'll be, well, it'll be interesting to see, in fact, at the end, where it does resume as we go back to what is now the leading Bentley and also the leader of this race with 38 minutes remaining.
So that answers it, doesn't it? It should have come in early instead of staying out to the end of the hour, and now it all becomes apparent. So I think when Yelma Berman was spoken to, he was trying to put a positive spin on it, and this is the reason why, because by being out of sequence, their last pit stop drops them behind that wave of cars that pitted earlier. And so a full service pit stop, 91 seconds, throws the car down the order, and it's going to rejoin a long way down relative to the position it had early on. What it needs to try and do is stay ahead of the Van der Zande, Rast and Buncombe battle, and it will come out just ahead of Renger Van der Zande, so that's going to put the car effectively now into 3rd place. But it's going to be too far back to catch the leaders, barring any misfortune for them, with 37 minutes to go.
I mean, the only hope that they now have is that we get a full course yellow, but really what they want is a safety car deployment. Full course yellow wouldn't actually help them, but a safety car might well do so. And of course, being on fresh tyres, as they are, would be another asset the Ferrari and the Bentley, which are now leading this race, halfway through a stint on their set of tyres. So that's the only hope that one can see for the number 4 Black Falcon Mercedes.
Of our 58 starters, we've got 39 still in the race, with this, as I've been saying, pretty high attrition rate now. And it is Bentley leading the way. Maxime Soulet then, chased by Davide Ricard, and Lukas Stolz hanging on to 3rd place. But we'll see at the end of the lap what the respective gaps are. Great shot of drivers hard at work here.
Again, it's the depth of concentration. I always look for the eyes to see how much blinking goes on. We did focus on that a little bit on Marco Bortolotti. I don't think he realised how infrequently he does blink when the depth of concentration that he's required. And then a little quick look into the right mirror to make sure that there's nobody. You've got a mirror, a central mirror, and of course 2 door mirrors. The field makes its way around almost the last 4 corners of the lap, and it's still Renger van der Zande who is being pursued by René Rast. And the Audi, van der Zande got a little bit out of shape. René Rast will think that's an opportunity. Maybe the rear tyres on the 88 Mercedes are beginning to suffer. If I look after my car, maybe I can push the Dutchman into an error. And some of the driving that Renger van der Zande has been guilty of has looked a bit hairy, to say the least, from time to time.
But van der Zande has been another star in Mercedes GT cars of late. He and Maro Engel were always the 2 for Mercedes that were very hard to stop at Macau, although it was Maro Engel that was a winner of the GT World Cup. His nearest opposition for a couple of seasons was van der Zande, so he now is hunting down Lukas Stolz, who has stayed in number 4 according to the timing screen. They didn't do a driver change to put Adam Christo back in the car.
I thought there was a driver change.
Well, I thought I'd seen it, but the screen still says Stolz. Keep an eye to that. But can van der Zande bring down this gap of 4.8 seconds? Well, the answer in the first sector is no, because the gap has just crept up a little bit. But van der Zande has got to be on his toes, with Rast and Buncombe breathing down his neck. We've got yellows in the first sector now.
Will that yellow be translated into something more concerning for the top 3?
Good question. Let's see as they accelerate along the Mistral. So Lukas Stolz, if it is him, is being caught by Renger van der Zande in the second sector by 0.2 of a second.
And René Rast has got through.
He has indeed. So Rast is ahead of 88 now, so that puts him up into 4th. So Rast for the podium. Can he catch the Black Falcon Mercedes that is just over 5 seconds up the road? It's game on, isn't it, now, between those 2?
I mean, a great drive by the number 1 Audi, and there are 3 drivers to get the car all the way up. I'm just looking to see they started on the 5th row of the grid. They were the lead Audi in qualifying, so they didn't feature strongly in the opening hour or so, but they've worked their way forward.
Yellow flag at Virage Dupont. So what has happened? Why is there a yellow flag? Bentley 7 has stopped, we understand. So the leaders come over the line. Maxime Soulet leading the way. The gap 31 seconds last time, and yellows in the 3rd sector.
So Renger van der Zande is not happy about René Rast getting past. He is anxious, and watch as he comes down to this little sequence of corners, because I think he is going to... There he goes.
He dive bombs the traffic.
Absolutely.
Terrorises the Lambo out of the way.
No question about it.
Oh, there it is, back on the road, and gets through again. So van der Zande hustling, but Rast is getting away, and out of all of this, Alex Buncombe has not really stayed on the back of the Mercedes, has he?
I just wonder, has Alex begun to suffer? I mean, I think it probably will be performance tyre wear, because he let 2 cars get through, I would say, in an uncharacteristic fashion, and I suspect maybe he just simply not had a sufficient grip. There he is, on board with the Nissan, trying to... Just look at the speed he goes past the competition at, but he's unable to do anything about the 5th place Mercedes of Renger van der Zande.
Fights the car a bit at senior. Very wide goes van der Zande. It was Fabrizio Crestoni, 21st. He was just passing in the orange Lamborghini.
He uses every bit of the racetrack and parts that don't count as racetrack.
hustling on, but just can't stay with the Mercedes, can he? And Van der Zande dropping away from Rast. So René Rast hunting down number 4, Luca Stolz now. In Pro-Am, it's still Patrick Cuéllar ahead of Johnny Adam, and they're doing comparable lap time, so it's hard at the moment for Johnny Adam to get close enough to the Barwell Lamborghini. Mark Lemmer's team doing another great job. We've not seen much of Pro-Am, but trust me, Patrick Cuéllar, Martin Kodrich and Adrian Amstutz leading the way for Mark Lemmer's team, and doing a very, very good job ahead of Johnny Adam, and then Jules Gounon running 3rd in class. Right, so Buncombe over the timing line, and Stolz is back in the pit lane. Now, number 4, the Black Falcon Mercedes, has only just pitted, hasn't it? It's done, what, 2 laps?
2-3 laps, and it's back into the
pit lane. So dramas for number 4. We can't see the Black Falcon pit from where we are. That's the reason for the yellow, which is number 7 that has stopped. But more significant is number 4 down the pit road with a problem. Stephen Kane has ground to a halt then, and there, crawling down the pit lane, is number 4.
And it is not going to make it to its box, and that car has come into the pit lane without any power to the rear wheels whatsoever, so Luca Stolz. And again, I mean, what I'm surprised at is a 6-hour race that so many of the lead cars have suffered technical problems, which is not a great sign, and the Black Falcon team engineers having to run all the way down to the beginning of the pit lane to push their car all the way back up into its designated garage. And again, of course, the time that will be lost in the process is considerable. So it looks as if, and with great sadness, I thought this car was going to be the winning car. It looked absolutely fantastic on track. It was never putting a wheel wrong, but it's all gone wrong in the closing half hour.
Could that be one of those fuelish things, almost like it had run out of fuel? I can't believe it.
No, they're going to put the...
they're going to have to take it back into the garage and find out.
It's going in there's a more serious reason. So they're pushing the car back into the garage, and I wonder which part of the Mercedes they're going to go to first. I think the bonnet might be... well, there you are. The bonnet is open, so... Diving around the front of the engine is set so deeply and far back in the chassis. And, looking to see you. I don't know what they're looking for, but there would appear to be nothing that is externally obvious on the engine that would be the reason for it to have come into the pits at such a gentle pace.
It'd be intriguing to know, wouldn't it, where it hit the problem on the lap, because
I think it was towards
the very end.
It must have been towards the end, because at the pace he was running, he came in, he was freewheeling in.
So, in other words, pretty sudden. So WRT looks on, now seeing its car up into 3rd place, or one of its cars up into 3rd place, number 1 with René Rast at the wheel. But there is the sorry sight of a car that has looked so strong in the race, ebbing and flowing on the pit stops.
So now they're looking around the rear of the car.
Exactly.
Now, obviously you've got brakes there, you've got the differential, but this is a battle we're looking to see. The last lap around, Alex Buncombe had got to within 0.8 of a second of the car directly ahead of him. That's the red 90 Mercedes, Renger Van der Zande, and he catches, but he can't quite do it before they get into scene. Again, the Mercedes makes a little funny hop, skip, and a jump when it enters into scene. It doesn't look to be particularly stable or comfortable. Again, you're twitching around, whether the driver's working hard at the wheel or whether the car's just giving you a bit of a wild ride, maybe a bit of both, whereas Alex Buncombe is much more measured, and everything that he does in the car is probably a more gentle input in terms of steering and throttle, brakes. Closes again onto the back of the Mercedes in the penultimate corner, then back onto the start-finish straight.
So there's number 4 in the pit lane, and the chances of that car, I'm afraid, with a decent result, long gone. So number 4 Mercedes led away from pole position when the race got underway, and it wasn't long before the drama started with Ferrari versus Porsche tangling at senior tyres loose, and full course yellows and safety car periods being quite common in the first few hours of the race, and it led to a very crowded pit lane which briefly delayed number 7 Bentley. Guy Smith then got into the back of Ezequiel Perez compact as he tried to storm his way through the field. We lost Bernard Delhay very early on indeed, that car out after 28 laps with a very spectacular engine blow up, and it wouldn't be the last either from Lamborghini. Albert Costa did a good job in the number 14 Jaguar early doors, going around the outside of 84 Maxi Bukit into the lead of the race, as into the pit lane and into its garage came number 7 Bentley with an intermittent fuel pickup problem. Number 14 Albert Costa, having taken over from Stefano Ortelli, had a good first stint, although sadly that car would drop back and then have mechanical maladies that costed any chance of a decent result. Maxi Bukit did his work early doors and handed over to Jimmy Eriksson for the middle stint in the HTP Mercedes, as 3 wide the leaders ran along the Mistral straight. The delayed Porsche trying to get back into the mix, and after contact with Andrea Caldarelli, Marcel Fassler had a suspension breakage and a loose wheel, and then a spin heading into senior, from which he was lucky to survive and get back to the pit lane. On track, we had Felix Sorales versus Philippe Eng for the race lead as the pit stop cycles unwound. Sorales looked as though he'd lost out, but he moved across the front and hung on just as 89 lost a wheel. Alex Fontana limping to the pit lane in the car that's due to do 2 races tomorrow. Then Tom Blomqvist had a puncture, and that car struggled its way towards the pits, lost places, but is still at least circulating. After the contact with Marcel Fassler, Andrea Caldarelli had a 1-minute stop-go penalty to serve for causing a collision. That delayed him, and Marcus Winkelhock delayed himself by running wide at senior, going off the road over all of a runoff. Michele Rugolo had to serve a drive-through penalty for crossing the white line at pit in, but he got back into the race as James Collado made a move up the inside of the number 14 Jaguar. That car soon to retire. And Alexander Sims got himself up the inside of Matt Parry. All of that put Michele Rugolo into the lead of the race as we lost spectacularly Marco Mappelli. Yet another big Lamborghini engine let go. And it wouldn't be the last engine failure. The next one coming from a Mercedes of all things, as Jamie Green had a tyre let go in front of Bentley number 7. Jamie limping his way round to the pit lane, and that cost number 76 a big chunk of time as well. Sam Tordoff went off the road in number 43 McLaren. And then Adam Christodoulou charged his way up past Christopher Meese in the number 2 Audi, as into the pits came number 8 Bentley. Andy Soucek doing the middle double stint in that car, getting it into the lead of the race at the expense of Michele Rugolo, and then trying to build that advantage as the cars went from the daylight to the dusk and into the darkness. 99 BMW, a retirement. The report coming back that the car had some sort of imbalance and didn't feel safe to race, unlike number 4 Mercedes that was pushing on all the time. And then the problems for Bentley number 7 became worse. The car had a spin, then Oliver Jarvis stopped out on track, and this fuel pickup problem became ever more of a problem. Black Falcon cycled through their final stops to get number 4 back into the mix, but it was always going to be a stop behind, effectively, the other cars, and lost out, as in Pro-Am, Martin Kodrich got himself through on the inside ahead of Salo Joloch in the Aston Martin. And Katsumasa Chiyo was charging as well as he moved himself through. Then Jamie Green made contact with Joloch in the Aston, and Jamie copped a 30-second stop-go for his part in that incident. Into the darkness, they battled with Oliver Jarvis trying to find a way past Fabrizio Crestani, as then for its last pit stop, number 8 took new tyres and fuel and blasted away. Maxime Soulet installed behind the wheel, and with Franck Pereira out, with Alessandro Pierguidi badly delayed, and then number 4 having to serve its last pit stop and then having a mechanical problem. The opposition is now looking much reduced against Maxime Soulet in what really has been a race of attrition, a fight for survival. Soulet leading from Davide Rigon by over half a minute. And for Bentley number 7, Stephen Kane behind the wheel of the car, but that too has got further problems and he's back in the pit lane. Josh Cagill had a spin coming out of the Virage Dupont, and that in turn dropped him down the order. Luca Stoltz in number 4 for Black Falcon, the man with the unenviable task of trying to salvage a good result for that car after its mechanical woes. But touch wood for the Bentley team, the M Sport squad having a very good run. When Bentley first came into Blancpain, it was 7 that seemed to have the results and 8 that had all the bad luck. Here it's the other way around. Franck Pereira out of the race, the Mercedes letting go on the Mistral straight, so Franck Pereira going no further. As for some, it was party time in the paddock. more dramas as Nico Menzel limped his BMW, complete with punctured Pirelli, back to the pit lane. And then Pierre Guidi had his issue and slowed right down. He lost a couple of laps coasting back to the pit lane with what was a suspected fuel valve problem. Last stop for Soule, blasted away, and with the dramas for the Ferrari, it became a much easier task to bring the Bentley home up front. Alex Buncombe lost a place to a charging René Rast, who then got past Renger van der Zande, and with the Luca Stoltz Mercedes heading for the pit lane, up to third went Rast as van der Zande clattered off the side of Matt Griffin's Mercedes. So Stoltz brought the car into the pit lane. It was cycled through and dispatched back into the race, but within, what, a couple of laps, it was in strife once more. So too Stephen Kane, who trundled towards pit in the troubled number 7 Bentley, and it means that out on track with 21 minutes to go, it is 8 that leads the way. Maxime Soule ahead by over half a minute now from David Ricard, who in turn is, what, 49 seconds up the road from René Rast. So unless somebody has a problem, whisper it, it's almost settled for the top 3.
While you're in the highlights package, I was watching timing and scoring, and something leapt out at me. 18th place Kenneth Heyer in the 48 Mercedes-Benz on lap 154, I think it was, set fastest overall sector time in Sector 1. But where did that come from?
Yeah,
exactly. And those you get these spikes pop up in timing and scoring. Where, I mean, a car in 18th place, what is it doing a fastest overall sector time in one of the 3 sectors?
Amazing, isn't it? David Ricard still pressing on in number 72 up towards the timing line, but you know, he's only able to take fractions, isn't he, out of Maxime Soule on occasions. So it's 33.5 seconds. He needs the Bentley to have a problem, but dare one think about a win with 20 minutes to go. Bentley has come so close to winning major races. Yes, they've won here in the past, but last year looked as though it was their race, and it ebbed away problems for both cars.
I mean, literally last year they were a shoo-in to win because they had the performance, they had the position on the grid, and it never happened. And this year has been a tough year for the team. They've had a lot of damage to cars, and they've regrouped and come here to a circuit which may be playing to their particular strengths. We know the car is a great overall race car package. So Paul Ricard may be the point at which they can stem the issues that they've had throughout the 2017 season. And, well, 19 minutes of the race remaining. Let's not get, well, let's say too carried away, but the race is theirs to lose. And David Ricard he's now 33 seconds behind. I mean, all that Maxime Soule in the lead had to do was match his lap times to that of the pursuing Ferrari. And that was going to be enough to keep the Ferrari at bay. And as long as there wasn't something unforeseen, you know, an incident that then would have brought out the safety car, which would have drawn the Ferrari and the Bentley together, that would have been a different scenario altogether. But that so far hasn't played to the Ferrari's advantage. And we look at René Rast, who's driven a great race, as has the entire team in the number 1 Audi. Audi have not featured in the early phases of this 6-hour race, Paul Ricard, but when it matters, and well, this car, certainly the number 1 car, has run competitively and reliably. Started on the 5th row of the grid. It was the lead Audi in qualifying, and it is now the lead Audi in overall positions as Renger van der Zande, who's really entertained us through the last half an hour or so, and the Nissan again dropping away from the tail of the 88 Mercedes.
We've got track limits becoming an issue once again. Last warning for car number 15 for exceeding track limits, which is the Dory, Chaponik, Brett Sandberg, Scott Hackett, Black Falcon Mercedes, the largely American lineup of drivers in that car. Also the team manager of 888, which is the 2nd car in the AM Cup, going to see race director David Pirelli is at the wheel of it. There's Alex Buncombe, currently 5th. Has he got a chance of gaining a place before the end?
At the minute, I would say no, because the Mercedes appears to be out of sight and consequently out of touch. I mean, it's probably, what, looking at time and scoring, it's 3 seconds approximately. But we've seen the pace of the Mercedes and the Nissan sort of ebb and flow, mainly through traffic. But at the minute, it seems to be focusing back to the 88 Mercedes, is able to consolidate 3.3 seconds, the gap between that and the Nissan running in 5th place.
So there in Pro-Am is the class leader, Patrick Kujala, ahead of Johnny Adam. They've also got another Lamborghini between them. 12th overall is Kujala, 14th overall is Johnny Adam, and their lap times are very, very similar, which makes it very hard for Johnny Adam to be able to do anything about the charging Lamborghini here. In third place in Pro-Am is Jules Gounon's Mercedes, and then fourth is Andrea Bertolini's Ferrari, with fifth Alexander Matschel, and sixth Matt Griffin's Mercedes. I have to keep saying Mercedes, otherwise you instantly think you're looking for a Ferrari. Matt having his first race in a front-engine GT car for a long, long time. He says ever, but we tend not to count the Vauxhall Monaro that was a bit of a bag of bolts that he had to struggle on with in British GT a long time ago. Johnny Adam in the Aston Martin, second in Pro-Am. And try as he might, I think he's been given too all in order here.
Yeah, and his pace, okay, the last lap was a 2:01, but in effect, it was a big ask, and in effect, whatever he was given, the car was just that little bit too far behind their principal competitors in the Pro-Am category, and the Lamborghini, currently leading that category, has been strong all the way through, running in 12th place, Johnny Adam in 14th place. So, I mean, look, you've done a brilliant job a week ago at Le Mans, you did a stunning job 2 months and a bit ago at Monza. Eventually, someday, you're going to find that all the magic is going to disappear.
Now, number 4, Lukas Stoltz's car has come up on the timing screen as being retired, and we understand from M Sport that Stephen Kane's car will not rejoin either. Still intrigued to know what it is that stopped number 4, but it's now shown on the screen as being a retirement after what was a very impressive run for what, over 75% of the race.
I mean, to me, I just love the look of the car on the circuit, everything about the way the car found itself around each of the corners on the circuit. All three drivers were driving way within their own limits and certainly the car's capacity. All they did was just continue to lead the race, but by making that, and there we go, that's Mercedes, yeah.
And that was the 15 Mercedes arriving backwards, wasn't it? So Dore Čeponik was behind the wheel of it.
Spinning at night time when there's not much visibility, it's sort of a bit of a scary. It's going into that, what do we call the tunnel? What do you call those tunnels and fun fairs? Was it Hara tunnels or whatever they were?
Oh, I know what you mean. Yeah. Yes, it'll come back to me in a minute.
So because in daylight you can sort of look in your mirror and see what's coming up to you, but at night time you get disorientation.
We're getting a drive-through penalty for 888. David Perel, second in the AM Cup for exceeding a driver's stint time. So that takes some of the pressure off the leading BMW, doesn't it? Which has still got Stefan Kampenhout behind the wheel.
Yeah, and that was always going to be the BMW's, again, category to lose. They're in 26th place, and David Perel 29th. But that drive-through penalty is going to consolidate the lead in the AM category.
So 13.5 minutes, give or take, still remain. And René Rast is doing his best to get onto terms with Davide Rigon, but he's too far back. And Renger van der Zande falling away from him. Alex Bunkum's only 3.8 seconds back, so he's still pushing. There is 888 serving its drive-through. Goes back into the race. The green light to say you're allowed to go, and the blue light flashing, effectively a blue flag, to remind you that you've got all the traffic bearing down on you. And that's been flashing away now for the best part of 6 hours. There is David Perel, but it looks like it's going to be second in the AM Cup, doesn't it?
Yes, I think that's going to be the case. And those flashing blue lights, we're going to see a lot more of them being installed in this circuit for any year's time. And it was interesting that Stefan Rottel mentioned that this date in 2018 was going to be the French Grand Prix, which will be a huge disappointment to many fans unless they can manage to squeeze in an endurance event either a week before or a week after the Grand Prix to give everyone a chance to drive at night time, race at night time prior to Spa 24.
Indeed, yes. And just going back to the number 4 Mercedes, we understand it's a gearbox problem that has stopped it. So gearbox number 4 retired from the race.
I don't know what to say. I mean, normally the gearbox on a Mercedes GT3 or AMG GT3 is about as reliable as any part of the car is. It's not a, I mean, the funny thing is, I don't consider Paul Ricard to be a demanding circuit. Physically, on the one hand, it is maybe temperature-wise, but not in terms of the actual racetrack to drive on. But I don't consider it to be a tough circuit mechanically for a car either. There's not a massive amount of braking and gearbox use. It's a longish lap, 5.7 kilometers. Yet we've suffered a lot of mechanical issues with cars that normally you look at as being 24-hour cars.
One of the reasons that kept being offered for cars breaking down last week at another long race in France was, well, it's so hot. But is that a cop-out? I mean, genuinely, does the heat really affect the reliability in the conditions we've had today?
Not in my opinion. I mean, racing takes place throughout the world in conditions that are, in many cases, significantly warmer than we would enjoy. I mean, okay, the weather on Friday, I think, was almost at the point of being oppressive. And look at the team, the Bentley team, absolutely sitting there waiting for the clock to tick down. 11 minutes remaining. And as I say, it's been quite a long time coming for the Bentley boys. And I think from Malcolm Wilson, Matthew Wilson, his son, who really is the team principal of the M Sport Bentley Challenge, this is going to be a very, very, very happy moment in just over 10.5 minutes time.
So for Maxime Soulet, he's put 164 laps in the book, and he's still got this half a minute or so's advantage over Davide Ricard. So is this the point of the race where you start to hear funny noises in the car, where it becomes a very long 10 minutes? You can't relax at all.
I think what you have to do is, the first thing is not do anything that's going to disturb your rhythm. Keep that, I mean, you might be backing off an RPM, you might be short shifting, you might be braking early, but fundamentally you try to keep your driving rhythm, that is your speed into corners, your speed through the corners, and if you can, I mean, it's not easy to do always, but just put out of your mind any what you might describe as negative thoughts intruding into. You've got a job to do, and look, if the car's going to fail, it's going to fail, but don't create issues which might make you then become overly cautious, or maybe make an error because you thought maybe something was happening and that really wasn't happening.
Driving standards flag now for 75 Philippe Salaquada for track limits. We've got 9 minutes and change on the clock.
Well, everybody's been disregarding track limits pretty much throughout the event. Some have been consistent, some have been maybe just less so, but there's a little battle of 3 cars going down, almost 3 cars abreast. The Ferrari had to back out of that because they realized the Mercedes drifting back across to the left of the Mistral straight, and now it allows the other Ferrari to slide up the inside. And oh dear me, it all looks a little bit confusing. The Mercedes, one car passing on the left side, the other on the right side. Just don't make any unpredictable moves. That's all anybody wants. Just stick to your line.
And you got so close to the end of the race. Don't risk anything now. Davide Ricard through on the inside of Andrea Bertolini, who is 4th in Pro-Am.
And Andrea Bertolini's going to tag himself onto the back of the second place Ferrari. So he's going to have a few little moments of pleasure, and he'll match the lap time, I suspect, of Davide Ricard as the cars come across the line with 8 minutes or so remaining of the 6 hours of Paul Ricard.
And it looks as though it's going to be a second win here for Bentley. So Maxime Soulet it is leading the pack, 34 seconds to the good over Davide Ricard. A flying lap is 2 minutes, so we're looking at 4 laps, 5 depending on where you are on the track relative to the clock, when you cross the timing line with enough to squeeze one more lap in.
There is one of the most emotional men in the pit lane, Vincent Abril, and you can see the stress, the tension all over his face. Remember back when he won the championship, I think it might have been in Zandvoort, and just the emotion, the outpouring of emotion was absolutely just, he couldn't contain himself.
And he was in the 7th entry last year, wasn't he, when he had that power steering drama at this part of the circuit. There was that shot of the car braking and a puff of smoke, and it had to limp a whole lap. But this year, number 8, it is looking strong. Maxime Soulet then at the wheel of it. And as John rightly made the point a little while ago, it's been a really tough start to the season for Bentley, but certainly here, as in seasons past, it's a circuit kind to Bentley, and that also repays the marketing effort, because as ever there's a very big customer base on the books in the south of France, with lots of guests, lots of desirable Bentleys in the paddock, and so a win in front of all of those customers' old new potential would certainly be a great reward. As Maxime Soulet goes through over the timing line, he had just under 7 minutes to go then, with 166 laps done. We've got another car just heading down the pit lane, in fact, which is 63 Lamborghini, I think. No, but 19 Lamborghini back into the pit road. The Norbert Siedler car, which has had a very troubled race. So 6 more minutes on the clock, and Maxime Soulet leads the way, which will bring to the end 6 hours of a race that's had everything from incident, accident, strategy, and of course, starting in hot daylight conditions, racing into the dark.
Yes. At the end of this lap, it should be a further 3 laps at maximum, maybe 2, depending on. Maxime Soulet could afford to back off. He's got a 34-second advantage, and there you can see the welling up of emotions within Vincent Abril, and Andy Soucek sitting alongside him, a little bit more relaxed in these tense closing minutes. Just over 5.5 minutes to go, and Maxime Soulet, who's a superb stint from the Belgian. He had all the pressure from behind, but he never allowed the chasing 50 Ferrari to get within less than 30 seconds, and now it's David Di Rigo who's 34 seconds behind.
Andy Soucek affording himself a smile. Interesting when he was saying a little while ago about Maxime Soulet thinking he had a puncture early in this stint, but it was just a warning that had come up, so that little scare out of the way. And now Maxime Soulet just ticking off the laps, and this is going to be the end of 167 of them. We're into the last 5 minutes of the race. There is the Pro-Am leader, Patrick Cueller, hustling on, and try as he might, Johnny Adam has not been able to get close enough. We've had a change for 6th place because Robin Freins now is up past Philippe Salaquada. So as Patrick Cueller presses on, also running 12th overall for the British Barwell Motorsport team. He is ahead of Johnny Adam, who in turn is ahead of Jules Gounon.
So you can almost, well, visualize the checkered flag. It's going to be unfurled in just over 4 minutes and back in the respective garages. Whether the Ferrari, well, what can we do? There's nothing more we can do.
So that was Mark Lemmer on the headset talking to Andy Richardson, who is the chief data engineer on the car, making sure that all is good for 77. But are they concerned? Well, Patrick Cueller is coming under attack.
Yeah, for René Rast.
Yeah, he can let him go, can't he? Because they're not fighting for position. Let him go.
The point is, he needs to be made aware that René Rast is behind him. So don't get involved with a dispute. Let him go. But racing drivers sometimes have this approach that if they see a car coming, they do everything to race it. But he's not in your race. Let him go.
Yeah, the objective for Cueller is to win his class, and he's clear in that scrap, so he's looking good, as the race leader is currently on lap 168, as over the timing line has gone Maxime Soulet. Then what have we got? 3 minutes and change on the clock still, and now it's a case, I think, for most of the teams of just getting the cars safely to the end. René Rast is the best part now of a minute back, really, from the car in 2nd spot of Davide Rigon. In 4th place you've got Renger van der Zande. In 5th place it's Alex Bunkerman. As I say, Robin Freins now up into the top 6 at the expense of Salaquada. Mies is 8th. 9th it is number 90, which is now in the hands of Eduardo Mortara, and the top 10 rounded out by, in 25, Christopher Hasse, who's taken over most recently from Marcus Winkelhock. So 2 3/4 minutes. The leader has gone through. He's got time for 2 more laps out of this, Maxime Soulet. So his winning time will be over the 6 hours, of course, because the flag waits until the race leader comes through after 6 hours, not like, for example, the Nürburgring 24 hours when it goes out at the 24-hour mark regardless. So it's the first time the leader crosses the line at the end of 6 hours. So 2 more minutes and change on the clock, and finally it's hard to see any other changes appearing. We've had so many of them, and this constantly evolving story, but I think now we've just about, at the end of the 6-hour mark, got ourselves into a quiet period where the gaps are such that it's going to be hard to find another change. Oh no, possibly there might... Philip Salaquada is at 11 tenths back from Robin Frains, but having been overtaken, he's falling away. The only other one that might resolve itself is Christopher Hassel against Edo Mortara for 9th place. Yeah, we're not quite done and dusted, are we? That's under a second, that little battle, as number 8, Maxime Soulet, heads towards Senior through the right-hander. He's half a minute up on Davide Rigon, but yes, he can afford to back his pace off, but I don't think he could afford to go so slowly to make this the last lap as not be caught by Rigon. So he's going to have to do one more lap as Soulet comes now through Beausset with the kart circuit to his left. Accelerates now up towards Bendor and then on towards Village. The fireworks are starting and Andy Soucek and Vincent Abril wait and watch as this very spectacular backdrop will herald home in a moment or two Maxime Soulet. He's got less than a minute to go, but the trouble is he's only got one corner and therefore he's going to have to do one more lap. So a 2-minute lap. It's going to be 6 hours and a minute effectively for him. He's winning time as under the fireworks he goes through now with a real party atmosphere to start the last lap. Nervous, tense faces, even though they've got half a minute's advantage. Andy Soucek and Vincent Abril can't yet afford themselves a smile, but it's getting closer. Second place, Davide Rigon, yet to come across the timing line. There is the leading car, so gives you an idea of the gap as Bentley, number 8, overdue some success in the Endurance Cup, works its way now down towards the very bottom part of the lap, towards Saint-Beaune, then up towards L'École, and they're almost there. Vincent Abril getting ever more emotional, it seems. Andy Soucek, who's, we said during the course of the race, a great character. He's certainly got a good sense of humour, and he's probably quite a calming influence here because he can relieve the tension. But Vincent Abril, I think, will be a rather tearful race winner if Maxime Soulet has no dramas for another half a lap as he works his way towards Senior. This car, finding wood to touch, has gone like clockwork. So many other cars in the race have had some sort of problem, but for a change, number 8 has just been fantastic. We've got a couple of cars to be investigated after the race, but there's nothing that we've seen at all that could jeopardise this win, with only, what now, a handful of corners to go, because from that long right of Beausset on towards Bendor now goes Maxime Soulet, through Village up towards Tours, and the celebrations are about to start. Andy Soucek and Vincent Abril are upstanding to cheer home their car. Number 8 Bentley has a corner to go out of Virage Dupont, and it's going to be a win in the 6 hours of Paul Ricard in the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup. For Bentley, it's going to be a win for Maxime Soulet behind the wheel, for Vincent Abril and Andy Soucek, as at the end of 170 laps, Bentley wins at Paul Ricard. Delight in the garage, the release of all the tension as well. There is the car that led Pro-Am early on, but number 11 Ferrari has dropped a fair way back in the pack now as it works its way up towards the timing line. So that's a car that's faded away over the course of the race. As for second place, it will be Davide Rigon through in a moment. In the end, 29 seconds back, and then third should go the way of René Rast in number 1 Audi, a car that's never really looked in the mix, but by running at its own pace and some good strategy will take the last podium position. And then we'll have to have a look and see what's going on in the classes, because Pro-Am, being headed by Patrick Kuyler for Barwell, will come across the timing line to win from Johnny Adam, and already home in third in the class, 87 Jules Gounon bringing the car home. What about the AM Cup? It's a win for the BMW number 36. So AM Cup already claimed by the Valkenhorst Motorsport car. Stefan Kampenhat will be ahead of David Perel. And then third in the class is going to be the 488 Ferrari, as there is Patrick Kuyler up towards the timing line, taking his 12th place overall and class honours then. The car that won at Silverstone in 3 hours, wins at Paul Ricard for 6 hours of racing, and Patrick Cuéllar, Martin Kodrich and Adrian Amstutz make it 2 back-to-back wins. Johnny Adam is going to be second, as I say, already home for third is Jules Gounon. The rest of the field over the timing line. We've had Renger van der Zande through for 4th, Alex Buncombe for 5th, Robin Frains now for 6th, 7th Philippe Salaquadra, only a second back at the end. And I think I'm right in saying that now everybody has taken the flag. Chris Needell, who is Barwell's commercial manager, brother of Tiff Needell, who was offering ribald comments to John Watson during the race. He's busy celebrating his Chris for Mark Lemmer's team with another good class victory, and celebrations all around. So the British team, which has been a good customer of Lamborghini and has given many a class win, takes victory. But a great job done for Bentley. Maxime Soulet with that double stint to end the race, coming home victorious. And it means that we've had now 2 Lamborghini outright victories and 1 for Bentley. And how will that result affect not just the balance of performance, but how the team also tackles the next round of the championship, the blue ribbon endurance race, the total 24 hours of Spa. Last weekend of July is when the race will run, and Bentley must go there with a certain amount of confidence, but also with lessons learned from last year when it looked as though a win might be going Bentley's way, but it was not to be. Beaten in the end by BMW, but as ever, a race full of drama, and for M Sport it is a race win. So the cars, I think, being taken to the grid for Parc Fermé conditions, and given the lateness of the finish, to then ask the technical team to start work is perhaps unfeasible. So Parc Fermé conditions remain overnight, and then they will be checked tomorrow. But the winning teams, winning drivers will be required to go to the podium. Of course, we get the 3 class podiums. The circuit recovery team, though, have got quite a few cars to bring back to the pit lane. Some were being brought back during the race, but there are still 1 or 2 stranded out on the track. One that's of a particular concern is the 89 Alex Fontana Mercedes, because that car is due to be doing 2 races tomorrow, and with a wheel parting company and transmission issues and fears for its gearbox, if they can't get the car back until the early hours of the morning, then they are going to struggle to do anything about getting that car into the race tomorrow. Let's have a look at the way they cross the line then, with the number 8 Bentley taking the win, with Andy Soucek, Maxime Soulet and Vincent Abril the drivers, Victor Scheitar, Miguel Molina and Davide Rigon second, Antonio Garcia, Nico Muller and René Rast third, then Felix Morales, Renger van der Zande and Danny Joncadea ahead of Ordonez, Buncombe and Chio, with Frins, Leonard and Jake Dennis rounding out the top 6. Pro-Am winners 12th overall, Patrick Cuéllar, Adrian Amstutz and Martin Kodrich ahead of Johnny Adams, Saleh Yoluch and Ahmad Al-Harthi, with Jules Gounon along with his 2 co-drivers for 3rd in class, Jean-Luc Bobelic and Nico Bastian. But there, clambering out of the car, is James Hunt fan Maxime Soulet, who along with Andy Soucek and Vincent Abril now starts the celebration. And Matthew Wilson is embraced as the M Sport team manager. Matthew, former racer and rally driver himself, now very much in the team management role for Dad Malcolm's M Sport team, overseeing this project. But Maxime Soulet is absolutely overjoyed with that. Brian Gush from Bentley Motorsports offers congratulations as well, and Malcolm Wilson himself is in the background for a change rather than the foreground, letting Matthew take the limelight there in Parc Fermé with the drivers. So Andy Soucek offers help to get Maxime Soulet's crash helmet off. It's a win for Bentley at Paul Ricard, and down there to have a word with the winners is John Watson.
Andy Soucek to say joyous celebrations for the number 8 Bentley is an understatement. Fantastic victory. Long overdue, well done.
We really waited long for this to come. I think it paid off for last year's last stint, and we finally could win an endurance race. I mean, I'm so pleased for everybody in the team, for Bentley, for M Sport. They are such a good bunch of people. My team did fantastic. I mean, I'm the happiest man on earth, really.
Well, I'll tell you what, the car looked It looked flawless all the way through. 7 had a few problems, but your car kept running, and it just, when you needed the pace, it was there.
To be honest, the car was unbelievable the whole weekend long, and we didn't fight with it during the race. It was just planted. It felt really good, so yeah, we're just going to celebrate now.
Vincent, come here. You're the emotional man on this team. We've seen it in the past. The tension on your face in the garage, I mean, you could almost cut it with a knife.
Yeah, I mean, this championship is so tense and so competitive that you can't take it for granted, and we're very happy with what happened today. We worked hard for it, and we deserve it as a team. Like Andy said, we fought so hard, and Max did a fantastic end of the stint. We took a good start, had a clean race, and we had it coming for a long time. We just didn't have it happening, but now we're a Blancpain Endurance race winner. I mean, for me, it's my first podium ever in the endurance, so I can't be any happier right now. Thank you to my team, thank you to Bentley, thanks to Max and Andy. They drove fantastically, and we're happy.
Okay, Maxime, tell us the last stint. You'd always got either the 50 Ferrari or the 72 Ferrari chasing you, but the gap always hovered around 30 seconds. You weren't really challenged.
No, but they told me over the radio that the Mercedes could try not to put tires and try to be just in front of me. So I started pushing, and then they told me, no, he's behind. So, and then I just took it easy. But I'm so happy. I think we deserve this one, the whole team. Bentley, everything. Vince did a great job. Andy did a great job. So, yeah, really, really happy with it.
Well, it's a very special race because 6 hours, prelude to Spa 24. A lot of the lead cars also had their problems, but you were trouble-free all the way through.
Oh man, the last 5 laps I was like driving like going to the beach. I was listening to everything and all the vibration and everything, because I saw the bookies car, the 84 Mercedes, and then I saw the 50 Ferrari, and I thought, no, not us. And yeah.
Excellent, well done. I'm just going to grab father and son here. Matthew, Malcolm, come here. It's been a tough season, Matthew, hasn't it?
Very tough season, yeah, and I think as the guys touched on, you know, here last year we were in such a good position, and unfortunately the final pit stop, so I think this is hopefully a little bit of, you know, sort of revenge for that really. But yeah, we're just absolutely ecstatic, to be honest. It's been a long time coming. We've had some good results, but it's a long time since we've had a winning endurance race, and it just means so much to everybody. I think you could see from the celebrations at the end.
Malcolm, last year it looked like a shoo-in for you, but it didn't happen. Is this compensation, or you still want more?
Oh, we still want more. With this is a big one coming up, and that's the one that we really want to, you know, focus on now. But it's just fantastic to get back on the top step. It's been too long.
Now, what do you think of 24 hours of Spa is a different thing to 6 hours of Paul Ricard?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got work to do. I mean, this car 8 was trouble-free, absolutely, but we need to get to the bottom of what happened to car 7. But I think we can be in good shape come Spa.
Expect to be a bit of Bandol red split tonight?
That could be.
Well, you better enjoy it. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, a great result for the Cockermouth-based team of M Sports. It is a squad, as we've been saying, very much with a rallying pedigree. Malcolm Wilson, of course, made his name as a rally driver before he turned to team ownership, and Matthew Wilson came from circuit racing before going into rally competition and then team management. Let's catch up next with our second place team.
A little bit, okay.
Not the same like Russian.
Victor, we're getting messages to talk to us, but tell me, you started the race. Give us your views, because you're on the front row of the grid. Always nuts on the opening laps here, Paul Ricard.
It was very fun for me, you know, because I'm very nervous about I must start. But guys tell me, Victor, don't worry, just do your job. And I tried this, and
he did a fantastic job.
And after we start, I save P2 and just try to follow for leader. It was not easy for me, because I feel every time all my stint slide in the rear part. But anyway, today I'm happy we have a P2. I have a great teammate. Thank you, David and Miguel. He helped me a lot of prove me myself. It's very important for me, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miguel, when you got out of the car and Davide got in, you thought there may be a chance you could have run the Bentley down, but 30 seconds was going to be a big ask.
30 seconds was too much. We had a good car. we really did a good job at the end. As Victor said, we could manage to be always in the good pack, but at the end, I mean, they were a bit quicker today. We did our job. P2 in this race, I think we need to be really happy. We are improving every race. So now I think even we are P2 in the championship, even we are not wrong. So we keep improving. And next one is the big one, 24 hours. So I think we are going with we are really optimistic. We are, like I said, improving all the time, and that's a good sign.
David, a great stint to finish the race, but you couldn't run down the Bentley in the end.
Yes, to be honest, it was a tough in the end because we have a very fast car. I was good about the balance, and I was able to catch them slowly, but the problem was the traffic. I was not able to overtake the other. Maybe on the dark there was not a good sign from the marshal, so I mean it was difficult. It was difficult to lap the other, so I was really fighting with a lapping car. So I lose a lot of time, but I have to say thank you to both these guys. They did a really good job. Our team did a fantastic job, to be honest. SMP, of course, and Ferrari especially worked very hard to be back after Silverstone, that we was quite not happy. And nothing. This morning we was very close also on the single lap for the qualifying, just 300. So we try to repeat in next race in Spa. That is we need to be concentrated there. We want to have a good result there.
Well done, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So the SMP Racing Ferrari team does indeed have a good result here. And an interesting combination of drivers, although Davide Ricard has proved himself for a number of seasons as a GT gun. Victor Schaitar, we've seen in Blancpain, he's been away racing in World Endurance and in the European Le Mans Series, and now back into Blancpain. And Miguel Molina moving away from Audi and the DTM. Of course, the manufacturer scaling back on the number of cars being fielded this year. He's come into GT racing instead and has adapted very well, very quickly. Now for third place, Antonio Garcia, Nico Müller and René Rast. They're with John.
Antonio Garcia, third place. Did you ever imagine? The pace at the front was just outrageous today.
Yeah, it was a bit too much for us, I believe. I mean, they were flat out all race, but again, I mean, this is the first race together this year, so it's a good first race for Audi and us. So I'm sure we can make it up from this point and learn more testing, and I think we will be ready for Spa 24.
Bit different to the Corvette, is it?
Yeah, I mean, although it's another 30 in 2 weeks, so I'm not too happy with that.
Anyway, René, fantastic last stint as is usual, getting the last podium position. But I mean, why were Audi not able to do a little bit more in qualifying, just simply out and out pace, or?
Yeah, it looks like we are missing a bit of straight line speed right here. We were like half a second or 6/10 behind in qualify, and the race stint, the race pace didn't look so much better. But in general, we had a clean race. Finished third place is the best we could do today.
Excellent. Nico, are you going to be a part of these two drivers with you at Spa? Is this the lineup in the #1 Audi?
It will be, yeah. I mean, I'm very much looking forward to share the car with these two. We've had lots of fun this weekend, so hopefully we'll have even more in Spa. I mean, as Antonio said, we will have some time to prepare better for that race. That was a very first one here, and I think it has worked out pretty well. So if we have some room for improvement and make it work, I think we can have a very good event.
Give me a clue. What can you do to improve?
Oh, quite a lot. I mean, I think René said it before, pure pace, we're maybe not quite there at the front, so there with some setup work to be done, and all three, I mean, we maybe have some slight differences in driving styles, so to equal that out a bit will help, and then we'll be there.
Driving style differences always a problem in endurance racing, but well done, guys. Congratulations.
So Audi taking third, Ferrari second, and Bentley the race win in the 6 hours of Paul Ricard. So what does that do championship-wise? Andy Soucek, Maxime Soulet and Vincent Abril now have a 1-point advantage over Bortolotti, Caldarelli and Engelhardt, taking the endurance points in isolation here ahead of Davide Ricard, Victor Schaitar and Miguel Molina. Then it's Ericsson, Buch and Pereira, not scoring, of course, with their car retiring what, an hour or so away from the end of the race. Michele Rugolo, Alessandro Pierguidi and Passinathoros also with disappointment, but with good points on the board. Nico Müller, René Rast and Antonio Garcia now 6th ahead of Saralis, Junqueira and then it's Mortara, Marciello and Meadows with Renger van der Zande, 9th of the separate scorers. And of course, when you get to Spa, there are points as you work your way through the race, not just at the very end. So it's an important point-scoring haul for the next round of the championship. If you take the points from endurance and sprint, the championship looks like this. Mirko Bortolotti and Christian Engelhardt now 4 points up on Maxi Buch and Franck Pereira. Then there's Vincent Abril ahead of Andrea Caldarelli, with Stuart Leonard and Robin Frins clear of Jimmy Eriksson. Then it's Marcus Winkelhock, then it's Will Stevens and Maxime Soulet 1 point further back in 10th. He's along with Andy Soucek. They're 3 points up on Davide Rigon, with Victor Scheitar and Miguel Molina then all on 40 points. Stephen Kane comes next from Danny Junqueira and Felix Arias, with Michael Meadows, Raffaele Marciello ahead of Pasina Flores, Alessandro Pierguidi and Michele Rugolo. So the circuit is being swept of battered cars on the podium. The SRO officials get everybody ready to make their way for the 3 podium ceremonies. You've got the Pro-Am conversation going on to the right. There's Johnny Adam talking to drivers from the Am Cup. Victor Scheitar there along with Miguel Molina ready to be brought forward. And so the Am Cup is going to be first, and so for third in the Am Cup at the end of 6 hours of racing, it is the car of Rino Mastronardi, Rory Penttinen and Pierre Arax. Then for second place, stepping forward, Jacques Duyver, Marco Zanotini and David Perel. But the Am Cup winners are Henry Valkenhorst, David Schivitz and Stefan Kampenhout. For the Valkenhorst Motorsport team, the BMW it is that triumphs, and 3 weary but happy drivers from the Am Cup make their way onto the top step of the podium. It's an Am Cup win for Henry Valkenhorst, David Schivitz and Stefan Kampenhout. So Valkenhorst Motorsport, which is a relative newcomer to Blancpain, it's plied its trade in the VLN and the Nürburgring 24 hours, but making a step to a very different type of championship. You might think it's an endurance category, so what's the difference? But there are a number of nuances that are different. Why are there only 2 drivers, not 3, for the third placed car, which is, in theory, Pierre Eret, Rory Penttinen and Rino Mastronardi, but I can't see Pierre Eret there. For second place, the trophies go to Jacques Duyver, to David Perel and to Marco Zanotini. It's Hugo de Silva from Blancpain who hands over the trophies. There's the trophy then to the winning team. So Valkenhorst Motorsport receives its trophy, and there is the Blancpain clock as well to Valkenhorst Motorsport, part of the BMW customer program. And then the trophies from Alain de la Mura from Blancpain and Hugo de Silva go the way of Stefan Kampenhout, David Schivitz, and to the third member of the winning team, Henry Valkenhorst himself. So in the end, they were 4 laps down on the outright winners, which after 6 hours of racing is not that bad for an AM combination.
No, it's not. And all told, it was a competitive race at the front. I mean, I think the pace, certainly in the closing hour, of the Ferrari and the Bentley was literally, there was enough left in the draw. They were pushing all the way, and I think for the Pro-Am drivers and the Am drivers who are not all at the level of the top-line professionals, that was a pretty impressive drive all the way through.
Absolutely right. The season-long entrants receive the checks from Stefan Rattel, whose celebration of 25 years since he organised his first race for Venturi is concluded with a great race here. Valkenhorst starts its celebrations as team-soaked drivers, and the podium becomes a messy place as it will now be readied for the Pro-Am drivers to step forward. So BMW taking a win in Am, it's Lamborghini to win in Pro-Am, and as we know, it is Bentley winning overall. So the SRO team scurry forward with the next set of trophies and the next bottles of champagne. And the circuit's in operation again in under 9 hours' time, when there's more racing here as part of the third day of this weekend, with more Lamborghini Super Trofeo races and the Blancpain GT Sports Club with a double header as well, and some drivers doing both Blancpain and Lamborghini races, some doing both this Blancpain Endurance and also the race for Blancpain GT Sports Club tomorrow as well. Jean-Luc Beaubelic there with his co-drivers as we confirm the results in Pro-Am. For the podium, Beaubelic, Bastien and Gounon behind Adam, Yoluk and Al-Hafi, with a win for Adrian Amstutz, Martin Kodrich and Patrick Kuila. In the end, 25 seconds ahead of Johnny Adam, who was getting there, chipping away, but in the end ran out of time. As now the winning drivers step forward, and so for third place, Jean-Luc Beaubelic, Nico Bastien, who got a penalty, didn't he, early in the race, and Jules Gounon, they step forward for second place. There is Johnny Adam, Salah Yoluk and Ahmad Al-Hafi. And then for Barwell Motorsport, it is Patrick Kuila, Martin Kodrich and Adrian Amstutz that stand on the top step as the winners of the 6 hours of Paul Ricard for Barwell Motorsport. And it's Chris Needell, younger brother of Tiff Needell, who's on the other end of the podium representing the winning team.
Yes, and yes, indeed.
It's a British team, hence the anthem. It's a Finn, a Swiss and a Croatian that do the driving, but it's the national anthem of the winning team that is played as Hugo de Silva from Blancpain, the events manager, hands over the trophies to Nico Bastien on the far side. In the middle is Jean-Luc Beaubelic, inveterate enthusiast, and then it is Jules Gounon as the third member of the third placed team. There is the trophy for Salah Yoluk, to Ahmad Al-Hafi, and then to Johnny Adam for second place this week in Pro-Am. But another excellent effort by a combination of drivers that has not worked as a trio before, as we've been saying in the course of the race. Salah Yoluk stepping up to this level for the first time. Chris Needell accepts the clock and the trophy on behalf of Barwell as the winning team, and then the trophies go to the winning drivers. Very happy Martin Kodrich, Adrian Amstutz, who came out of the Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and Patrick Kuila, who got to GP3 before switching disciplines and going from single-seaters to GT cars. And voila le patron, Stéphane Rattel steps forward with the prize money for the season-long entrance, and handshakes all round. But the top two British teams, Barwell from TF Sport.
Yes, indeed, and Barwell, Mark Lammer, put together a really, really good team, but likewise the TF Sport with the Aston Martin, enjoying that great success in Monza, and Johnny Adam, who really has been sort of the linchpin of that operation, and when a performance needs to be dragged out of it, he's the man to do that. But just here this evening, the Lamborghini had the legs, and not very much more Johnny Adam had left in the tank to do much with it.
But I hate to say it, had Salah Yoluk not been tapped into that spin when he had that brush with Jamie Green, could the gap have been less? Could Johnny Adam have got up there? It was still going to be a big task, but of course there was time lost. Now, the margin at the end was 25 seconds, was more than 25 seconds lost in that spin. Discuss.
I would have said not, but you might have lost 18 to 20 seconds. It certainly would have changed the complexion of the battle for the podium in the Pro-Am category. But whether it would have been enough, I mean, all you can say is when you see yourself hunting down the lead car, there's a little bit of inspiration that comes, and we've seen that from Johnny Adam over many occasions this year. I think it was probably just a little bit too much to hope that he could have done it yet again here this evening at Paul Ricard.
A Pro-Am win for Adrian Amstutz, Martin Kodrich and Patrick Kuila at Paul Ricard. The overall result confirms the win for Andy Soucek, Maxime Soulet and Vincent Abril, from Victor Scheitar, Miguel Molina and Davide Rigon, with Nico Muller, René Rast and Antonio Garcia taking third place, and they are the first drivers that appear on the overall podium. Antonio Garcia switching from a Corvette to an Audi for this weekend. Nico Müller and René Rast switching from DTM machinery back to GT3 spec. Second place to Victor Scheitar, Davide Rigon and Miguel Molina. But the Bentley boys head to the podium. Heard the one about the Monegasque, the Spaniard and the Belgian. Well, it's a good story. It results in a win in the 6 hours of Paul Ricard. Andy Soucek, Maxime Soulet and Vincent Abril win round 3 of the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup. For M Sport, for Bentley, the British national anthem is played, and now the trophies to be presented to the Audi team that came good in the end. That kind of pace suggests that they might definitely be there at the end of 24 hours, but they never had front-running pace to really challenge up until the last stint of René Rast.
What's interesting, Antonio Garcia said, and Nico Müller likewise, that there is work to do, and 3 drivers, I think, coming together for the first time in an endurance event. They've all got different characteristics and styles. Yeah, they've got to find a way to amalgamate those into a unit where they all feel fundamentally, this car I can work with. So it's the beginning of potentially a very strong partnership, and if that's the partnership that we're going to see in the #1 car in Spa, it's going to be a formidable one.
But a great win here. Andy Soucek, Vincent Abril, Maxime Soulet, winners at Paul Ricard. Matthew Wilson from M Sport is there on the podium representing the winning team, and looks as though he's about to get busy with the fizzy, doesn't he? Because now that trophies have been presented, photographs are done, the celebrations can begin, and it's Matthew Wilson that gets a soaking. It's no way to treat the boss, is it? But when you've got your whatnots off for 6 hours, who cares?
No, I think this is first a very popular victory for Bentley. They've had a tough season. There's been a variety of damaged cars and things not coming together, and you can almost sense the release of tension within the team. They've got a victory, a significant victory in an endurance event, not just a sprint round, but a 6-hour race, and they'll go into Spa 24 with an increased level of confidence and belief that they can actually maybe nail the 24 hours of Spa as well.
So a great job done by Bentley, a race win for Maxime Soulet, Vincent Abril and Andy Soucek in the #8 Bentley at the end of a great race here at Paul Ricard. And from the south of France, from John Watson and David Addison, bye for now. Let's have a look back then at the highlights of 6 hours of racing here at Paul Ricard. It began in hot temperatures and the sunshine. It began with a certain amount of incident, with Porsche taking on Ferrari, full course yellows and safety cars, which straight away had an impact that would only really pan out 5.5 hours later, in as much as some people pitted early, others stuck to their strategy of pitting on the hour mark. Guy Smith was on his toes trying to hustle his Bentley up the order. They had this big, spectacular engine drama for Bernard Delhay, who was out early on in the race with just 28 laps completed. Problems, though, for the #7 Bentley, as that ended up in its pit box with an intermittent fuel pickup problem, and that, sad to say, was then on the back foot as 84 Maxi Buch gave way to Jimmy Eriksson, and the battles raged on all the way through the field as Porsche, Ferrari and Audi ran side by side. After contact with Andrea Caldarelli, Marcel Fassler had a suspension breakage and a loose wheel that pitched him into a spin, and that effectively was the end of that car. It was, in the end, able to do but 43 laps of the race. Everybody else, however, had their own travails. 89 Mercedes, for example, having a wheel that parted company. That car eventually crawled as far back to the pit lane as it could before it was stranded on the track, and Tom Blomqvist's puncture did for that BMW as well. After the contact with Marcel Fassler, a 1-minute stop-go penalty was given to Andrea Caldarelli, and that dropped that car down the order as Marcus Winkelhock fell off the road. He had a bit of a wobble going up towards the fast right-hander at Senior, as Michele Rugolo then had to serve a drive-through penalty because he crossed the white line at pit-in. He was able to recover from that and actually keep the lead, albeit it was a much reduced advantage over the second-placed Bentley, and Rugolo ticked off the laps of his stint, unlike poor Marco Mappelli, who had a spectacular engine failure. He too was a retirement as the next round of pit stops cycled through. Jamie Green had a tyre let go and he had to limp into the pit lane, losing time as a consequence. In the ISR run Audi, and then the 43 McLaren of Sam Tordoff had a drama and flicked itself off the road. Adam Christodoulou was working his way through the traffic, getting himself up past Frederic Verviche in uncompromising fashion. As into the pit lane then came Bentley number 8. It was Andy Soucek who was installed for a double stint in the middle of the race. And once back on track, he set about trying to not only get past Michele Rugolo, but then pull away, which he did with alacrity to build up a healthy advantage going into the final part of the race, from which we had lost the number 99 BMW with that having a problem with the front of the car, and it was retired. Whereas number 7 Bentley continued to struggle with this intermittent fuel pickup problem, and that car again stopped on the track, struggled to the pit lane, and although it went back into the race, it would in the end be retired. Number 4 put Jelmer Berman behind the wheel as we had the change of lead in Pro-Am, as up through went Martin Kodrich against Sala Joluk, the Lamborghini getting ahead of the Aston Martin. And then Joluk made contact here with Jamie Green, the spin dropping the car down the order in Pro-Am, and Jamie Green copping a 30-second stop-go penalty for his part in the incident. From daylight into the darkness, the cars raced, with 27 Fabrizio Crestani having a bit of a slide. And then, as Bentley number 8 cycled through its last couple of stops, Maxime Soulet installed behind the wheel of the car as the field plunged into the darkness. Number 4, the Black Falcon pole-sitting Mercedes, was out of sequence on pit stops, but still was running in that leading group until effectively the last hour of the race, when it had a gearbox issue that cost the car any chance not only of a good result but of a finish as well, as the car was retired to the pit lane. Number 7 Bentley would have Stephen Kane aboard for the last stint, but sadly that was another car that retired, as number 3 ended up rotating as the number 4 Mercedes did its best to stay in that leading group, and 114 Jaguar also limping into the pit lane. Maxime Soulet, though, just had to tick off the laps in this final stint as the Cosmopolitan Bentley entry headed for victory here at Paul Ricard, a race that then lost Franck Pereira's Mercedes trackside and the HTP car, which was running in the top 4, out of the race. It was party time for some as the teams battle their way into the darkness. A problem for the number 35 Nico Menzel-driven BMW. A punctured tyre brought that to the pit lane and retirement as Maxime Soulet readied himself for the last all-important stint. The car was refueled, it blasted back into the race as number 50 Ferrari then had problems as well. A fuel valve being cited as the drama. Alex Bunker was hard at work trying to get himself onto the tail of Renégat van der Zande. In the end, he was passed by a hard-charging René Rast, who went on to get himself up into 3rd place. Van der Zande, though, was really on his toes, elbows out as he tried to get past Matt Griffin. What should have been the last pit stop for Lukas Stolz turned out to be the penultimate stop, the last one being its retirement, as it limped to the pit lane, as also did poor Stephen Kane. Number 7 Bentley having all the bad luck for M Sport. Concerned faces on the pit wall as they knew that one car was leading and the other had problems, but so too number 4. It was pushed down the pit lane, and a retirement with the failed gearbox meant that out of the race was a car that had looked so strong for much of it. The Black Falcon car out of the race. There were nervous faces in the pit box for number 8. But in the end, it was a win for the M Sport Bentley of Vincent Abril, Andy Soucek and Maxime Soulet at the end of a drama-filled 6 hours, with Barwell Motorsport taking Pro-Am honours as well. Second place would go the way of the SMP Racing Ferrari, but it was a popular race win. M Sport and the Bentley Continental GT3 winning here at Paul Ricard. Maxime Soulet, Andy Soucek and Vincent Abril winning this unofficial warm-up for the Spa 24 hours, our blue ribboned race at the end of July. It's been another great race. Thanks for your company. From John Watson and David Addison from Paul Ricard, bonne nuit.